Everyone asks who Neo from Neomask channel is, but no one knew it was the psychopath Cha Sunbin. The managers of Neomask channel were Joy Hai Minji, Sanis Kim Saha, and Pleasure OK Taeyong. Sunbin wasn't always a psychopath. He lost his only family member to school bullies. Cha Sunbin's younger sister, Cha Yebin, was in no way related to them. She was a humble girl who never hurt anyone. Nevertheless, she died a ridiculous death. One of the hooligans decided to show his courage by jumping out into the road to be talked about as having balls. The bus driver swerved to avoid the collision. At that moment, a guy ran out into the road. He ended up right in front of the bus. At that time, Cha Sunbin's sister passed by the bus. She was his only family. They had no parents or other relatives, just the two of them. After that, Cha Sunbin lost his mind. He began a bloody hunt. It wasn't clear to him who this guy was and why he did it. This coward tried to hide from Sunbin, but Sunbin found him. After a verbal altercation, the guy started packing. Cha Sunbin beat all of his friends. One of them pleaded with fear in his eyes that Sunbin should stay away from him, calling him crazy. At that moment, someone punched Cha Sunbin in the face. It made him furious. He began striking his abuser one after another. Sunbin asked him why only his sister had died. The guy admitted he wanted to join the Troll Fam King and prove he had grit. It was the toughest king in the country, the elite among bullies. Once in, one could live as a second-generation Shable or as a star. Free clothes, pool parties, alcohol, it was their daily life. They boasted of connections to powerful families of girls who could bring the police to their knees. Guy stated that Sunbin's sister's death was an accident. At this moment, Cha Sunbin gave him a strong punch. Surprisingly, the blow came a little to the left of the guy's head. Sunbin realized that his sister had died because these people were striving for a beautiful life. The guy tried to run away, screaming for help, but Cha Sunbin knew he had to avenge his sister. However, he himself did not realize what was happening to him. For a moment, he wondered if he was doing the right thing. He remembered his sister, regretting her loss. It became unclear to him what to live for now. At that moment, the guy's cell phone rang. The guy hastily reached for his phone. Cha Sunbin also paid attention. It turned out that a certain Yoon Chi also called. When Sunbin picked up the phone, the voice on the other end demanded that he hurry up. This person reported that the gang left a comment on the guy's profile. To join the gang, you had to prove your courage. Cha Sunbin replied that he understood. He then threw the phone into the fire. He vowed revenge on Troll Fam and all the other villains. Every scumbag in this world will be punished. He won't stop until they're all in hell. Whether they want to know where Cha Sunbin is headed, his resentment is obvious. What happened to that bully? He went missing. What about the gang? I think they might be subject to his wrath. 2. The head of the rating agency is Buck Dukel. The true target for him is the rogue society itself. A society that consists of those who shoot themselves with fear. Are their attempts to scare him worth it? Hunting down scoundrels is not justice. Can you call pesticides an instrument of justice? Do they want to keep Cha Sunbin? Even if they do, it's only for a while. He pays a lot, so he's not worried. A year after his sister's death, there is no what Cha Sunbin has achieved. A minor has such power, can anyone imagine it? Neomask channel's combat training instructor Lee Gambum, though he had trained him, would never want to face Cha Sunbin in battle himself. He would feel insecure, even with a gun in his hands. Most of all, the guy was thinking about something at this point. He doesn't want to die more than anything. When asked when it would end, Cha Sunbin smiled. He wondered when he would destroy them all. At this point, really formulated his advocacy group. There were a great many people right in front of them. Cha Sunbin was thrilled that there were so many bullies in front of him. He came in furious and said he would kill them all. After all, psychos can only be defeated by psychos who are just as psychotic. NNL, an emerging and gaining worldwide popularity channel on the first free video hosting service, is getting a huge amount of shout-outs. Nevertheless, this channel already has more than 10 million subscribers worldwide and is garnering millions of views and revenues. Have reached 9-figure sums? The channel ranks the so-called gangsters among young criminals and promise rewards by provoking people to fight each other or directly through the stream itself, thus inciting riots. The live feed is about to start. Have him confirm it. Cha Sunbin called out to the audience and said that their bright and cool Neomask was with him again. Today, it is not in the most popular place in the country. In front of them is the Tana neighborhood. Here's the new target criminal. Kim Hunter ranked 332nd in the rankings, rewarded 500,000 won, and Choi Sano ranked 12th, rewarded 700,000 won, though it's unlikely to interest Sixers like them. Their main target today is Eugene Man, ranked 58th in the rankings, with a reward of 1,150,000 won. After learning that Kim Taemin had decided to start hunting these three, he came here to take it all down. He just finished in 67th place, a notable loser. He asked him to take it all down because he was going to hunt them himself, and said that to win alone. Now that's a real loser. Let them look at this asshole. He came all the way out here to make money and ended up getting his ass kicked. He came all this way to get a steak or something. Cha Swinbin, in sincere amazement, began to ask how he did not look good. Let them agree. It looks like someone will go down in the rankings. That's when someone appeared and called out to him. He at least has an idea of how many people want to catch him. A bitch like him didn't get rid of him. It was Eugene Man himself. He'll take the shitty mask off him and cut his face into pieces. Where did they all come from? Here's what he's offering. He'll give him a reward for those who come to catch him. If you add up all that money, there's enough for ice cream for everyone. They'll get around it. He's pissed off by his antics. His time is up. The guy turned to everyone and said he was going to get his mask off with this bitch. Cha Swinbin began to be defiantly afraid and asked what he should do. At that point, he said he had an idea. Let the manager come in and clean up the mess. This moment the guy turned around and noticed that one of his men had been beaten. They couldn't understand what kind of person appeared in front of them. It was some girl. It's a crazy girl. She was hitting him with a math book. This is the moment that began to approach them. One of the guys tried to attack her. He didn't succeed, and the girl pushed him. Then she grabbed his head. I took a blow right to the knee. Everyone was pretty surprised she was able to do it. She was laughing like crazy at this point. Now she began to sing. Kim's subscriber donated 50,000 won. Now that their manager is here, they'll see who else is here. He thanked the subscriber for donating. Today they're old and Yan had no plans, though for once no one dared to call his attention. Let them be ready. Assholes for which there are no rewards are now worth 1 million won per hit. As for those for whom there are already awards, this amount is tripled. Let them prepare them in bunches up front for the money. They will be greatly surprised at this point. And, surprisingly, they just started running away. Before he could finish his speech, the Sixers had already given the change. Even if he died today, he would kill them? After saying that, he went into action. At that moment, Cha Swinbin attacked him. He dodged at the last moment and hit him. Now it's time to move on to execution. The guy called the hero a bitch. After that, he began to load him up again, and then everything landed right on top of him. He told him it was going to hurt a little bit now. When the guy was in a lot of pain, that was a different moment. He received a complaint a few days ago, but he's not the one torturing innocent female students. He's the one doing the violence, the assault. Despite that, because he is a minor, he didn't get the punishment he deserved. The daughter knew exactly how their country worked. Damn it, but he can't stand it when trash like him runs free. He must learn discipline through the horrors of paying. Cha Swinbin asked the audience last time if there were many among them who had offended the asshole. They'll double his actions for each, to the tune of 1,000. He'll hit him maybe twice. By the way, the donations to his personal account for today will go to pay for the treatment and rehabilitation of the girl who gave up. Everyone started donating to him, and he started thanking them. He pulled something out of Neon's pocket. Cha Swinbin took out a multifunctional stainless steel true nurturing cassette at this moment. And now they're going to start their educational party. His hands move on their own to kick those thugs. He's going to get it, even if it keeps defending himself. The hands of children, the hands of adults, this deranged man for his cruelty. His hands move on their own. The guy started making rules and saying he was wrong. Let him be spared. Cha Swinbin began to interject if he was wrong and asked why the man did not ask for mercy. Then he sighed heavily. Let him not fight back, and he'll kill him faster. The guy at this point started sobbing. The girl started stopping him and telling him to stop, for Eugene Man had been defeated. It was time to call it a day. She said to Cha Swinbin to calm down. He just started laughing at this point. He told the guy not to listen to her, that he came here to redeem himself, but he would refund all the students if he found out the guy was harassing others or engaging in gang activity again. Let him know that he will haunt him until he is in the coffin. He should realize that their lives are only from moments like this. The character posed for the camera at this point, and the guy said no more. Cha Swinbin said there are cop cars coming this way. If he gets caught, he's finished. He said today's broadcast had come to an end. It was fun, wasn't it? Let them put their thumbs up, subscribe to his channel and press the bell. if they like today's broadcast. Seekers, Leggings and a hat like their mismanagers are available in the monthly catalog of the Yushin store. Have them follow the link below. At this point, they are in a different location. Cha Sunbin stood there and just breathed heavily. Then he took off his helmet. After that, he sighed heavily. Cha Sunbin asked Ji-hai if she was okay. Then from around the corner, a girl came out to him. She said she was fine and offered to help her change her clothes. He can't get used to her today, when she's the manager and when she's not. What's he talking about? How is she supposed to get used to him and the neon nuclear psychopath being the same person, and also his superiors? What do you mean, nuclear psychopath? I mean, she told him to bring the other managers with him. Kim Sa-ha and Ta-yeon are on probation, and she is on probation too. He's a dummy. She'll be first. Even if she doesn't study, the clothes from the sponsor are already in such condition that even if she wanted to, she couldn't afford one. Thanks to today's broadcast, they received supplies from a clothing manufacturer. He'll get her a costume. After all, there are a lot of people watching their broadcast. They can't keep up with fashion. Then she'll leave it to him. At that moment, Cha Sunbin came to his house. The house was completely empty, but not without its beauty. Upon entering the room, one could observe that it had 3 YouTube buttons hanging on his wall. Cha Sunbin asked Siri to read today's message. One message from the chief director of Ducal Park. He is back at the top of his game. He sent him a letter from the students at District XX High School that he had requested. He's got all the major gangsters, even the Sixers. So when the information checks out, he's expecting a deposit. Cha Sunbin stepped out of the shower at this moment. Then he turned his attention to something. On the TV, you could see a Neomask and the national crime status, 24-0. Red is a special organization zone. Green is a cleared zone. He turned his attention to the building behind him. There was something going on there at that moment. Some guy turned back at this point. Cha Sunbin had been looking in this direction for a long time. Daniel, what's he doing there? It's party time. He said for sure he wouldn't wait. He would show them the price of fun. At this point, he turned to the trolls. Photo of first semester exam results. Cha Sunbin, he looks like a nerd. So why does he have such bad grades? When he first transferred a month ago, he thought they were entrance exam fairies in front of them. Cha Sunbin said he knows. He's really trying, but it's not working out. It's okay. In their day and age, you can make a good living without studying. Maybe he should sign up for a website. There are channels out there where guys record themselves practicing without necessarily saying anything. And if the dots look presentable with them, who knows, maybe it will work. At that moment, someone hit him in the back of the head. He asks who here wants to be a blogger. He sends. Cha Sunbin summed up the score at this point, then grabbed him by the hair. He's that asshole who just transferred. Let him rely on himself. You get that? He then ran to the others and asked what they were staring at. The hero went up to the guy and asked how he was and said he thought even better schools had guys like him. He was completely right. In a forest without a tiger, foxes rule. He's not even in any of the local gangs, which means Neomask is unlikely to take on him. Cha Sunbin thought about it. At this moment, he turned on a camera or something on his glasses. The guy at this point was asking the other if he thought Neomask was coming after all. Cha Sunbin came home afterward. He thought about the guy's situation at that moment. He contemplated pretending that he could pretend that someone had reported him and punish him. Cha Sunbin was called out by someone. It was a company that said they were having a housewarming party. What's a housewarming party where guests are served bacon? Does it have to be sprayed with oil? Yeah, basically. It comes every 2 or 3 months. Why do they do it every time? Just have him take it as a social gathering. Have Kim Sa-ha give him a protein shake? What protein shake? He hasn't even eaten rice yet. Does he want us to disappear? The guy would say hold and eat acceleration. Are they building a turret? He made so much money thanks to the criminal hero. He said they would earn even more next year. The girl asked how much they made in sales this month, including ad placement and copyright revenue. The guy showed her the number 3 with his fingers, and she asked if they were joking and asking for a pay raise. He's presenting them with a lot of plant-based weapons. If this kind of thing goes down, they'll roar. He puts his chemicals on the table again. I mean, they're back in revenue. He's contributing to the same shares he has. After a while, they were completely finished. He was really full. The guy asked about the juice. He said he would go to his room and rest for a while. Didn't bring it to the table, so let him come back soon. Ji-hai asked if he wanted juice. Care juice. He definitely needs some. He'll like it. But the girl was interested in the guy at that moment. Cha Sunbin opened the door of his room. He then picked up a picture of his sister and began to look at it. A girl came up to him and started a speech about their new targets. Did they get all the information or not? Sunbin, of course. The fourth manager will give the okay and they'll start filming. And then what happens when it catches the troll fanboys? What do we do next? The rest of the money would go towards student scholarships. Pound was thinking of getting into investing. Wouldn't it be better to stop, perhaps, the attacks of those who enjoy bullying others? The fact is that because of these juvenile thugs, the reputations of laborers and couriers are diminished. In addition, without finishing her sentence, the girl put his helmet on him. She asked, what's he gonna do next? I can't believe they'll meet again after he's caught all the assholes in the gang. Sunbin fell silent at this moment. It was too much. Did she really only see him as Neon? It seemed to the girl that living on was not part of his plans. The girl was looking at this moment with a very unserious expression on her face. If it is possible to solve this problem in their country, to fully protect innocent students, when the time comes, he's going to open his own chain of fast food restaurants, only in prisons, and only for thugs. They'll take their own shit, and the authorities will eat his burgers. And then the girl, it's really disgusting to listen to. He's the reason she can't eat burgers anymore. Suki, but he's a son. Here's what she tells him. She'd like him to start a new life after catching the gang. Let him not forget that they are not the criminals. They are him. In South Korea, because of these bastards, many people can't live like they used to, even if they didn't commit crimes. So don't let him worry about him. As long as there is a single stupid bully in the world, he will be immortal. Duko promised to buy ice cream. She suggested that he go eat it. Sunbin thought happily as he walked away. That's when one restaurant said something to the chef. If they leave ads on them and they get a bunch of visitors, they will make a lot of money. He realizes what he's getting at, but they're not going to do it. At that moment, one of the opponents turned his attention to a guy who walked into the restaurant. He said that one has stopped and they won't go. He said goodbye to the chief, and the chief said that if they came again, he would call the police. The old jerks would stubborn as hard as they could. They wouldn't set fire to it, making ends meet. He liked their chicken, but this was going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Have they seen jerks and high schoolers working here? Yeah, what's his name? I think his name is Sunbin. Let them find out what school he goes to. Jiha was asked what's new, the hero angle, or is he eating out again and filling his stomach with convenience foods or what? But they were nutritious, too. What did she make for the housewarming party? Did he eat it all or what? If he threw it all away, she'll kill him. He said he had to go, and he ate it all. At that point, he left the store. It's been a year since they started the channel. It has gained popularity, but the gang is still gaining strength. If he wants to reduce the gang's influence, the channel must attract more attention. He has no other choice. He will show them. That's when the protagonist noticed something. He couldn't figure out what noise he heard in the distance. He then decided to go for the sound of the noise. This is the moment you could see some guy breathing heavily. It was some kind of gang. Does the asshole think he dyed his hair and became cool or something? If he's not up in 5 minutes, he'll be worse. That's when he got hit. He pokes too much into other people's hair. Why are they so sluggish? Bored or something? Obviously, red is the color of strength and aggression. At this point, he introduces a barrel, but begins to fight them, and Sunbin at this moment turned his attention to the mark in front of him on the car's mirror. Could it be the hooligans from Kim Dooman's game? Emergency broadcast. Not only what they received, but also vodka to the anonymous. Several thugs plan to beat up a teenager, but even in Peter, they can't handle one kid. That dude that cried. What a bounty there was for them. There's such a small reward for them. If they combine the rewards for all sorts of things, they can even buy a choke. Steaming rats with hair everywhere keeps. The moment was very much on this guy. He said he'd kill him. It was at this point that he made the decision to attack the guy after all. But the guy wasn't missed and started defensively. The protagonist was surprised that the guy dodged at that point, and the guy himself was ready to do something about it. He made the attack at that moment. At that moment, someone shouted to them. He told them when he told them to pack up. They're still having fun here. Useless pieces of trash. They named him P. Monsu. Apparently it was some familiar name. I think he heard his name in some commercial. As far as he knows, only Yellen is not getting into a fight, so you don't have to worry about him. But the guy was pretty well freaked out at this point. He was on his way out when he ran into this idiot. Came in late to be accounted for by his good manners. The guy asked, "Is that you, Sujin, by any chance? Did the donut himself show up? He's had enough of him. Let him call the others. What's he doing here? Let him come down here and beg for mercy." That's when he went into a rage and wanted to attack him. Defiantly started, saying he was let go by the guy next to him, but he wasn't even holding him. The other guy at this moment was looking at him with a puzzled look. Cha Swinbin realized that this guy was funnier than he thought. Looks like he won't be coming down. What a bore. Observer of motorcycle traffic. It was some guys. At that point, they surrounded this guy. Let him try to run away now. From now on, he'll write to school. He'll be in our chair. He said he was surrounded. Oddly enough, well, the guy wasn't worried at all. Still, he realized he was screwed. He opened a Neomask channel here, and what's he showing here? Isn't he here? What channel is that? Let him just watch it. It's live on TV. He thinks people will like that they want to beat up a teenager. He really couldn't believe he was taking them off now. The guy asked if he was live too. What a hoot. Taipei Mansu and Sando High School is the country's premier donut shop. After saying that, of course, the guy went into a rage. Let George grab him and that one wholesale all of it off. At this moment, Cha Swinbin noticed them. Neomask was Neomask. We'll see you in the next episodes today. The guy could understand what was wrong with them. At this point, he said he was hungry for something. He's gonna go home and order chicken feet. I'll see you later. Let them cut loose behind him and strip anyone who catches their eye. The guy started running away at this point. Cha Swinbin started parkouring along the walls, dubious of hiding as soon as possible. That's when he hit right on the roof from the man who was chasing him. As soon as that person traveled much further, Cha Swinbin jumped off the roof. He then grabbed him by the throat and started choking him. The guy started to speak to get Cha Swinbin off his back and side. But no matter how much he tried to resist, Cha Swinbin was still stronger than him. He continued to mercilessly strangle him. At this moment, a few seconds later, the guy was dead. Cha Swinbin looked at him with a deadly gaze at this moment. Then he put on his cap and adjusted it. He wondered where the funny guy was, and the guy at that moment was running away from the people chasing him. After a while, he did stop and realized that he seemed to have broken away. But it was after he said those words that they found him. The guy realized he was in trouble now. Well, just at that moment, someone threw a literal swat at him. It turned out to be Cha Swinbin, who was helping him at this moment. He really wished he could help the guy at this point. Then utter chaos ensued. With Cha Swinbin stirring, he didn't know what it was, but it was to his advantage. He said goodbye to them. Just at that moment, a man appeared. The guy immediately noticed the fat man in front of him. With a confident expression on his face, he told the guy to finally die. Cha Swinbin continued to move across the rooftops at this moment. Then he just about appeared in front of the guy. After that, he was attacked by a man. The impact was so strong that the fat man flew several meters away from them. Cha Swinbin told the boy to follow him. The guy was pretty surprised at what had happened. Why the fuck are they still chasing them? That's when one of the gang guys said he found the bastards, and the guy didn't realize how many more there were. Cha Swinbin informed him that he had seen about 20, but that wasn't even a third of the guys from Nopaku's gang. He was surprised that they were here. Nopaku is a known bully group. It was founded by those ugly bullies, and Kim Doomin is more like an organization rather than a gang. Delivery services, fast food restaurants, karaoke bars, even computer lounges, everything the students go to and use. They try to pretend to be trading companies that basically own stores. What do you mean? Pretend. They don't make money, but blackmail students and shopkeepers. If the latter refuse to pay the so-called trade tax, the bailiff gang follows them around, intimidating all the students who go to these stores. On the other hand, if store owners pay, they require students to buy only from those stores. Fucking bastards. But how does he know all this? Just at that moment, they both stopped. That's what they got. The guys said it was a trap. He didn't know where they should run. One of the guys said they couldn't get away. Cha Swinbin said he would take care of the one on the right, and he would take care of the one on the left. So how do you link the two? Why did it go after him in the first place? But despite all this, both began to fight them. Cha Swinbin, as always, was impeccable in his work. The guy was no slouch either and fought well. The moves were professional and no one could hit them back. They continued to fight side by side. The guy at this point totally went ballistic. Cha Swinbin inexplicably started running literally all over him for some reason. Then he struck them all down with one blow. Cha Swinbin accepted the run and told the guy to run faster after him, vowing if he misses this time. After a while they ran off somewhere and really came off after all. The guy said he didn't know who he was, thanked him for his help, hadn't met him before. After that, Cha Swinbin went literally burping, and the guy could understand if he was really that tired. Cha Swinbin said that this mask stinks a lot. Why don't any smoking hooligans brush their teeth? Does he really feel their breath smells like shit? It's not just his rage. Compared to the pathetic ones, it's pretty powerful. But it was even cooler when they fought together. The moment Cha Swinbin caught the drink, the guy said he had a drink, for he was buying a treat. Cha Swinbin was grateful to him. Doesn't he look like him? The new mask in the fight. The last broadcast, he fought so hard. If he starts going after Skechers too, he'll get it. He wants the reward too. He said he thought he was with that fat sign. They studied together, often brought the children to tears. And why should he suddenly be jealous? Cha Swinbin asked. Or was the guy a bully too? He's not connected to them. It was just childish pranks at the time, and he's too good to be doing such nonsense. The guy realized why he was laughing at him, and it was the first time he'd ever met him. Anyway, thanks again. What's his name? His name is Shukusajin. Cha Swinbin introduced himself by name. He owes him. If they see each other again, I'll have to treat him to some rice or something. Just as Cha Swinbin thought. The guy was funny. What about his rice? The western part of Seoul, the area of most frequent attacks, the Noppaku gang's hideout. Some man said the bike came to an end. At that moment, there was some person inside the building. The fat man in front of him knelt down, even though Thisab had warned him, even brought him back up from the Yerricks. He screwed up. Even if he tells him, I'll have you assholes pay for your own treatment, they still need the money to pay for the repairs on 21 of the 60 bucks. About 20 original gang members are now unable to perform their duties, so they can't do anything during the 3 days leading up to the tank repair. Some guy laughed at this point. Does he even know what to do? Doomin said to pay for the fucking repairs. It's all because of them pig Mansu. He thought everything would work if just that easy loosen up. Well, how about that? You bastards had no right to look at Nopaka, so he decided to do that. Where are the stupid bastards? Not their main problem. If the Trofam guys find out what happened, imagine how stupid their faction will look. He was the head of one of Trofam's gangs, Noppaku. Kim Doomin, let him take care of himself. You little piece of shit. If he gets hit in the head with it, he's dead. The man was scared at this point, and at this point, blood spatter could be observed. The guy said the bike was finished. About that type, Chukusajin found out a lot about him. He's a bit of a dumbass, but he fights and tries well and has pretty good intuition. Would it be a good feat as the new manager? What will he say to the editor? Kaitahan was once a candidate, too. As far as he knows, a manager is someone who acts as a bodyguard. An editor is something like a mercenary, and both must be strong. A person must keep his mouth shut and be able to control himself. He cannot hire a manager who will reveal his personal secrets. As for editors, they need to be able to crush the opponent completely, like Kaitahan does. Keeping an eye on Chukusajin, not bad basic intuition skills. Seems good. It only takes a day of self-control to realize he's a manager. Thinks he should watch him a little longer. Anyway, it's left on him to search for information regarding the Noppaku gang. The guy was going somewhere at this point. He walked into the classroom and was greeted. Someone asked him if he even read the messages. He replied that something was wrong. No, he saw it yesterday on the Neomask channel. The boy realized what they had already seen. So it was true. He said it was him. We need to tell Sumin hard and fast. And that's him. That's their Shukusajin. Got on the broadcast yesterday. What's that on his face? Was he in a fight or something? He said he just fell out of bed. The boy was greatly surprised. The people in the group are out on the street. Kim T-Sob was asked if he took care of Pai Min Su's pig. He came straight from the hospital where he is lying in. Have him tell everyone that if everyone doesn't turn in money to fix the tanks, they're screwed. The rest will prepare to make a scheduled visit in their neighborhoods. At that moment, someone called out to Sumin. It was some kind of gang. The guy told him he was back. Then he asked, is this the bitch? That diner, that asshole, makes a lot of money. In his opinion, everything there is tasteless, and the parents still don't have a marketing deal with them. Or what? The guy at this point was getting frustrated and trying to answer something, but he didn't hear the end of it. He hit him right away. He should think more about his parents. Let him imagine how much they will be upset when he goes through each day with a broken face. I agree, but he's with him. That's when his boyfriend showed up. They couldn't figure out who the other guy was. What the fuck are they doing to him? He owes him money. Let them get off his back or he'll drop it. Of course, the guy instantly realized who it was. He said he didn't give a shit who they were. There was no way this guy was going to get off. Let him get lost. At the point he stopped listening to him and just punched him in the face. He then said he was going to break his face and kicked him. Everyone began to watch him closely at this moment, and one of them tried to attack, but the guy had a premonition of this and immediately counterattacked. He clearly hadn't expected this turn of events and didn't make a fuss. Not sure what to do. Then the guy got very close to him. At this point, he punched him once more. The guy told Dooman that asshole is one of the guys who broke up P. Minsu's guys. The man said it was clear to him. Then he started to approach the guy. He started to say he was yesterday. The guy didn't even start to argue and asked what he would do. The man at this point became enraged. The boy asked, was he the head of Noppaku? The man said he was Kim Dooman from Songdo Technical High School, giving the name of his school to emphasize that he was studying or what. And what did he think he was going to scare him with that? Yeah, he didn't read the comic books of the school bullies. The guy asked the man, or he'd get a call from the Sixers. Was he scared or what? That he wasn't old. The kind that can't go one-on-one, afraid for his ass or something. The man said they were sleeping. He called him a stooge. Why not? He gives them two options. The first is what doesn't leave, and it doesn't hit. The second is they leave after he beats them. Let them pick faster. The man asked why that was the case. It was right beside him at that moment. The guy said it was because he was stronger, much stronger than a man. The guy asked if they might end up on good terms. He doesn't loom in front of them, doesn't loom in front of the guy. Let him think. If his Sixers hadn't mopped up the fight yesterday, none of this would have happened. So instead of stretching this story out, either they take it now, we never meet again, the guy asked, or a pair of hands. The man at this point began to raise his hand. The guy realized too and raised his hand at this point. Everyone else was watching intently. The man said he was savvy, and they're guys. After that, the man walked by and said they were coming. He was much easier to negotiate with than he thought. He thanked Kusajin for that. The kid asked if they were picking on him because of his parents. He had asked him back in elementary school to tell him such things, but he still prefers to tolerate alone. He reasoned that he didn't want to involve him. The shit of friendship can be shared, but not much shit. Then the guy asked, or was it cool, goes to eat his crap and not go eat fried Savoy sausages at his house. Maybe he'll get him a fish pie too. Seafood on skewers cooked in hot broth. His parents' cooking is delicious. Is it true that a man would let that bastard go so easily? Maybe he should run him over when the guys finish the job and get rid of freaks like him. They're gonna miss out. The most important thing now is to repair the loss. These up, let him focus on repairs before word of yesterday's incident reaches Trollfaum's ears. He's gonna eat that bastard to pieces. The man at this point Saturday in silence and darkness. Ilyesh, his lighter was with him at that moment. Couldn't someone come and ask, or he's still here? His teacher will reprimand him for not being in class. The guy said he's an idiot who cares what teachers and parents say. Yeah, he's definitely driving. If those assholes hadn't stopped them, he doesn't know how many would have been left disabled. Speaking of which, Sunil, can he cripple another guy? That red-haired guy that Tessub told him to or what? Maybe it's enough that he'll beat him until he's dead. He said not this time. Cha Swinbin welcomed everyone and explained their reward system for new subscribers who are being bullied at school. They are announcing a reward for all the douchebags who laugh in the comments under the video. You only have to provide their social media contacts, and then their identities are known to any teenager. Those who send in a video of them beating up these bullies will be rewarded by them. The loonies are hunting the loonies. There's a reward and the familiar dishes out a second million, but he's afraid they won't make it. Let them team up with others to fight and get the reward. At that moment, Cha Swinbin was called out by someone. Cha Swinbin was surprised that it was Shukusajin. The guy asked if he lived here too. It had been a few days, but Dooman was still nowhere to be seen. The jerk must still be blaming his lesson, because the taste was awful. He was thinking of destroying the business they run as well, but he'll probably leave that to Neon. It's all great, but it doesn't think he should do any less. What's he talking about? These motherfuckers are so fucked up. He has to bring him in or he doesn't believe in his powers. But that's not what this is about. Cha Swinbin said that he couldn't handle them alone, and it was better for him to recover at least for his friend's sake. The guy was quite surprised at this answer. He told him those assholes weren't coming to see them again, and he might as well not see him off. What's he talking about? He's going to go get some toddy at his coffee shop. By the way, Dad said if he wanted a snack, he wouldn't treat him. The boy thanked him, of course, but he'd stop respecting him if it didn't pay for what he ate. At that moment, the guy noticed something to his right. The guy told his friend he'd buy them a drink. Let him pick one, and let him pick his own. He said he'd forget about it. He also loved sodas. The guy caught the drink and thanked. At that moment, he felt something. Just at that moment, he saw some person on a motorcycle riding beside him. With a very anxious look, he looked at him. The man was also looking at him at this moment. He started yelling out his friend's name and as it turned out his glasses fell out. Cha Swinbin was walking somewhere at this moment. At that moment, someone dialed him. He must have already been informed of the situation and was surprised that it was Kusajin's friend. He wondered where the guy himself was now. The shrapnel didn't hit his optic nerves, but he almost lost vision in both eyes. The parents were of course disturbed by their son after this situation. Those who did this to him are real freaks. The police are finding out who did it on the court V cameras. The guy was outside the ward at this point. He had then decided to look at his friend. The guy was lying on the bed at this point. Kusajin began to immediately remember that situation. He remembered the look in the man's eyes. After that, Kusajin punched the wall. He was very angry at the group and the ringleader. He called them fucking bastards. Cha Swinbin was apparently very displeased. That's when the guy noticed him. He was just in time because he knew where the fucking group was hiding. Cha Swinbin exhaled and asked what he would do when he found them. They almost made his friend blind, and he's gonna kill those bastards. Cha Swinbin said that he had grown cold and would not be able to handle them alone. The guy realized what he was talking about. At that moment, with trembling hands, he approached him. He said the man almost lost his sight and grabbed his clothes. Cha Swinbin asked if he thought they cared. Cha Swinbin said that he'd better stop, at least for his friend's sake. The guy was still furious at this point. Right now, those bastards, having fun listening to their friend's account of the ambush. The fact that his friend might have gone blind seems like some kind of death game to them. They'll mimic his parents ready to sprawl, and they'll compare who did better. They were at this point saying they were the best, but they wouldn't be turned on by those words. But there was nothing wrong with his head. He decided that they were fighting worse than he was, and that he was the one who let it go that day, not they to him. These bastards don't know what defeat is. Let them believe his opinion becomes important until they want to, or until these scumbags do. They won't be squashed like cockroaches. They were the ultimate psychos. And that's exactly why he can't beat them. The guy came in furious and asked how he knew that. Cha Swinbin then grabbed his arm. The guy's hand was shaking violently at this point. Cha Swinbin asked, or does he want to check? Because he was also a psycho. At this point, Cha Swinbin went on the broadcast and asked how the subscribers were doing. By popular demand, today's interview will be with him, the main weapon of a fabulous manager named Joy. They were just quietly silent at this point. Cha Swinbin asked the girl if she would say anything. Maybe she'll say something after all, like a fan greeting, along the lines of, "Hi there, friends." Then the girl just started walking away, and Cha Swinbin couldn't figure out where she went. The girl has already said. She grabbed her bat and started to catch up with Cha Swinbin, because she had already said she wouldn't do the interview and it didn't listen to her. At this point he started running away, asking for help and telling you to cut it out. Have them call an ambulance. Neomask is forced to take a break for a day due to his injuries. I mean, he was nuts. Let them switch to something else faster. I'm measuring it now. It is necessary to go, or the chicken will get cold. And even if it does, the stupid owner will not say anything. Grab the guy's arm. He asked, or he wants to check. Here he was a nutcase too. The guy at this point just stayed silent and didn't say anything to him. He called Cha Swinbin an asshole. The guy was hiding that since he insisted. Have Cha Swinbin take off his glasses. The girl entered the room at this moment and noticed that the man was here, that she had come to see Cha Swinbin. She often comes here if there is no room in the library. There are many rooms, all empty. So where is Cha Swinbin? He said that he thought Cha Swinbin had gone head-to-head with Sushijik. It looks like this guy's friend got her because of the Noppaku Game's revenge. And this is the kid who fought alongside Cha Swinbin. Let him tell him. As manager, who is better, the local hero Kaitahan or the beast with the sixth sense, Kusajin? Let him stop giving cheesy nicknames. And for the better taker, the one who shouldn't be liked in the first place, Cha Swinbin, and he thinks both are fighting on the same level. Or not anymore. Maybe Kaitahan will be better after all. If you meet him, he realized he's pretty outgoing and not a bad guy. Wasn't he the 5 against 1 kind of guy? It was right. He reminds me of himself as a young man. In his youth, he was called Bogwan Sui Feast. When he was attacked, he simply struck back. Cha Swinbin actually took offense at this moment. The guy was getting punched in the face at this point. Well, Cha Swinbin did, too. At that moment, Cha Swinbin came back from punching the guy. Cha Swinbin then grabbed the guy by his clothes, and he started throwing another series of punches at him. The boy opened his eyes to see what the atmosphere was like. He grabbed Cha Swinbin at this moment, and then his efforts were ready to roll Cha Swinbin. Still, the guy managed to grab hold of him at that point. He was quite surprised at the way Cha Swinbin fought. At this moment, Cha Swinbin began to approach the guy. Cha Swinbin reached hard at this point, and the guy had already gone ballistic. The climax, before the guy could strike Cha Swinbin, he stopped abruptly. The guy looked at the protagonist at this point. Afterward, the main character collapsed and said that's why he can't beat those bastards. Is he going to go fight them? And then another one of his friends gets hurt or what? He's just an idiot who can't even punch someone he met a week ago. Then why did he rush to help him? But still, the hero had a reason to do it. He began to remember all the events he had experienced with the guy. Cha Swinbin said he decided he would be a good fit as his manager. What does manager mean? What is he talking about? He thinks he's Neomask. What? Cha Swinbin decided to confess that he was Neomask. So what he's saying is that he's a real Neomask. He thinks you were in the bathroom. It wasn't even realized. But does he really think his appearance after the holy broadcast is his salvation? Is it a coincidence? Now that he says it, Cha Swinbin said the guy was naive, but he insisted on his point and asked where the proof was that he was indeed real. Cha Swinbin asked if he was already going to lie to him. He told him to stay away from the group. It ended up with them fighting. If he's really Neomask, he can hide the manager's identity and defeat the faction. Then other people, like Sunbin, won't be threatened by anything and won't break up the grouping. If he really was, he can call on other managers and editors. There will be no second chances. No one walks away alive, despite the channel's trial policy. The Neomask's channel does not accept reports of repeated attempts at hooliganism and illegal gerrymandering. Cha Swinbin hesitated and fell silent at this moment. But isn't it easier to accept both of them? Why choose just one? Cha Swinbin said he liked them both. Thank you. I prefer the main squad to be no more than 5, including himself. He's the one who said the perfect team. Doesn't that imply the top 5 coolest looking people? The girl looked at him at that moment. They must know the alias of Joseon Hell, be able to hide and hold their teeth against any number of enemies, be it 10 or 105. Nothing will happen to them. They form invulnerable angles of defense that allow for quick counterattacks. Is this some kind of foreign secret service trick or something? So we have to pick one. What's his criteria? Cha Swinbin has always said that it demands from them what himself does not have, and the variant was restrained. If a person can't keep secrets, the battle order will fall apart. That's why he's no good. Someone ruled by emotion is no different than a stupid bully. He'll ruin everything. He's like a manager, incompetent. Wasn't that fucking awesome? That's when Neon attached an action camera to himself, broke into the bully's apartment, beat 3 of them single-handedly, and saved the girl. And this moment is so hilarious. He came to the computer class to punish a bully, and for a second he was scared when he saw his brother there. And then it turned out that they were his fans, and they sent a complaint to get his autograph. And here's this video about solidarity. He caught some hooligans who wouldn't pay for their food, and made them eat until they threw up. Then they paid for everything they ate. At that moment, Kusajin came to the hospital to see a friend. He asked what they were doing, but the guy can't see it, and they can't play computer together. They're watching the Neomask channel here. At least the kid can't hear what's being said there. What was the matter with his face? Let him wait. It's time for them to go. Let Kusajin come here for 5 seconds. And they asked if he had fought with the group, but he said it wasn't them. He then asked, have you heard anything from the police? How much the group is an unofficial business? The police asked the students, who dares to talk after what happened? It's just his opinion, but the police should have tried to help for once. They wait until it gets to that point to call him in case of a fight or harassment. Easy to say, like she would wait for him to dial the police. Even if the jerk gets caught, they're out the very next day. Some cops even get annoyed if they call every time. He's just saying that adults don't care about their problem. The guy asked his friend if the other guys had already left his Saturday down and asked his friend how the surgery went. The doctor said that everything would be fine. He had nothing to worry about, but he asked when his parents were coming. He said after the cafe closes. The guy wanted to turn to the other, but at that moment, just to be on the safe side, don't let him even think about retaliating against the gang. The police have gotten involved, and the group won't be messing with their cafe for the time being. And then maybe he'll report it to Neomask. At that moment, the guy remembered Cha Swinbin and how incompetent he was. He immediately thought about it. At that moment, someone in a rage hit the monitor from the computer and it shattered. The other guy said he just had his hands in the wrong place. He suggested going to karaoke. He likes it there because everything is free for them thanks to Doomin. When they got out, they noticed some guy sitting on their motorcycle. Did it cause them to be disgruntled? Kusajin asked where their hideout was. At this point in this shelter, there were a lot of people gathered. There was music playing on my phone at this point, and there was a lot of money on the table. GM Jane, District First Manager, Kim Sang-yu, GM District 2nd Manager Park Dong-yu, Boram Residential Complex 3rd Manager, Yu Kwon-il. How much money was here this month? A lot of money. Have her send him a picture? He'll upload it and keep it hidden from the others. As soon as they're done calculating, they can take their cut. By the way, how many bikes has someone fixed? This dude's fixed over 10 this month alone. The universal range he made works wonders. It was all for him. He did a good job this month. It was really a lot. He should just take him out somewhere. Let him off his back. Spend it on a wheelchair for his mom. What a devoted son. The guy was surprised at this point. Have him call the manager of the shopping district. Jahan. At this point, everyone got the message. Who's that fatso? He's never seen him before. The guy said he was replacing Pai Mensa. Nobody cares if he's out there replacing P. Monsu. Or eat a plate. Doesn't he want to greet his superiors first? Did he make 3 million won for himself? After he sighed, they became furious. Is he out of his mind? Make him say it's his fault before they die because of him. Well, that's when he pushed him and told him he was lost. Yeah, he's really lost his mind. Wasn't he going to raise P. Monsu's kids when he became a vegetable? He's too kind, so they've gone rogue. What did he just say? When he freaks out, it's her turn. Her eyes don't pop out. Tell him to shut up. He tore up the money because P. Mensu believed in him. Did this guy tell him he was stronger or something? Or did he think he could handle him? But he didn't say that. Then he asks again, why the fuck does he behave like that in front of his superiors? At this point, he was furious and questioned why it was even bothering him. At this point, the guy looked at the head. He watched the situation carefully. After that, the guy couldn't stand it and kicked him in the leg. And then he grabbed his hair. He was really pissed off, and he said he really kicked it up a notch. They all went crazy. They think he's weak, talking to them nicely. He sees one more rat, and they'll all be vegetables for the rest of their fucking lives. Why are they all so serious? A loser who can't fight and shelter like a beggar. He's knocking on their door and they don't hear him. Who was that guy? Anyway, they noticed that their bikes were all lying around at this point. He's decided to fuck or what? He's dying to die, or he wants to be sent to a friend's room. He told him to slam it and called him a fucking pussy. Called criminals and bullies are setting themselves up to repeat after the tough guys. They think it is very cool to ride motorcycles without helmets, cutting others off on the road. They think they look stylish when they smoke their e-cigarettes that they bought with their salaries. They think getting tattoos with stolen money will make them stronger. That if they get together in big noisy groups, they'll all become fucking loyal. They're just pathetic stooges living in a world of people pleasers with rotten brains and a complete lack of ability to earn an honest living. The guy couldn't stand it and told them to inoculate themselves against the bastard. And then they all gang up on him? Well, the guy apparently wasn't afraid of them all. On the contrary, he was even smiling at that moment. Then, surprisingly, he simply began to run away. This asshole's taking off. Let them get him. At that moment, everyone began to approach him. After a species water and opponents, then others began to run up. The boy sighed heavily, ready to fight them. Then he took over and started knocking them down. The ringleader and a few other comrades watched everything from the sidelines. Is that the dude with the spike? Asshole, he's a pretty good fighter. He's looking at the fact that everything under his leadership is just fucking awesome. If they let this asshole go alive, they say he'll finish them all off. The guy was getting nervous at this point. Here comes the great return of Neomask. Today they have a new guest on the channel, an interview with a manager named Sadness. Sunbin said the first question is, are you a gun otaku? After sticking something in him, he immediately fell down. He started to say that his eyes were burning. His eyes started to melt. The second question is, can you even do anything without your guns? Then he fell again. And the third question is, do you have a girlfriend? At this moment, Chaswendin could observe some kind of drone in front of him. The drone also sputtered something on him at this point. What was that all about anyway? Neomask had to take a break for a day because it was covered in glue. There's no way to clean it. 5 years ago, the guy was just a regular high school kid. Instead of hitting someone, he was the kind of loser who'd get his ass kicked. Tired of it. One day, he accidentally beat one of the boys who was picking on him in a fight. After that, a known bully at their school, Kim Doomin, came to him on his own. He suggested they play soccer together. It all started with soccer that day. And he got into their game, where Edo played computer games on the slot machines, something he never did alone. He cheated his parents, who didn't care about him, and rocked up late at the parks. Everything seemed like some kind of exciting adventure. But soon the dude Stumin was hanging out with started questioning his credibility, testing him, whether they were teenagers or adults, in front of guys who could easily kick him with a knife. He couldn't indefinitely maintain his credibility with just bluffing, so he signed up for martial arts at a local gym and practiced like never before. A diligent bully, that's what he became. Ian peace up, the world will be in their hands. In high school, everyone obeyed him. All it took was a little pressure on them. When necessary, he could snap at adults as well. The teacher turned a blind eye to everything, and the police were silent, sending them home each time. The less often he got into fights, the more defiant the looks of the guys under him became. Once again, they decided he was bluffing, resulting in the guy decided to communicate with him like that. He's looking at the fact that everything under his leadership is just fucking awesome. What, is he scared or something? Never protects his place, no matter what it takes, and he will allow himself to be looked down upon. Now when life is over, this is the moment. The guy is already completely surrounded. One of them started attacking him from behind. The guy easily came back from that blow, and then he struck out on his own. The impact was really strong in his performance. Then another guy was ready to punch him and called him a fucking bastard. The guy quickly oriented himself and elbowed him. Then another decided to intervene and kicked him with his foot. After that he fell down. Two people started to beat him at once, but the guy easily grabbed the two by the legs and gave them a leg up. After that, he threw the two of them, and then he started kicking himself. Everyone was indeed watching him with horror at this moment. The guy was breathing heavily at this point. Seriously, even if he dies and comes back in the next life, he'll still never understand idiots like them. Why didn't they get up? Did they see what happened to their components and with themselves with fear or what? Kim Dooman, does he think anti-Seub will also get screwed or not? He said they would take a look. January Seub never loses. They were pathetic freaks. They were scared. They're all so weak. He wonders how they're still alive. But there are so many of them that he doesn't think his stamina will be enough for all of them. Just catch his breath, and he'll take out Kim Doomany. Just at that moment, someone kicked one of the guys. The guy quickly oriented himself and threw him out. Just at that moment, Seub took over, but the guy was not a bad guy either. He went on the attack, Seub said with a smile on his face, making sure the guy gets it. The guy was struggling to catch his breath at this point. He was having a hard time. He was ready to attack again, and then tried to hit him again, but Seub dodged. After that, he attacked him again. The blow was really strong, and Seub stepped back a few meters. He knew that bitch couldn't do shit. The guy asked if he had balls for sure. He broke free of Kim Seub's grip. Someone said that maybe he just doesn't know how to fight. The guy told him not to get upset. After all, their gang is just a bunch of bitches with no balls getting together. They should realize that they're in business for themselves. The value of his friend's eyes could not be repaid, even if they all plucked out their worthless eyes. So you fucking loser, it's about time you took your eyes, tongues and nails out with your teeth, and carried them here. He completely rolled Kim Soba. Such talk made him furious, and he began to approach. The guy was ready to fight him further and told him to come at him, calling him an industry bitch. Neomask diary. Today he beat up a bully because that asshole bullied students, including him, and the adults rebuked him. After all, they didn't see the bullies beating him. They only saw him beating them. He even told them how it really was, but they kept scolding him, repeating that he should talk to his elders. And when he asked them why they didn't reprimand the bullies, they said that those were always like that and it was better to just leave them alone. And then he asked what he would do when the bullies beat him, while the grown-ups couldn't see. Let him bear it. He is a big boy, and let him yell at them to get behind him, and then they will see that he can stand up for himself, is what they told him. It feels like only a person grows up with nothing but crap coming out of their mouth. And when an exhausted child endures it all, more and more he enjoys tormenting others, and doing it until he breaks down completely. Honestly, he doesn't understand why adults don't really know anything, or pretend they don't. Why are they asking well-meaning teenagers to learn the laws and understand the problems of the social order, and they themselves are so generous to the bullies and say that among teenagers all sorts of things happen. The only thing he wants is for no family to be harmed by criminals. And that's it. That's all they needed. Even if adults won't or can't do something themselves, is the only thing he wants to accomplish on his own. And whatever the reason, to his surprise, the guy had lost after all and was lying down at this point. The crane that was behind at this point could then be observed. Sunbin appeared to be watching the whole thing and said he would do it. So what happened to that guy already? I think his name is Shukusajin. For a week now, he has been undergoing a full course of treatment after being hurt by bullies. What adults thought was a child's fight or a friendly scuffle, it was actually total violence and trauma, robbery, property damage. threats, slander, insults. Even if he managed to defeat the entire Noppaku gang, it had hurt Kim Do-min's pride, and it didn't matter how well he handled it anymore. It was all useless. No one at school cares that Chukyu Sujin got hurt. At Billy's corpse, they care more about how his appearance will affect their reputation. Here's this moment. The man apologized for being late. There was something I had to check on. Where Cha Sunbin was. He was answered that he was meditating. At that moment, in one of the buildings, Kim Do-min walked into that building. It was some kind of bar where people played pool. There were also, of course, people who were drinking at this point. Trofan, Lee Yajin's second-grade manager, spotted Kim Do-min and said who on earth had come to see him. Yeah, he's all lit up today. Did something good happen or what? Something fucking good. Busy all day counting money. Did you see that picture on Insta or not? Of course I did. Awesome. Does she want to humiliate him or something? He asked where Minvi was. He was told that he was busy, so it did not come up. He's upstairs with Hack and Daniel. Should I call him or not? This is the moment he watched the guy fight on the broadcast. He said it was crap and let him forget it. That motherfucker, Kim Hack, the strongest in the minors, is a bullshit, book-fighting asshole. Let him listen to him. If he suddenly meets that stupid Kim Hyuk, he will definitely not live. He knows that. I'm their Do-man, the strongest in the group. But the guy corrected him and said he was the strongest in the whole country. The manager said, that's right, in the whole country? They've forgotten all that. Have them come up and say hello. This is Kim Do-man himself, the Hanim of Noppaku. It was nice to meet everyone. The guy asked what kind of idiots they were. The province isn't actually as famous as he is, of course, but they live like there's no tomorrow. And especially this guy would go around the neighborhood and beat someone up. But it was bullshit, and with that it decided to surprise him. Of course not. But they worked diligently on the video. It was so sweet for them. Daniel invited them personally, even sent a car to pick them up. Didn't he see that clip? They shot Tupac, the jerks in the schoolyard, when the dominoes and in front of the teacher tricked them. So it was them. Guys, they'll be living in luxury too. Just like Do-man. If some asshole I like, just fuck him off. And don't be afraid of Boomer's cops. He was really cool. Let him leave all the dirt on Do-man and Noppaku. The guy was talking about me at this point. Also let them leave it on Dallo and their faction. Asked if it's okay now. It's not like he can't see anything and doesn't want to tax it. He's done a good job. Let him leave it alone for now. And if things stay serious, he'll hire someone from the outside. It can be quite dangerous. Plus, troll family him. The guy didn't say yes. Yes, he's leaving. That's when one of the guys noticed him. He asked why it stinks so bad. Is he an asshole? Is he fish peddling or something? The guy at this point went into a rage. After a while, he was lying on the floor. The floor knocked down. Yeah, he was already a father. How could such an idiot who beat him beat the cops? Just like the rest of them. A fucking trial bully. After that, he slammed his head to the ground one more time. There was a creak of the door. Someone came in. It was the main Goroi that the man greeted. It's been a while since they've had a channel content meeting. He suggested discussing Noppaku, the special USA, Silicon Valley, View Tunnel headquarters. Since their founding, they have had many problems. The most serious of which is, it's a fact that many channels around the world try to idealize violent content that punishes criminals. The Neomask channel, the Do Unite channel, Better Children's TV Studios, Killjoys, and others. I mean, they know it all started with Neomask, but it's not about him at all. If they continue to ignore the activities of these channels, countless human rights advocates as well as other countries will start criticizing the police for another 7 days. Online registration for the Neomask channel will begin soon. Are they kidding or something? Seriously, they're not kidding him. It's going to be legendary. She has to see it. What's the matter? Here, the meeting is not over yet. It's all for him. So don't let him yank it, or she'll be fired. Where'd she go? She said she went to watch the Neomask broadcast. Let everyone in her path get out and don't dare interface with her. They realized that their company was finished. So how'd it go? Did Do-man beat up that red-haired kid or something? What's he got to do with it? He took care of him, an outsider from now on. He made sure to knock some common sense into his head after their skirmish. From him, it was probably already from. He is, thanks to Do-man and the bathhouse rests at the bar. He by and by, very grateful, but flattered on the level. Their friendship will last until death do them part. You bet. If someone pisses him off, just say the word and he'll kill them. The guy asked him if he would go today. He told him no today and see you tomorrow. At this point, he didn't start his motorcycle. Then I saw some kind of truck standing right in the middle of the road. He couldn't figure out what asshole put his car here. That's when someone committed to his face. He realized, what the hell, let him turn out the lights, what an idiot. Then he saw for more people show up. He was really scared, at this point starting to get nervous, and then he started leaving altogether. He realized he needed to get away as soon as possible. Well, of course, he started to get harassed at this point. He couldn't understand what was going on here at all. Then, at the expiration of circumstances, he went somewhere. He turned and saw that he was still being pursued as well. He didn't realize what kind of shit it was. Then he ran sharply into the room. Who was it? Bei Minsu, or was it Yu Yuinho? Who the hell dared to mess with Yang Tesub and Nopaku? He noticed something. That's where Cha Swinbin's company was located. Cha Swinbin brought the guy in at this point. He asked who they were. Did they want him to beat the shit out of them or something? You need to check the notification on your phone. 15 minutes until the Neomask channel starts broadcasting. Now the guy realized it. He said, he's an asshole. He stole practically 500,000 won from them. My parents had a store in their community. Even when they reported to the hospital, it didn't help for long. If they don't try to do it, he starts holding it in and even beating it. It doesn't cost anything else but to pay and do this marketing nonsense. He attacked his friend, still did him. Now their classmates are doing him too. He's just complaining because he can't help it. An acquaintance of his went to the same school with him in elementary school. He said that after playing soccer with him a few times, he became famous and became a bully in their gang. To the bullies who don't want to get betrayed by other bullies. January the sub, he didn't announce a reward for it because their channel wanted to beat it on its own. Wrapped in a magnificent glow, a new brainwave is emerging. That's when a lot of people were in the building. Then, out of nowhere, a microphone appeared. The girl wanted to address the guy at this point. She showed him the broadcast and asked, "Isn't that Tessup? It seems like the last broadcast was 100 million years ago. Let's not interview the manager. You'll find out what they think." First their powerful joy at what she has to say is clear. They heard her. Now sadness. The guy was also silent. Cha Swinbin thanked him. Now he asked about pleasure, and the man didn't know what to tell him. Cha Swinbin ironically thanked for the feedback. It was all his fault. Dumb nasty. This time he was the target. Shit has become a target. He's about to burst with this nonsense. Yeah, he even rankled the bullies. Or did he really think he was cool? Then why did he come here? He wants to fight. Let him come here. He wants the almighty Neomask to fight him. Or what about someone like him? Cha Swinbin called out to him at this moment. Then he asked, or he doesn't understand shit at all. The guy at this point, if really scared, and the kind of guy who plays the role of his toy well in those 30 minutes will determine whether he gets out of here on a stretcher or in a sack. Can call on his usual family of bullies if he wants to. Then we'll have to show up. Just have a few more backs ready. From the beginning, he knew it wasn't serious. Road as can be, get a stick and lose. Or so he thought. As many times as I've had to fight, these lacks have always made excuses, exaggerated their victories, and even those false to themselves, and self-confidence, avoided one-on-one fights. Defeating the gang meant that they would leave him alone forever, but there was a threat that they would want to come back. If the parasites in it are not eradicated and you can't get rid of them, they will start pestering again for a while until they die with you. Cha Swinbin was right. No matter how many bullies he beats, he can't beat them by himself. These bastards won't come back and accept their defeat, but they will only get worse. Moreover, with their new intelligence, they are not even capable of dialogue. It is hard to even call them human beings. It is impossible to get right with them alone. They were just like zombies. What's wrong with Kusajin? Even his friend is going to recover. He feels like his face is looking worse and worse every day. The guy's pretending to be fine. Let them get out of the way. And that liar beat him. He said he hit him when he got distracted. Have him look into the presence of this asshole. He was beaten after all. Does he want to fight? You piece of shit. Let him listen here. This dude's brother has been friends with the Nopaku gang since he was a kid. Does he want them to beat him up or something? The lame asshole felt in charge. Now these guys are starting to bully even the scumbags who were afraid of him. He's been through so much with you. He won't give up so easily. Why'd they hatch? Suckers. Then his friends immediately ran up to him, started asking him how so. Can't go on any longer? Does he want them to write about the Neomask? He just lets those bastards beat him up. Does he blame himself for what happened to his friend? Everyone knows it's not his fault. He cried and said it was his fault. There was someone on the roof of the Cellular Heart Hospital. No need to worry about his grandmother thanks to him. She is now being treated in a good hospital. Did they know? She used to sell fish at the market after all. They had it right by their convenient windows. Once in elementary school, He went to the store late at night to get something to eat. Some kids from his school were smoking near the market entrance. He didn't want to mess with them and tried to ignore them. Well, right at that moment there was an explosion in front of him. The culprits of the fire were those in the booth who got high and then started having fun and set fire to one of the stalls in the market. Part of the fire hit the news, and he wondered, if they're not being punished, maybe suffer as a family. So they can call, and they can at any time. He doesn't care whether he's a manager or an editor. The main thing is that he can continue to crush, to kill these parasites. In front of us is a typical bully January sub. He put up with challenging Neomask to a fight, but it won't be his opponent. This guy is full of rage, incredibly strong. He wants to finish off every bully he meets. He introduces their manager in a rage. At that moment, he began to approach. The girl wondered who this new manager was. The girl asked Cha Swindin Kaidahan, or is it Chuku Sajin? Let him guide them through the process. The editor is skillful enough to walkie-talkie. The manager should apply these sciences only when necessary and be restrained. Kaidahan was already their editor, and then he found Chuku Sajin. He arranged a test for them, but while one of them faithfully followed his instructions, the second one lost complete control of himself at the very last second. Yes, they are both awesome guys who fight to protect the weak, and yet he can't leave one fact out. The girl was watching the guy closely at this point. He was incompetent to be his manager. Afterward, the guy asked what he could do. Cha Swinbin said it was already too late, but the guy abruptly stopped him at that moment. He still believes in him. If he was completely disappointed, he wouldn't have come here and revealed his identity. What should he do? Or has the inspection already begun? All the publishing over his friend Cho Sumin has shifted to him to keep him safe. So to start with, let him fight those bullies, and losing to them like pathetic losers will be their most entertaining toy. Shows he's afraid of them. Let them mother them. Cries when they're going to kill him. Let him make them feel as cool as they want to feel. From that day forward, he would sink into a feeling of helplessness. For the first time in his life, the adults will start scolding him. He'll go off and roast. He's needed, losing even though he could have won. All he has to do is get a stick. He can't say how long it will last, maybe a whole year. The only thing he knows is that his life is going to be like hell. There's no need to feel bad, because it's gone through every victim of school violence. He'll just have to put up with it, keep his composure until Noppaku forgets about Cho Sumin, or he's the right one for him. At this point, the guy was apparently passing on. He changed his clothes at this point, and then walked out of the alley. They missed Cha Swinbin, and the protagonist ignored him. He kept his promise. Cha Swinbin was clearly happy about it. Afterward, Cha Swinbin high-fived his manager. Let Chuku Sajin wreak havoc. At the moment the battle was coming to a head, the new manager was ready to fight. Who's their new manager? Some new guy. He's so tall. They didn't just get a strong guy. They got a tough guy. He doesn't even have to talk. Still, it was frustrating. If only he'd held back that time. Where's his pickup? He wants him to fight that asshole. If he's young, wins, their new manager will let him go safely. Just a reminder that this is his last chance to stay alive. And he's just gonna let him go or what? So he gives his word. He said he'd let him go if he won. Well, what if he can't seriously do that? He's just insufferable. It's time. It's his fault for being so stupid. It's his fault. And he kept wondering who hadn't been caught. The fat man looked at the situation in a moment and realized that it was him. Somebody's gonna get smacked tonight. The guy at the moment was just sitting in the corner. What will Doom do with Tessub? Isn't there anything we can do to help him? Apparently, they're at some kind of gym. He began to read their group at this point. He got a message from an unknown number. If he wants to save him, have him come quickly. The address is a gym. The guy immediately realized that it was the Neomask. First, the broadcast was about 20 minutes long. Dooman and the other guys in the faction should have seen it by now. This hall isn't very far away, so they should be able to find it. He just needs to hold out until Dooman arrives. This guy is about to turn into a bloody vengeance. That's so let him not forget about his promise he made. He'll keep his promise. Let him try not to die. Cha Swinbin asked if the manager had joy or music ready. At this point, the music started playing. Cha Swinbin told her to turn up the volume. The girl basically turned up the volume as the guy asked. The girl liked the music too and started dancing a little. Fury at this point began to warm up. He eyed his opponent carefully. He had this really cool apartment. He's glad to meet you. He's Puck Juko. Without him, Neomask is like pantless. The girl asked the protagonist if they had already signed the contract. Apparently, she was Swinbin's sister. It was nice for them to meet. Cha Sunbin said that she is not his sister. Doesn't he know the manager of Joy? The guy said he knew this manager and looked at her. He was very much surprised. The girl asks if he wants her to punch him. In their encounter, he now sees that it is really her. He was pleased to meet him. His name was OK Taeyeon. He had heard about him. Next to him was a sad Kim Saha. The girl also introduced herself by name. She was in her 3rd year. He was so cool. He's awake. That's all that's left, a contract, and a contract of employment as a manager. The guy asked if he just needed to sign it, or if there was something he needed to know. Channel Neomask? Yes, it's a ghost ship that goes it alone. For those who have suffered uncompensated damages, a crime committed by bullies, for those who will have to live that life, for those people who will never get an apology. That's the reality for them, and their channel has become something of a comfort. Regardless, he's just another criminal. His death won't be pretty. One day, he'll either get caught by the police, killed in a fight, or end up in the clutches of some other Neomask altogether. He signs a contract with the channel under management. It is a guarantee of protection from managers and a number of others. Even if he suddenly dies, he doesn't have a new mask enough to make a difference, because in fact, everything goes to unknown teenagers. Then why did he even create this channel and fight the bullies so hard? Since kindergarten, when he didn't yet know how to write, he remembered one admonition: if you get lost, go to the nearest store or police station and ask adults to help. He thought that if he ever got really lost and didn't know what to do or how to get back, all he would have to do was just ask an adult for help. But when he lost all conscience, he constantly felt like a lost child. He still believes in those words. Well, since nothing had changed, he'd be glad if there was another way to ask for help. Please catch him. Let him get punched and make something up. Let them save people from bastards like him. Cha Sunbin said that he wasn't very smart, so nothing else came to his mind. No matter how it was, what he had lost could never be regained. If real adults pretend not to notice a violent psycho like him, then he'll have nothing to feel sorry for. That's why this canal is a ghost ship. This ship will never sail again. From the very beginning, its purpose was to sink. The guy looked at him at this point. Then she closed her eyes and tilted her head. He's decided to take stock and wants to say that he fights adults on purpose to get scolded. He was a bit dumb last time and not sure he got it right, but if he and his friend were caught, they would certainly have to be punished. The guy at this point smiled and looked at him. Then everyone fooled around together in class. The girl was telling him to keep them quiet. Then everyone walked out of the school together. One of the guys suggested we go to a restaurant. They were all in agreement. Of course, one day the girl, as always, was dissatisfied with something. There was also another girl there. The guy stood up at this point. He said they would do anything for it. The adults will figure something out. So, have them cook? Let the battle begin. The guy immediately started attacking and dropped his cloak right on top of him. After that, he shoved it at his opponent. Of course, he thought it would work, but right at this moment, to his surprise, nothing worked. After that, he decided to literally scare him during the battle. Apparently it worked, because the guy was really scared. Let them just watch. He told me they were all idiots. May he rest in peace. January the sub. In the end, their battle continued. But so far the manager and Fury have looked better. He threw the guy back a few meters. That's so cool. Man, did you see that aura of joy? Just like the warrior in Planet of the Apes who lost his friend, and the sight of her made his skin tingle. The guy was feeling pain at this point. Let him get up quicker, so he doesn't tell me he wasn't ready. He's waiting for him. The guy at this point wiped away the blood. He told the bastard to go to him. Let it cook, and they'll be ready. As soon as Cha Sunbin let it be known that they could start, the Fury manager launched an attack. Accepted it, but I didn't expect it, because I couldn't even do anything. At least he started throwing a series of punches. Afterward, the manager grabbed his arm, and then was ready to drop it. His actions were very sophisticated and professional. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Then the guy was lying on the floor. What's wrong with him? He's doing something stupid. He's too weak. Isn't this new manager too strong? There's nothing wrong with the manager's skills. It's just that this Tessub was a real wimp. That son of a bitch. Cha Sunbin said they could start again. After that, the guy grabbed the back of his opponent's head, but that didn't help him, and he tried to attack him. Here, a regular guy sensed something. As it turned out, he had something crunched at that moment. It was his ribs. They were surprised. He was holding it with one finger like that. That's fucking unusual. Cha Sunbin said it was a legendary finger cannon. The guy at this point was shaking all over and saying that his opponent was a bastard. He was furious and told the asshole to finally die. After that, the manager let him go, then grabbed him right by the hair. Then he started throwing a series of punches. The guy couldn't take it anymore and started telling the guy to stop. After that, Thesub was back on the floor. He was truly intimidated by his opponent. Cha Sunbin told him to get up and get up faster. He once again said the look in the girl's eyes was killing him. After that, he signaled again for the battle to begin. Let him keep on beating, but the guy was no longer taking anything out at all and kept falling to the floor. Then it got to the point where he could whiten his teeth. Of course he noticed it. The manager walked over to him and told him to get up. They hadn't started the fight properly yet. Cha Sunbin said that it was just soup, and he would have to live with it until dooming came. The guy was powerless for 6 months at this point. He could barely stand up, but he was shaking all over. Cha Sunbin told them to get ready again. After the manager was ready to attack, the guy said he was giving up. He asked the man to stop and admitted defeat. Cha Sunbin said that admitting defeat wasn't a bad thing for a jerk like him, but he knows what that means. The guy was still scared to death, but he didn't realize what had started to happen. Finally, Neom was in. The guy at this moment only wished that Doomin would hurry up and save him. Cha Sunbin said now, it's time for the execution. The guy now openly started shouting his friend's name. Then he noticed that the door had started to open. He started to ask who was there. Maybe it was the police. At that moment, the door opened completely. The boy was glad it was Doomin, and he had finally waited for him. The girls couldn't figure out where he'd gone. She hadn't noticed such a turn in the broadcast. He must have gone to save Kim Tae-seub. They're going to be okay after all. By now the doors were starting to open. Then the silhouette of some person could be observed. Cha Sunbin was also excited to see who it would be. The boy asked sadness, is that so? Do you think so too? The girl told the newcomer not to be afraid. Now he'll have to deal with situations like this often. The guy was glad it was his friend. He immediately started running outside. He knew he was coming to save him. It was in order for 100 shaking feet for a bored king. That's what was needed here. The guy finally got frustrated at this point and embarrassed himself. Cha Sunbin said that they had finally arrived. All was right. It was the team's way of doing things. You should always get a snack. Right, well, of course it's right. His lucky friends won a sponsor coupon for 11,000. It's time for them to eat and enjoy watching the broadcast too. They won a set of chicken legs from their sponsors Chicken Race promotion. Chicken Race chicken, it's healthy, fast shipping nationwide. Let them try it for themselves. They will fall in love with this chicken too. Since the situation changed, the guy just went to the restroom at that moment. But didn't he go to save Kim Tae-seub? He looked at them very surprised at this point. He couldn't understand why he should leave to save him. How delicious it was. She'd heard that he'd arranged a productive inspection before cooperating strongly. Most likely, he was checking to see if they had good food. Either way, he didn't miss a thing. He'll go and get some bags for the guys outside. He'll help. The guy was confused and scared even more at this point. Cha Sunbin asked him, or was he waiting for someone else? His little buddy left him. Such is the beautiful friendship and loyalty of Nopak. Although the astronomer is sure he sent them all addresses, they didn't even notify the police. What a loser he is. The boy with tears in his eyes started praying to be released. He was already soaking wet. He would look out the window at him. She had no other choice. There was no path, and sort of neither. He had to do it just to survive. When he was young, his family was ordinary. Cha Sunbin said something drifted in and called him an asshole. It doesn't care at all what kind of childhood he had. At least he knows what happened to him. If people who live a decent life are building their lives with all their might despite having grown up in the same world and conditions, he thinks of them that way, not as backward idiots. He thinks it's okay to ruin someone's vision just because no one listened to him. They ride bikes, and they're not run down there just like that in general. Now let him shut up. It's time to get to the main part of the show. Since 2345 we'll be climbing into the coffin. Not bad. He thought it up. We'll mail it on top. We believe. The guy started asking for someone to at least help him at this point. The newcomer asked Joy, is it time for me to stop him? Don't let the new guy twitch. If he goes to him now, they'll all be dead. The guy could understand what it all meant. All managers were editors. Prepare for the emergency break on his command. Everyone attack. Have the medical team ready to go as well. He couldn't understand what the emergency break meant. At this point, there was an emergency break button on my phone. If Neon loses control, the seeds and editors will unite to stop him. What he's trying to say is that he's still himself right now. What happens when he loses control? Then he'll smash anyone who gets in his way. It was a real nightmare. Yen Sub tried to defend himself. In order to live the life of the main blood was mercilessly beating him, so that even he became uncomfortable. Here it is, the real punishment of the Neomask. Just recently, he had seen the mask being put on by Cha Sunbin. But now, who's behind her? Cha Sunbin stopped at this moment. He continued to laugh at this point. If it wasn't for the rules of broadcasting, he would have ripped their heads off. The girl said for the medics to come this way, and he was getting nervous. Thank God it was alright this time. It's too early to relax. Like you never know when it's going to happen. The guy could understand what that meant. Cha Sunbin asked his friends if they had fun and could be calm, because the Neomask took care of that nasty bully. Down knows, the country is still left with countless students and working people who continue to be bullied. They think the news tells them everything, but there are actually so many crimes going on that they don't even know about. They can only imagine what is really going on. Adults are forever laboring. Every year, the number of assaults on teenagers gets lower and lower. They say that the country is becoming calmer, that they are willing to give second chances to those who have lost their way. Then I have a question. What about the victims of assault? Every year there are more and more of them. Each time, under the pretext that such attacks are isolated cases, they are not even mentioned in the news. Over time, we forget about them altogether and give the airwaves to other topics. Do they have any idea what these lunatics have in mind when they walk down the street in their herd? When they see someone walking all alone, whether it's a teenager or an adult, let them wake up. There will be no second chances for the victims. Let her stop thinking about numbers. If even a fate befalls their family, are they really going to be willing to overlook it and forget it because it's an isolated incident? Are they really proud of the fact that over 3,500 juveniles commit serious crimes? Let them stop comparing them to other countries and saying they have fewer crimes. It's better when they don't have any at all. Let them not forget that the victims of this isolated incident could be someone in their family. If they are adults, let them deal with the problem. They don't know what's right and what's wrong. Let them figure out how to prevent this from happening. At this point, he dropped the microphone. It broke. Cha Sunbin started laughing at this moment. Well, he thinks it won't come as a surprise to them, but he's decided something here. The crux of the problem is that there's trash who thinks crime is an accomplishment. He thinks being a bully is cool. As a result, in their culture, crime and hooliganism becomes a symbol of success, and everyone realizes what bastards contribute to that culture. He addresses all the so-called heroes of crime, and those behind the creation of the biggest bully gang in the country called the Troll Families. The Neomask declares war on all those who work for them, and to prove my point, he will destroy them himself. A major group in Eastern Seoul, the Opaku gang. He is calling on those who are ready to fight the strongest people in the country and around the world to join the fight. He is not their friend, nor is he a means to accelerate violence. But today he addresses all those who suffer because of adult indifference. He promises that he will protect each and every one of them. It's not just a battle between the Neomask clan and the bullies. It's a war of 8 well-meaning teenagers. 10 million subscribers to the Neomask channel against 70,000 bullies and criminals. This is the end of their broadcast. Let them think until tomorrow, while they go to bed in peace. And they, the lunatics, let them be afraid. His patience had run out. The live stream of the channel has been finalized. More information can be found on their video on the channel. In just half an hour, the video racked up an incredible number of views. The ambulance team, which was already on standby, took in Kim Tae-sub to the hospital. He was not fatally injured. His life was not in danger. However, the execution was not carried out on his body, but on his mind. Incredibly, he will live the rest of his life in fear. In such a state, Cha Sunbin placed his right hand on Opaka, Yan Kim Tae-soba, isolating him from society for a long time. The consequences were not long in coming. On the same day, following Cha Sunbin's declaration of war to all hooligan groups, organizations around the country were on the move, watching the channel and the situation unfold. All foreign channels supporting Neomask have officially expressed their support and willingness to join its ranks. And in just one night, there were over 30 new channels where bullies officially challenged Neomask to a fight. Because of the unconcealed fear, their many factions began to band together in alliances. Neomask has alarmed even organizations that have so far remained in the shadows, exploring what to expect from her next move. Isn't it time for them to prove themselves? He'll go into the hospital tomorrow after school. He gets paid a lot at his part-time job, so don't let him worry. He'll be fine in the afternoon or a couple hours. Anyone who wants out, let them go. He created the gang to die. Didn't she think he was any different today? She likes Neomask. She realizes he's trying to fix their society to protect the weak. Here's the weird thing, when he declared war, he had this expression like he was having fun, but for some reason it seemed to her that he was actually sad. The next day at Songdo Technical High School, someone was beating on the hallway at this point. Let everyone watch Kim Dooming came to school. This is after the Neomask broadcast, aka he openly stated he would finish off their gang. To make matters worse, all the bullies were here. Now even their leader is back at school. He took a vacation, came here, and what's he doing at school all of a sudden? He's got some business to take care of, and because of that bastard Neomask. At that point, he lined the people right up in the street. Let all those who watched the Neomask broadcast last night raise their hands. When one of them raised his hand, he immediately slapped him and asked him why he was looking at it. The assholes who didn't raise their hands didn't. They watched the broadcast. This time he hit and asked why he wasn't watching her. Those who watched the broadcast yesterday expecting something, let them listen to it carefully. Is Nopaka the one to finish off Neomask, or did they think they could relax now? Let them wake up. So those were his codes. What's the deal with the showdown? He doubts there were any idiots in the game who were spooked by last night's broadcast. Speaking of which, have him go see Sunil. At that moment, he noticed Bae Pai Man's behind a tree. He's got some good news. Wouldn't he like to hear it? U.S. National Park, before California's demise. At that moment, there was someone on the mountain. The man was dialed by one Katarina Sharma. Did he watch the Neomask broadcast? When is he going to stop cooperating with him? When will these school gangsters who piss off both Neomask and him disappear to a single person in the whole world? He's engaged in single attacks. An injustice. He really understands why she's helping him. But if he wins, the company is finished. He has a point. Well, here's one. What would his feet say to that? The guy was really worried at this point. He said he was afraid of him. Whenever he looks at it, he feels like he's looking at the embodiment of everything together in a human body. At this point, he went to some old school bus. Let him not forget it. He was the executioner of the Neomask channel. Neomask's independent channel surveillance servers. At this point, they are cooperating with him because they have no other choice for now. But if he ever crosses the line, he would destroy the channel without hesitation. He was the manager of the channel's independent server. A white hacker named Amir Sharma. Chukusajin was told to leave, and he would come back. He'll still be in hiding, or he's dead. What's he even doing here since it's his day off? She has no idea how hard his last days have been for him. He recalled moments when he was introduced as the new manager. He became the manager of the Neomask channel, manager of the famous Neon. Remember that moment, the look in that guy's eyes. At that moment, someone dialed him. He realized what training meant. The coach of the channel team, named Lee Gambam, greeted Chukusajin. He can't believe he's with him. He wants an autograph. He's a fan. What is it with him? Was the trainer once a famous martial artist? Doesn't he know Regenero Gunbam himself? 8 years ago, he came here to the northern part and confirmed each of the winners' competitions. From the beginning, he was recognized as a martial arts genius. Many wanted to get him for themselves. He talks too much, gets Coco, but you can tell he deserves it. What special moves does the team have? Direct kicks in the first half. But teach him. First you have to get rid of the shell. It's time to hatch out the egg. Let him try for a title. He'll see what he can do. He won't give in. But while he was saying that, Cha Swinbin had already attacked him. The guy couldn't figure out what it was, since they weren't even in the ring yet. Who will they fight against? How far is a martial artist? There will be no judging rules, and they'll run away if the advantage is on their side. And if they get stabbed, they don't go after those stronger than them anyway. They only attack when the opponent seems weaker. They will not hesitate to go at him with guns. It is better to say that if possible, they will call their own people to help. Does he understand now or not? He didn't say the fight would be in the ring. He needs to get rid of that and realize that as a manager, he's going to fight a fair fight. So that's what he meant. He understands now. Let Cha Swinbin hold on. This is the moment he stopped abruptly again before striking. In a moment, he decided to kick him. Cha Swinbin bounced back hard at this moment. At this point, he chuckled and said he thought they were fighting out of their minds that time. Cha Swinbin recalled the situation and said that was the case. It's the kind of fight he likes better than a scuffle with the pompous, tubby ones. But this time he can't prove himself. He's glad to meet someone different from the dumb bullies, someone he can just trade blows with. Cha Swinbin says it will be the first. Let him be careful. He was really excited for the battle. After that, they began to fight. Cha Swinbin was very surprised for some reason. The guy told him he wouldn't make it, as he thought Cha Swinbin's passive surpassed him. What's the matter? Let him put in a little effort. At this point, for some reason, the girl decided to intervene. The guy could see what was starting to happen. What's wrong with him? He fights like a dean. Or was he against a 2-on-1 fight? The guy wasn't disappointed at all. On the contrary, he lit up even more. Now he'll have to fight two opponents at once. If the two of them are going to attack him, they should be prepared to get hit back. At that point, they made a decision after all. Their movements were quite different from the ones he'd seen in movies about bullies. They were a bunch of people who got together to wave their fists without any strategy. But the girl and his character move very differently. He can come back from Jier, but he gets knocked out here by Cha Swinbin. On the other hand, if he's confident into the Cha Swinbin, he'll get knocked out by Jier. They don't defend themselves at all. Just keep attacking. There's not even a chance to respond. He knows that soon he will be fighting beside them. And then they would remain completely invulnerable, and his future would depend on the mere thought of it. Except now their opponent is him. Their bond he will destroy it. At that moment, he began to attack them as well. The girl and the guy noticed it. The coach himself was also surprised. The guy asked how they were doing, whether it upset them a little or not. Now they don't interface with each other. That's what he calls divide and conquer. But it didn't last long, and they didn't continue. He was surprised it happened behind his back. He was 100% sure they hadn't said a word to each other. While he was thinking about it, he'd already been hit. As the guy Saturday up, he was breathing heavily at this point. A coach came up to him and asked how it was doing. He held out his hand. The guy said they trashed him. How do they understand each other like that, without even a glance, without rules? Something new. He hadn't expected that. It would have been surprising if they'd been fought by the rules. That's how the fight with the bad guys will be. Let him learn that no one will shake his hand with love. No one will congratulate him on his victory, and no one will stop his opponent if he stops defending himself in time. And the opponents will be guys who will gladly maim him for no reason. You just have to fight them for the money that suits their needs, and fight them the way they should. Let him keep himself from getting trapped, and sometimes it's not necessary to engage in combat at all. He needs a reward system for that. Let him use others, even those who were once friends with him in the military. Once their service is over, they cut ties, holding on to their lives. It's all a bully's contrived loyalty. The phrase evaporates as soon as money is involved. So the SEPTA is at the top of the rankings in the reward system. The main troll farm representatives. It's where bullies who are overconfident go. They just post videos of themselves humiliating or maiming someone. Not even a foursome of games will make it into the rankings of their channel's awards system. It turns out there is no relationship between grouping and ranking. Interesting, isn't it? This is just a cover to mislead the group. Not everything is still their target, and soon they will realize that it's really all a ridiculous spectacle. At this point, they headed for the shower. The guy was greatly surprised that Cha Swinbin had those scars. But where did so many of them come from? Did he get them in a fight or something? Most of it was from training. What kind of practice is this? Did the coach throw you against the wall or something? Something's got him hot, and he's renting these bathhouses. Yeah, Khan's making a lot of money. The costs aren't that great, and barely could use a lot of stuff. So if he needs anything, including any information that interests him, let him speak up. Don't be shy. The thing is, the job he's being offered is far from the best, so he's obliged to do at least something, so he doesn't feel guilty about it. But there's something he'd like to know. He was curious to know what kind of guy that guy was. Cha Swinbin looked at him silently at this moment. They won't waste time on painless fighting techniques. They know the basics. They already have enough to destroy them. What he wants to teach them is cool strategy and basic physical stamina to back them up and effectively execute a humiliating comeback against the enemy, so that bullies can't even move if he is allowed to escape. These are the skills that impress everyone. It'll be even more useful if Shuku Sajin catches that guy. Let him train him properly. Cha Swinbin explained that the guy is the beginning and end of the channel. He has a Neomask, the strongest fighter in history and their worst enemy. He fought him once and lost to him. That guy, they call him crazy. A guy was walking down the street after practice. As far as he knows, among all the bully channels, the Neomask channel is the most famous and the strongest. Neomask had fought several opponents at once on his broadcasts, but so far, no one had ever defeated him. They might even admit that Cha Swinbin was trying to hide his loss. But why would this madman keep quiet about it? They've got it all figured out by the end. But if you look at everything objectively, the difference in strength between Cha Swinbin and him is that he's weaker, but the proportions of their abilities are somewhere around 6-4, and if you add it to the power of the manager's strengths, he can compare to them. Although we are relatively on par, still, it would be even more useful if Shuku Sujin caught that guy. In his opinion, the phrase didn't actually imply that he should catch the madman. Rather, since he was now part of the Neomask channel, it meant that it should fight the madman. If Neomask and Menjir could establish such a connection in movements, it meant that the 5-man team would stand a chance against him. Is he some kind of special forces supervillain or something? It's too early to relax. You never know when it will happen. Plus that time Cha Swinbin, the managers including him, and even the editors were all there, and not their own forces. And yet those words the girl said, did she mean the appearance of a madman or what? The guy really thought hard about it. He was very much confused. That's how he knew thinking wasn't his thing. The only thing he's sure of is that that guy is real. At that moment a car drove past him. Like Neomask said, he's the strongest in Korea. They were picked the wrong door to the leathercraft circle 2 blocks down. That answer is no. At this point, in the group space of operations, the guy walked in, sighing heavily. At that moment, someone approached him. He realized at once who it was. He was a first-grade manager, a youth mixed martial arts organization. Heard lately, his name was Kim Hyuk. It's been a while since they've seen each other. Chase the most dangerous sub-role? He asked, or sent Daniel, but it did. But he's not the type to stand idly by when he sees he's suddenly in the shit. The guy asked what in the shit meant. Is he insinuating he can't handle this Neomask's asshole or something? Don't let him deny it. That asshole. The whole world saw Tezup, or whatever his 6th man's name is, get his ass kicked on live TV. If he has nothing better to do, let him forget the faction and join their za. And they won't let them clean up a bit in the neighborhoods for them. He's still doing it all for the money, isn't he? He crunched his fingers momentarily, then knocked out his 6. He was furious, for his 6 had a fight next month. Of course, the guy was also furious at being hit. He said the asshole hit him. Is that how he wants to die? The little bastard. Or what? After that, he was immediately struck again. Then he simply began to be beaten. He let him go with him, because he said he hasn't seen Doomin in a long time, and he calls his friend a bastard. Let him know his place. He's the first manager and he's the 3rd. He has no right to talk to him like that. He apologized to the guy, told him to let it ring for him, let him forget it and get to the point faster. Of course, he doesn't doubt his skills. Daniel watches over him like a friend. Just him. These guys like him, Tai Soba, and Pai Mansu seriously don't know much, so they don't bother with him. Let him not get upset and try to figure out why they came in the first place. But he's been thinking, how about he takes Neomask on? He couldn't understand why the hell they even. He always wanted to fight that son of a bitch. Otherwise he'll beat him before it's his turn. Won't he? Let him fight him first. Is he messing with him now or what? His goals are too far gone. If he goes and fucks him off before he does, what will become of his reputation? Does he think he doesn't know how low-ranking faction bastards insult and look down on him or something? Let them listen carefully. Maybe make a profit on their gasoline when they want to. All of those assholes sitting on their parents' necks will soon all be on their knees before him. As for Neomask, he'll rip the damn mask off his damn face and throw it in the groupie pool. Let him wait. At this point in one edition, someone sighed heavily. The girl said she seriously couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, someone called. She greeted the visitor and he said he wanted to buy flowers. She asked what kind of flowers he was looking for. He would like a morning bouquet of poppy chrysanthemums. She believes these are grim events. Did this man like poppies or not? The man said his little sister was very fond of them. The girl turned around at that moment. As it turned out, it was Cha Swinbin. Let him have it. She decorated them as best she could. He thinks he'd like to pay by card. They don't have to pay. The store will close soon anyway. Let them not worry about it. It's just not a good place to do business. She'd rather have someone pick up those flowers or they'll wilt in the store. Rada beats a lot of schools. He was surprised to hear that things were going badly. There's just a bunch of hooligans nearby. Neo's fanatics, some marketing from them, and now it looks like they're not killing shoppers and students. Of course, Cha Swinbin immediately realized that it was no Baku's game. Even the regular customers who used to come in here to buy flowers for their soulmate stopped stopping by. Thought things might have gotten better if she'd held on a little longer and planned the renovation of the neighborhood next door. She opened this store with every last penny she had. She must be pretty unlucky. Cha Swinbin hesitated for a moment. He said there was a streamer, Neomask, who would kick the whole kin out of the neighborhood. Why shouldn't she wait a little longer? Cha Swinbin decided to explain who it was. Surprisingly, the girl said she knew who it was. It's pretty well known and is glimpsed in almost every store. She heard that he was a student himself. As an adult, she feels bad. There seems to be no way they can protect their students from bullies. Cha Swinbin thanked for the flowers. He thinks his sister will like it. That's when he came out with flowers in his hands. At this point, he thought for a moment, if it is something good, will his sister be proud of him? At this point, there was some kind of fight going on. Yuin-ho was telling him to chill out and stop, or he would actually really kill the bastard. What's that asshole all about again? He heard that guy laughing as he fell asleep in class. How did he even know that? Anyway, he came here on business already. Yeah, Doomin said they needed him. Right now, he just needed to convince Yuin-ho that this case they were going to offer him was worth it. Through perspective together, have P. Mensu also explain his plan to Sanjul, that Neomask bastard is running rampant all over the country, but they are limited to just one neighborhood. Do they know that there was a remodel in that neighborhood over there? No one lives there now, but they lived there when they were younger. If they fight here, there will be 3 properties, meaning he wants to move the fight to this neighborhood. By the way, if he messes up their bikes again, they know Doomin will really kill him this time. He's not done yet. If there is no Noppaku, who will deal with Neomask? Does he know the lunatics at Emo High School? Yuin-ho was in charge there. That boy who had crushed Neomask long ago. Did he know he was Yuin-ho's cousin? And he's a brainless jerk with control issues. It should be easy to manipulate him during the day. If his pride is hurt a little, I bet he'll ask to kill Neomask. And then the jerks from high school will follow him, so they don't get beaten up by him. There's also the guy screwing up Neomask. Even if those kids are so dumb, does he really think they won't take him on a new mask just because he ordered him to? But this pizza he keeps to himself. He doesn't even know that the guy has been accepted into Dujinpa. If anyone tries to contact him, they'll run into this faction. But now who can offer him better than the guy? He couldn't understand how he was talking. Had Yuin-ho been accepted into a real crime family or something? If he doesn't know anything, he can keep his mouth shut, asshole. Either way, all their faction needs to do is get additional support from afar. He's really impressed with the gang. What's without him? He's sorry he hurt him last time. Well, don't let him worry about it. He knows he meant well. That's why that's the one he's sending. The guy couldn't understand what he was talking about. Even though it will be high school students fighting, they are also putting the gang's name on the map. A representative should go and watch the situation. If those bastards and high school students can't defeat Neomask, then he'll finish the job. Heck's coming over to watch him the other day. Is Trollfam watching him or something? He thinks it's time for him to make a name for himself. Looks like he's got the attention of the gang. Everyone was very much surprised at this turn of events. That's what he realizes. Is he afraid of the Neomask or something? The guy came to the doctor afterward and asked, does he really want to die? If Neomask ever gets in his way, he'll break his skull. He's already let him take care of it. He trusts him. The guy replied rather tentatively that he would do anything. He'll then go at some fire to the burning asshole of those high school assholes. The guy asked how the hell is this asshole going to defeat Neomask? He's just an ignorant one dish. He knows all that. How would an asshole like that convince the high school bastards? Maybe he blew them a lot of dough. Of course, this asshole has nothing. So long since the gang started accepting them, these bastards have been walking on thin ice. Isn't it obvious how unhappy Yuin-ho is with what's happening now? They've had that violent bastard's number since middle school. That fat pig probably went through and complained about him, probably because Yuin-ho is willing to help him. And I want to see this asshole beat up Neomask so he'll shit blood. Personally, I paid to see it for myself. Here's the moment. As it turned out, some drone was watching them. Of course, it was Cha Swinbin. Yeah, is he really going to handle this on his own? One of them overplayed his hand and got pissed and got pussy. He suggested we talk later. It's okay. It's better to respect their friend's decision. Well, this way seems more amusing. At this point, the guy was saying he had a new mask. Bastard, let him come and fight him. Imo High School? The guy was walking down the street at this point. That guy Yuin-ho, the guys behind him better be from high school. If no Paku is playing small tricks, meaning these ones only know how to beat people up. He watched the video he sent him the other day. He watched the whole thing. What, all of a sudden, happened? The fucking bastard was staring at him. This is a video of Yuin-ho from their reward system. Someone recorded it and posted on social media. That's how it spread. This lunatic must be sitting on something. And on what? Someone could be like that. He's trash who doesn't give a shit about other people, walking around pushing people walking by. there's nothing to take away, and he'll keep it up until he's denounced. No matter what they tried to teach him a lesson. Do they know when to step up? The hardest part is creating a story for the streamer when he comes across these guys who have no motive. These animals do it because they're bored or just annoyed, and some just because they wanted to. Even if he is telling the truth, some viewers cannot understand and accept it. That such people actually exist. That's why there are disputes. Are streamers real or not? If Dooman is a thug with a whole lot of rights and money, Yunho is a psycho with management problems. Do they know what the punishment for this incident was? Who even cares if he was punished? Let enough high standing or low, whether he was educated, Leon or not, adults made the mistake of believing that such a dish could make a difference. What it means is that the animal walks around in circles as if nothing had happened. It led to this, and the so-called month. Well, Yunho is Jin Man's cousin, a guy he's gone after in the past. P. Mensu got wind of this, and pushed Yunho to join forces with their gang. Any one of them would have no problem taking this guy down. He's never fought him himself, but he can clearly see that he's just a well-fed animal with nothing but his size. That's understandable. However, if they're talking about Yunho, Pai Mensu, and 40 highly ranked high school guys, it's probably not the same thinking. To crush the Neomask channel with quantity. Even with 20 game 6s it was difficult, even though they were all lowly losers. And he's to the point that crowd fighting requires more than just strength, though he agrees that they can avoid this fight, even if there's a chance they might lose. That's a public challenge from Noppaku. How will he know if the Neomask has already become a symbol of sorts? Whether it is or not, he's taking some responsibility for it, so it's only better if he follows through. What does he need to do right now? Come up with something that will improve their chances just a little bit. Good thing he's hungry, so let him go home already, and they can grab some food on the way. He can go without him today. Gigio told him to walk the water home. There's a stream scheduled for today. Cha Sunbin welcomed the audience. It's been a long time since the hunt was recorded on their stream. Today they have Pai Mensu and the idiot from Emil High School teaming up. He came here today because he heard that there's a character who wants to hunt down Yunho. What is it? It feels like a mega jujus. He asked again who he was. What was such a know-nothing doing here? It was Kim Tamin, rank 67, from the hunt for Eugene Man. Why is he always offended? Let him repeat the video. He uploaded there he was harping on passersby and bragging about it in the video. What kind of imbecile is that? Anyway, how do they measure Bno's strength in fights? If they only call out guys that strong, let them work properly. He said he shouldn't see someone that strong, so he doesn't accidentally beat Yunho, because it would ruin his special stream event. It's true. How are they going to create hype if it's all lost by the time they start? What does he think he's recording these streams for in the first place? Let him try to think. And his position requires him to create hype around the mediocre asshole Yunho. He wants to get his ass kicked, and is gonna do it now. Let him wait a second. That bastard. Also, couldn't he be a little more tactful when sending requests for extra office equipment? Where does he think he's supposed to get an armored car? He said he'd get him anything he wanted. This is the first time he's ever recruited him. Let him understand the fine line between legal and illegal. Who does he think he is? Anyway, this Sama is annoying. Why didn't he go over and ask Joy instead? He's such a coward, always too scared to approach her, and for all intents and purposes, he wants death to slash at him. Anyway, they will discuss it later and try to come to an agreement. Why should he? He should tell Joy everything he said. It's all right now. Let him introduce himself again. What's his name again? He sighed heavily and said that the bastard was really ignoring him. Yunho realized that it was indeed Neomask, the little piece of shit. Cha Sunbin wondered if there was anything else he needed to ask. He had heard that he could fight, though he spent most of his time with those weaker than him, and said he was interested, but the video shows him hitting a student for looking at him. Then why doesn't he go after him? He asked what the man looked like. Too strong for him, or what? After that, the guy went into a rage and decided to attack him. Cha Sunbin was easily disemboweled. Apparently he'll have to do all the work himself eventually. After that, the guy grabbed Cha Sunbin's hands. This really surprised Cha Sunbin. He couldn't understand what was beginning to happen. He tried with all his might to resist him at this point. He still didn't understand what was going on. And after that, Yunho actually grabbed the protagonist by the neck. Let him not mess with that man if he doesn't want his neck broken. His partner asked if he needed help with that, but he was apparently fine and didn't need to do that. That asshole is the Sultan, our real villain, but he can't hear him. How about they try to talk it out? Neo doesn't want to fight. He has friends. After that, the guy started attacking him again. He was very angry with him. Cha Sunbin found an opportunity and struck him at that moment, then punched him in the face again. Cha Sunbin was surprised by something. The guy asked if it was supposed to hurt. That bastard is a fucking gorilla. Yunho really felt no pain and attacked Cha Sunbin. That little asshole keeps running around like a fucking mouse. The guy asked if he thought he was too fast. What's he even talking about? Christina doesn't think he's just a damn slow. Doesn't matter if it's the students or the old man. They're all losers with their cheap tricks. Need a good whipping. At this point, a guy decided to intervene. He asked if Yunho thought that if he was born a fucking gorilla, he had the right to ruin people's lives. That he thought he was cool just because he was the size of a container. He forgot they live in Jurassic World, or someone like Zevra's most lovelorn fatty. Either way, the brain is definitely pea-sized. Of course, because of this, he became enraged and began to attack him now. Then the guy raised his hand, but before he could do anything, Cha Sunbin began to attack him. The guy didn't expect this turn of events. Let him go no farther, and started. He'll get to it. Let him borrow it for a second. It was a hand grenade of sadness. When it shattered, the guy immediately felt pain in his eyes. Let him come here and fight him. As soon as his hands get to him, he's going to get his head ripped off. Is he going to get his head ripped off or what? Like he said earlier, they're only here today to see his skills in combat. They have to contact P. Mensu through the event. Later, they will see the group and the henchmen. At this point, his comrades begin to come running to him. What had just happened? Was it Neomask or something? I didn't get a notification about the stream. Is everything okay or did he even? Where were their assholes running around? Why are they only here now? At this point, the boys had already scurried away to a safe distance. What does Cha Sunbin think? Did he recognize what he wanted? He seemed simple, a typical bully who only relied on brute force. One thing is for sure, he and those he wants to avoid fighting if possible. This is the moment. Now he'd have to figure out how to improve their chances at least a little bit. I wonder how. This fight looks hopeless. Cha Sunbin never made contact with him after training. Maybe he hasn't thought of anything. At this point, someone had a lot of missed calls. Then some man appeared in the middle of the street, right there and behind the guy. He was going up to the apartment at that moment, then walked into it. But just at the moment, someone held the door open for him. The guy turned around to see who it was in the first place. And just at that moment, he was attacked. He clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Didn't even manage to react. Who is this guy? Anyway, did someone find out he was a manager or something? At that moment he was thrown into a shiver. The man asked why he wasn't picking up the phone. What does he think is stronger than him or his head? Let her cool down, please. Korea Military Academy of Special Security Service. Third year, Chumiri, Chuku Sajin's older sister. If she's going to beat him up every time she comes home, then let her get the hell out of the dorm already. Why'd she come home in the middle of the week? Did she come from practice or something? How does she like her new suit? It's killer, isn't it? Looks like a killer, not a bodyguard. After that, we were grabbed by the neck. She had to leave the training. There were too many fans. About 50 people. It felt like she was fighting with a crowd of animals. They almost knocked her down. His sister is so strong she can stand up to a crowd of 5. But in the commotion, she lost her keys. And her stupid little brother wouldn't answer the phone. Why doesn't she just memorize the access code to the apartment? Just a code. And she, all puffed up, can remember the house code herself? Is she serious? By the way, has she heard of Neomask? He'd like to ask her something. Is she talking about that guy in the Tsukajin jacket who pulled all that Noppaku shit on the streamer? Hopes he's not involved. Why would he get involved? He had just heard that he and Neomask were going to fight the emo gang from their neighborhood. He just wanted to ask her who she thought would win. The girl looked at him with a murderous gaze at that moment. Whose idea was that? Pai Mensu apparently announced the start on his streamer. Is that fat fuck still trying to pull something or what? That's what he was talking about. That sneaky asshole. When he was talking about Nopaka and Imo, does Neomask have to fight them in their neighborhood? What a pain in the ass. If it pisses her off so much, why not just deal with them herself? Who's going to be there? Yu Yinho, Pai Mensu, 40 people from the high school against the entire Neomask team. Then Amo will definitely win. What makes her so sure? Let him think for himself. Neomask and his 3 managers. No, if they have fury, that makes 4. Right, but even with all of his editors, that's about 9 people on his side. Out of 9 people in his team, they can be considered fighters. Jai, Aura, and Hiro for their physicality. He knows too much for someone who doesn't watch streamers. Anyone who deals with this realm knows these things. And obviously, the fight is going to take place in a neighborhood that's undergoing redevelopment. How did she know that? That fat asshole will probably try his best to gain an advantage, so the high school will likely ambush and wait it out, and Neomask and his squad will go straight into the westernmost part in unfamiliar territory. He's good at pretending to be invulnerable, but that doesn't mean he's really invulnerable. If he wants to win this fight, he has to move it to a place where the advantage is on his side. Or he'll have to hope that he can unbelievably defeat everyone on his own. Maybe it would be even better for the channel's image if he fought alone and lost. Looks like he's not looking for an easy way out. If she were him, she would have dealt with them before the stream started. The guy really thought about it. Either way, she sees that he has an itch in one place and wants to join the fight too. But if he tries to get in there, he doesn't have to worry about who wins because she'll finish him off. Let him try to wear her Sakajin jacket again. Cha Sunbin thought for a moment. At that moment, he wondered about that construction site. P. Mensu was outside at that moment. He couldn't figure out where his key was, and in a moment found him. At that moment, he saw another key of some sort on the floor. A man showed up and asked if he liked it. Cha Sunbin asked, "Does he keep taking so long to find his keys?" What, did he make a duplicate for him? Realized he couldn't beat everyone, so he decided to start with him beforehand. Or what? And why does he need his keys? Just make him touch it or the police will come. Make him slam it shut. The man who made the duplicate of the key told him something interesting, something about his threats and something about breaking and entering. So he asked him to settle it quietly, as he had done with his young child. It's like he's puffing his pants right now. I mean, it's just a joke, and there's no point in doing anything with him outside of the stream. His app doesn't have any other stumdum companies about the place they were talking about in the video. Do they know? It would be hard for even the police to get there. Doesn't he think it would be better to change the place for their own safety? The boy sighed at one point. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Scared or something? Afraid he can't win or something? Why would he agree? Does he like it? He comes in here and begs him to change his place. Then she'll definitely stay there. Does he realize that? What is it? That way they won't have to see who wins. Kusajin came to his friend at this moment. It looked like one eye had already recovered. The wound on that side wasn't as deep, so the bandages had already been removed. So when he's ready to go back to school, he'll have to lie here for a while longer. Let him tell him honestly that Neomask's dream had it tipped him off or something. The boy calmed down, for he thought he had already found out everything. He said, hadn't heard Yinti's testimony on the news. Yinti said she didn't contact anyone else, just did an interview, and that it wasn't just her that Nopaku was pestering. Anyone could have reported them to the Neomask. There was something he wanted to tell him. He asked what the man thought of the Neomask. Jonah is a definite hero, but to society he is a criminal. However, such criminals have always been popular in movies, books, and comics. Content can only become popular if it is in demand. Does he remember the show called The King of Fighters they used to watch as kids? There were bullies like that there too. The guy immediately came to mind. Even his sister had dyed her hair because of him. So he thinks the fact that the Neomask has become so popular signals that the problem is much larger and that many more people are connected to it. The boy sighed and wondered about his words about being in demand. Oh, by the way, has he watched the new videos recently? Doesn't believe a new mask was even possible for him. After he saw Kusajin, he was very much surprised. There will be a moment at the flower store. The girl noticed that the stars were so beautiful today. You can see them so well for days now. Has the air gotten cleaner? At that moment, she pulled out her cell phone. Maybe she really should watch the mask video. Make the school safer by getting rid of the gangsters. The western part of the city is controlled by a group of juveniles, aka Nopaku. They decrease their activity after the Neomask streams. Nopaku intimidate small business owners and demand money by attacking them for their loved ones. This criminal gang siphons off proceeds from store owners to cover the monstrous cost of marketing services. From the moment they got the video on their channel, they were afraid the police would find out and they would be found out. So they tried to hide from the public, shrinking back like little cowardly rats. This gang of cowards is run by the following characters. Their main Kim Doomin. Below him are Yen Tisab, Pai Mensu, and Jan Sunil. Together, they are responsible for the younger members of the gang. Most of the money is embezzled by the leadership and the junior members are paid the minimum wage. This is how they revel in their endless greed. And while police have opened a case and said they will take action against the gang, they are limited in their powers because of the juvenile offenders. The police also promised to look into the Neomask's activities, but some members of the public were of the opinion that the problem of violence in schools should be addressed first. This was the main reason for the appearance of the neon mask. When did they even have time to make this commercial? Well, he got so tense. Recently, Manhwa teamed up with a high school gang and started a war against the Neomask. In a nutshell, they claim it's a fair fight, but at the same time, they chose a convenient location that gives them an already huge advantage. Since it didn't ponder any longer, the Neomask decided to reply. He was in great shape. Since the gentleman had decided where the location would be and how many people they would bring, he would choose the date and time. They would meet exactly 1 week from today at 6 p.m. at the chosen location. The very first fight and all the way to the boss battle. He'll deal with them all on his own. What idiots. What the hell is he thinking? He got a message that the start of the fight would be here at 6 p.m. in a week. Only they sheet ads. Neomask in the know where the meeting place will be so the police won't find them. How did he get the idea? Did the Neomask freak out? All they have to do is wait a little while and he will avenge She-Man. Why did he even bring it up now? Did he just think he was coming onto him or something? Let him cool it. He knows what a fucker he is. What's it doing here? He's gonna tear him the fuck up. Just have him bring him here. Neomask doesn't know the neighborhood well. It doesn't matter how many tough guys this motherfucker brings in. They're going to come down one at a time and kick his ass. The guy came again in a rage and struck out. Better let him keep his Russian face off at all until he catches this Neo-fucker. The guy said he's got it all figured out. Looks like he wants to fuck him up right after the Neomask. He realizes he's G-Man's cousin, but they didn't seem to talk after that incident in high school. Well, when he changed schools, it's none of his damn business. If he got beaten up that easily, he should think about what it does to his reputation. He's in a bad mood, so let him stop pestering him. He's a fucking leader. Hedgehog, Manhwa, and Doomin are just using him this year to make themselves less of a mess. They don't really want to get involved, but he might go crazy if he tried to leave. Once upon a time he noticed that he was losing his patience for perfectly adequate reasons. His wife, however, is completely inadequate. He's just resigned to it because he realizes he has self-control issues. It's easier for him to deal with the case there than it is here, and he's just waiting to be able to graduate and leave. The builders noticed that there seemed to be some school kids hanging around. The guy at this point immediately noticed them. Let them ignore it because they are just taking measurements for demolition. They'll take a quick look and leave. So don't worry, they won't tell anyone they saw them here. So just let them stay out of the way. At one point he got everyone together and asked why Manhwa was fucking around so much. Doomin greeted the guy and said that this was their headquarters. He wanted to buy him a drink and let him drink as much as he liked. He started asking why he needed to do this. Instead of talking about it, he'd rather get rid of that pig. Manhwa. He was highly offended that after the Neomask hit him, he ran to him like a beaten dog. Of course, he's already screwed up twice in the Neomask showdown, and even Thesub got her. To be honest, it's a little annoying, but if he gets the Neomask sorted out, everyone will be very grateful to him. What's in it for him, though? It doesn't have to worry about that, since he's already agreed to cooperate with them. If the Neomask destroys the gang, he thinks they'll just forget about him. By the way, he heard that the reward for catching the Neomask had increased. It's now quite a large sum. I think it's 8 million won. In comparison, the reward for Jin-Man was 15 million won. However, he was eventually defeated. He's not even done yet, and he has no reason to fight here. So does he really have to fight right here, where there are plenty of hornets' nests? Didn't they hear the buzzing? He's sure he didn't freak out or make it up. He also saw a UFO here the other night. He had definitely noticed something strange when something flew fast near the harbor. Naturally, sometimes there would be lights flashing in the sky, but how could he even call it that? They think this is the best time to pull this shit. Or maybe they're counting on Nopak to send reinforcements. They better think twice before they start. Let her not worry about that. Would their leader let a chance like this slip away so easily? If he blows the Neomask this time, he can join Troll Fam. Doomin laughed at this point and asked the guy if he understood why they had to live like criminals. Does he remember the time when he was in middle school and an old lady complained constantly that he was smoking outside her house? Then they broke some windows, pranked a couple of families, pretending to know where her grandchildren's kindergarten was. The old lady was so scared she had panic attacks. That's what happens when someone mind their own business. Last year, an old man pissed him off so much with his cane that it pushed him. The old man fell, broke his hip, but who cares? He had an operation, and now he's fine. He heard that the girl he beat up on video had to change several schools because of a phobia. Is it their fault she's weak? Who the hell does this Neomask think he is? That he's the police or the law? What right does he have to judge them? He's denying their nature, their freedom. and also their rights. So let him help them get rid of the Neomask. A week later, something incredible happened in the remodeling area of Immel's hideout. The bastard just took off. It was the most unprecedented fight in the history of the channel. A 40-to-1 battle. Was it dead or something? He heard some kind of crack as he fell. The Neomask declaration of war showed how powerful he was. So it was a Neomask. You call that a punch? He remembered how easily the latter had fought him. Their favorite streamer, Dopey, was going to play off on today, but before she started, she heard that Neomask was going to fight alone against 40 people in a week. She found out about it while at school, where she saw a stream of the leader's strength assessment. He didn't even blink when Neomask hit him. Let them weigh in, don't fight in chat. Today they're going to appreciate the new Desires line of Neomask channel merch. They sent her several models of masks, hoodies, t-shirts, pants, backpacks, sneakers, and more. If they hate the Neomask so much, why don't they just ban the wearing of his merch in schools? Isn't that the most obvious way to get rid of both problems? Even if they catch the Neomask, he'll probably get off with minimal jail time. So that's the Neomask at only 10%. Isn't that a little harsh? At this point, the man got out of the car. Sunbin suggested that he eat the candy. If he feels bad, let him eat the candy bars. Why did she suddenly start giving him caramels? They give you a lot of energy. If that's the problem, have her explain the situation to him instead of feeding him candy. A team of medics, moderators, and drones are already in position. They're launching augmented reality. Let's get everyone ready. At this point, Manhwa asked if everyone had understood. There's only one entrance. As soon as he enters, have them start right away. Have them beat the bastard so he can't stand on his feet. Then take him to Ewing Hall. He'll have to finish him off. Are they seriously going to stream this? Let him get away from them. It's finally happening. Her brother's going to be famous. What's he doing in there? Get his ass inside. You heard what he said to him. The guy at this point called them names. The girl starts counting down to the meeting. Everyone was getting ready for the stream to start. The guy at this point wanted to address Neo. Does he remember what he said to him yesterday? Of course he remembers it. Let him leave the cleanup to them, and he's gonna give them hell. The Neomask stream is coming soon. It's starting. Let's get everyone ready. Where did this music come from? Who did it? Have them turn off the music? For audience favorites Neomasks, and in honor of the hard work of Manhwa, who gathered 40 bullies from Immel's school here, he will reveal to him, his lovable fool, a very big secret. Do they know the huge difference between them and Sunbin? Let them rack their brains and watch, just as long as they don't fart. Then what is it? Anyway, at that moment, Sunbin leaned over slightly, and then he collapsed. They couldn't understand what had happened. They didn't hear any cracking sound when he fell. Everyone couldn't understand what was beginning to happen. At this point, bright-colored smoke began to be used. They didn't immediately realize what it was. They're distinguished by their intelligence. Sunbin began to use smoke at this moment, and she advises watching the stream carefully from beginning to end. After all, he hadn't seen Neomask in real combat yet. Where did he go at this point? Sunbin then appeared, rising abruptly, and began to attack. The first guy was hit by his attack. He then threw a series of punches at him. Then it went straight up into the air. Sunbin is ready to launch his next attack. They all couldn't figure out where he was and couldn't do anything about it. Where did he even come from? Manhwa said he came in through the main entrance. He came in through the main entrance. He told them it started at 6 p.m., but it didn't say he was coming at 6 p.m. He came here early in the morning. It was so scary. He doesn't want to stream because of the ghost brooches. He was scared and lonely. He's cold. He's hungry. He could starve to death. Maybe we should just get them here early. The place was filthy and smelly. How they love to make these places their lair. It's a real turn on. Why do they hang out here? Is it because he's lonely? Or do they really need a secret hideout? Anyway, he thanked the guy. He invited him to such a great place. He wonders if Sunbin can handle it or not. All he does is sit in the room. Does he master some martial art he doesn't know about? He doesn't think it can be called a martial art. But don't let him worry. In Neo mode, he'd say something like this. 40-to-1. If he's up against 40 bitches, they'll figure out how to win somehow. How they shit themselves silly. At this point, drones were watching and filming the whole thing. But they kept a close eye on everything. He was right behind him. Let him watch. What's he so hysterical about? He didn't get beat up that badly on the stream. Make him stop pissing him off. He'll come and kill him. He doesn't know anything about him. He's a total freak. Why is he so scared? At that moment, he snatched the phone from him. If any of them get a beating from him, Mask better not show up at school. It's a streaming cell phone. Let him call them some other way. At this point, the smoke had already filled almost the entire street. Cha Sunbin was ready to attack. One of the guys couldn't figure out where Cha Sunbin was at all. Then he appeared very abruptly, and the man didn't even have time to react. After that, Cha Sunbin started dragging him behind him somewhere, and then he threw it on the floor. Cha Sunbin began to breathe heavily. The guy at this moment was extremely nervous when he saw Cha Sunbin's silhouette. Cha Sunbin appeared right in front of him and said that he would be next. "Let him come over," he said. "They're not fighting him because they want to. They're just following Yuinhao's orders." "What a traitorous bitch." He complained that Yuinhao made them fight. There were 40 of them, and they could have just dealt with him themselves. The guy couldn't understand what he was talking about. Cha Sunbin slapped him and asked him if they had thought about it. At this point they really wondered, why can't 40 men beat one man? He's hiding in the smoke. They can't see him. Let them just throw themselves at him. It's just smoke. At that moment, they rushed at Cha Sunbin, and he asked what they wanted. He then picked one of them up and asked if he had decided to play bullfighting. After that, the guy crashed into the other guy. Cha Sunbin turned his attention to something, then put his head down. Neo is making chops out of them. It won't be long before he reaches his limit. The girl asked if he had installed the app. Cha Sunbin walked further and said, "How long do they have to go there? Did someone from the neighboring district come here or something?" Cha Sunbin sadly said that he couldn't take it anymore and they were moving on to phase 2. At that moment, he slapped his hand sadly. "Let her think about the situation. This is no Paku's neighborhood. If this company isn't connected to their shared business, they won't be able to figure out where they are. What the hell is going on with them? They don't have to prove anything if it's not important. Now they're arguing over food or something." The girl told him to shut up, but I wish it was milder. They're not eating spicy sausages today. What the hell happened to his most responsible moderator? This has gone too far. He can't believe they're arguing about this now. He's having a rough day. Let them just let him order what he wants. Selfish idiot. He'll go crazy with them. Make sure they don't break the van there. Let Neomask listen intently. Cha Sunbin is glad that even though they are furious, they are listening to what he has to say. He wants them to add 20,000 won to their order. He doesn't care about that at all right now. Are any of them going to hear this or not? Cha Sunbin realized that this was the last smoke bomb. They saw it all and realized they needed to act. Cha Sunbin said they are moving into phase 2 whether they like it or not. Let him keep running. Soon they will separate into groups, exhausted, slow, and fast. If he wants to get to Yuinhao, he's going to have to get someone to stop the chase. He needs to start with the fastest ones. They're right behind him. Those who remained, let them take care of the others. He ordered jam common for 5 people. Can they concentrate for even a minute? Are they finishing their food or what? Fury asked what phase 2 was. Street assault. This was Neo's territory. Cha Sunbin abruptly stopped at this moment and returned. He put his foot under one of the boards, then lifted her up, and at that moment, he immediately slew 2 opponents. He used all the power he had at that moment. Then they realized they were about to fall, and then they went down. Sadness noted that this tactic originated in the early 90s and was used in turf wars in countries with high crime rates. During skirmishes, there were not enough weapons for everyone, so someone came up with a way to confront an armed opponent with their bare hands. Most people's first thought would be martial arts, etched weapons, money, or at least something to use as a weapon. I wonder if anyone wants to know what Cha Sunbin is going to use as a weapon, or, more importantly, how far he is willing to go in using those weapons. Double combo, triple combo. Who would have thought? This isn't a movie. How can he stand up to the crowd of 40 people by himself? Neomask is completely rampant, but thinking back, he's always been like this. A berserker on the battlefield, a king of bloodshed, and yet surprisingly calculating. Where the hell does he get his energy from? Any normal person would be exhausted by now. Rumor has it he was a former professional athlete. They can't confirm these rumors yet, but this makes him look even more unbelievable. Mensu told them to finally stop. He's already a dead man, arrogant piece of shit. He doesn't realize what he's gotten himself into. That if Dooman finds out, he won't be able to take sides. And in what way is that his problem? The guy was nervous and didn't know what to say to him. Is there anything he would like to do with his life? The boy didn't understand what it meant. Did he have any plans for the future? He would like to manage them all in the future. He interjected, "What? By them all?" At this point, he started pulling something out. After he apologizes, let him go and learn how to run a business from this man. If he says he was the one who recommended him, here he is not teaching him some things, but will provide a part-time job. It was his choice. Did he want to be Dooman's henchman or his informant? He agreed and said he would tell everything he knew. He made the right choice. He doesn't want to see him ever again. The sub said for Neon to wait. He's sure he already knows. The guy that Pai Mensu dragged in is on the same level as Dooman. No matter how strong his team is, they're trying to overpower Yuinho and the Emerald Academy fighters. He was such a tightwad, it's already over. You idiot! The guy at this point was watching intently. Did the bastard run away or something? He hasn't seen him anywhere. Why the fuck are they still doing this? They're just gonna go home. Let him shut up. Let him pretend to look for him. If Yuinho gets angry, he'll come after him before his new mask is released. At this point, he looked into the trash can. He was asked if he was there, but he didn't know what to say. It's not like he thinks he could really be there. Right at this moment, it appeared that Cha Sunbin was indeed there. They were very much surprised that he was there. Cha Sunbin punched him and said it was a memory-wiping punch. He fell to the ground. Cha Sunbin came out and said that they're unloved fashionista here. Born inexplicably, he was told that his clothes were similar to his. There's no difference between his shabby clothes and his. He heard that not far from here, he was downstairs. What the fuck was that all about? What is that? Some kind of homeless guy or something? But it was a Neomask. Let him have it, damn it. He didn't think they'd get here so fast. Somebody let him go and block him from the other side. Cha Sunbin jumped up at this moment, and then literally was able to jump on the roof. Just at that moment, a guy was trying to sneak up on him. He yelled to the other guys to cover him. Cha Sunbin said as he entered from the main entrance. P. Mensu was nervous at this moment. He was very nervous at this point. At that point, he started running off somewhere. Doomin was on the phone and said everything was fine. Just needed to wear him down before taking the case. P. Mensu said that there were no more people left here. That if he beat Yuinho, he's getting on his nerves. Who's scarier, Dooman or Yuinho? If he says it's okay, then it's okay. Just let him do his job and don't leave him idle. 5 days until the battle with Emerald Academy. Someone asked, or he fell again. Let him keep his temper. Why can't he walk normally? Maybe they should go to the hospital. He continued to stagger and mutter to himself. He was just thinking about something. What was he thinking about so hard that he didn't notice he'd hit the wall? Cha Sunbin grabbed the rebar at that moment, then threw it right at them. The two of them got what they deserved. One of them said he thought his jaw was broken. He couldn't move his mouth if it was broken. At this moment, Cha Sunbin continued to move. They noticed it, of course. Where's he hiding? He's sure it was around here somewhere. Just at that moment, one of the servants grabbed him. He pressed him against the bars. Cha Sunbin laughed and asked, has he given up yet? After that, Cha Sunbin punched him right in the face. This blow was so hard that the guy couldn't stand it and fell over in pain. After that, they started running. They then watched Cha Sunbin fight their friend. They were very surprised at how strong he was. Don't let him move. After that, the guy and Cha Sunbin ended up on the roof. Cha Sunbin then started jumping around and saying that they would see each other again. But at the very last moment, he grabbed the edge of the roof and then carefully jumped to the ground. Then he started running. When he had time to figure out the layout of the neighborhood when he brought him home, time stayed in the room. He hadn't noticed anything strange when he'd taken him home last week, but at first it seemed normal, and then he'd crash into something for no reason. There were times he would jump over objects, even if there was nothing there, and he also always took nausea pills with him. The guy confirmed that he took nausea pills with him. At this point, the guy thought for a moment, and his body may have been home last week, but his consciousness was elsewhere, and his mind was right there. The girl asked the criminal hero, is he home today? Let him listen when she talks to him. Cha Sunbin asked at this moment if the girl was P. Monsu. The girl then grabbed him by the throat, and he started apologizing for not recognizing her. His ability to focus is incredible. If he combined it with his studies, he could be accepted to any university. He could say the same thing to her. You don't have to cook for him. Better to focus on her studies. If he suggests taking nausea pills on an empty stomach, if he skates off, she'll pay him to do it. She knows she can't prevent what he's doing. But at the end of the day, let him try to eat well while he's alive. Cha Sunbin was really upset at this moment. Still, Cha Sunbin thanked her for the food. The girl noticed his pills at that moment. Then she went into his room. He uploaded a 360-degree video and 3D map, adding an additional area to the east. He thanked Mr. Tak who watched it in VR mode. Technology is very advanced now. You can even make maps with these devices. These are not toys, he said. They are drones and 3D scanners. He paid the company, but then thanked them personally. They had a hard time measuring every inch of the area. Sunbin said he understood everything, but wouldn't it be healthier to just go and practice there? Nausea can be a bit of an inconvenience, but don't let him worry. He'll be able to navigate there as if he's been there his whole life. Thanks to this high-quality video, he realized that street skirmishes require not only physical strength, but also the ability to capitalize and take advantage of your surroundings. So I repeat, the hit and run tactic will help you defeat any number of enemies. For them, yes, but for him it's a little different. Let P. Mansu and Yuinho come out to play, was what Sunbin said, and Fury asked the girl what she meant. Street skirmishes require physical strength and knowledge of the environment. He has that, plus teammates, big brands, businesses, and technology on his side. And finally, he can choose the time and place of the fight. Everything he can think of is at his disposal. Neomask pretends to be invincible, but that doesn't mean he's really invincible. His sister was wrong. Neomask doesn't act like he's invincible. He only pretends he can beat them up to make sure more people try to overpower him. He's pretending he can't be defeated. Should he go there now? At that moment, someone got out of the car. The man said he was going to be away for a while and could check on the way back to see if Muwon was supporting them. What does she want him to do? She won't listen to him anyway. So what's not going to do at all? Are they going to come down to him, or does he need to go up to them? The guy had come to be furious with the bastard. Let them hurry up and come down. His legs were already starting to get tired. Was he unreal? Could he really handle 40 guys or what? He had been running for about an hour, but he didn't look tired at all. He sees that, if he thinks about it logically, there's no way he couldn't be tired after all that running and fighting. Maybe he is. He tries to hide it, for his legs are trembling. Sunbin time, and they're getting involved in a knee bar. He said cheerfully that he needed her to recall all the drones one by one when they went offline. Have her switch to the rear camera and be ready to change phase. At that moment, something was thrown at him. Sunbin raised his head to see who it was. It was P. Mansu, as it turned out, throwing bricks. What a low-grade piece of garbage. After that, Yuinho immediately attacked him. Fury couldn't figure out what the hell it was. Sunbin was surprised to be knocked off his feet at this moment. He asked him, or did he enjoy fighting a bunch of suckers? What a shitty character he blamed for them being defeated. Now he calls them a bunch of suckers. Sunbin immediately began to attack him at this moment, but it didn't have much success, and the guy used his foot to toss him with ease. Sunbin was lying down again at this moment. The manager furiously asked the girl what they should do. Shouldn't they bowl and fight like they're supposed to? The girl asked him how he thought Sunbin was tired or pretending to be tired. She's completely out of ideas. But doesn't she worry? Sadness said Neon is moving again. He's trying some bullshit again, or that is going to wear him down or what? Sunbin stood up and began to come to his senses. Then he noticed a container of some sort. The guy asked, or is he serious? That miserable bastard is really desperate. There's nowhere to hide. He didn't do shit before, so why is he so quiet now? Sunbin still continued to remain silent at this moment. He said he needed to focus. At this point, the container began to close. The guy was quite surprised at this turn of events. As it turned out, it was a man who closed the container and said the two of them were having fun. What the fuck is this? Get him to open the fucking door. The Thunder Chief mentally struck him in the back of the head at this moment. The guy, of course, was furious at this. Sunbin said he had better pay attention. After that, he began throwing a series of punches. What a bastard. And the punches are much harder now. He's sure they were weaker before. The guy realized he had to do something about it and decided to attack. After that, he threw a punch right in the face. One thing is clear, he's the type of person who will avoid a fight whenever possible. It reminded him of something that had happened a long time ago. It was around the time he wanted to get a little stronger. A man approached the head game warden, and he should have stayed home if he was so tired. But he said he was fine, just very grateful that he was giving him a job. He can use a cart today. It's just flat furniture delivery, so it's no big deal if he moves a little bit of everything around. They only have one cart, so it's better to let him use it. He'll just make a few runs. It would have been better if he had been involved in high school athletics. Art school. Abin didn't talk about her. If referred to an art school, she won't offer a discount. She may even qualify for a grant. If she doesn't have art supplies, she can refer to it. Let her not worry about it. That would be great. Ever since elementary school, she had been an outcast, but Abin had always supported her. So why would it do something like this? But all her friends are going to art school. Let him not be stupid. Finish his food and go to bed. And he still has to go to work. Let her not worry about those things. She's going to work part-time as soon as she's old enough. You can't talk to your big brother like that. Even if her art school takes care of it, he still has to deal with her college tuition. Even if she works hard to get a paycheck, he's not sure if she's getting paid for living expenses, and she'll need to get permission if she wants to vacation with friends. He was glad to meet him. His name is Sunbin. He was told to come here. He had heard good things about him. Sunbin began to roll up his sleeves at this moment, but his hands were shaking very badly at this point. He was striking something. He was clearly having a hard time. It was clear by the look of it that something was happening to him. Sunbin said that everyone thinks he relies on speed to win, but he's actually pretty strong. At this point in the container, as it turned out, there was also a camera there. Sunbin said that he was quite strong. A man at this point, everyone had already finished eating as she said, Muon keeping an eye on him. At this point in the car, someone was eating rolls at that moment. They don't realize, no matter how many times Tons tells him how serious the plastic waste problem is, if they would just see how much trash their recycling team collects. The girl asked, or if someone would help tell him to shut up. Cheetah, stop listening to Muon's nonsense and get to work. Joy should learn about this plastic recycling too. Still, she couldn't stand it and told him to shut up. Oh shit, if he knocks Yuinho out, he'll be next. Maybe he should just go downstairs and run away. But what if he ran into a Neomask downstairs? He'd pull the crap out of him. Let them all shut their mouths. They wouldn't say it to his face if they were here. What the hell are they doing out there? Stop sitting around doing nothing and let everyone go to the construction site. The Neomask is almost here. Fuck that. He's going off on her. The dog. He better not come here. He's sure to get der Pai Mansa's ass later. Neomask. He was a bastard. He'll blow his head off. But at that moment, someone knocked him out. It really was very abrupt and fast. As it turned out, it was the manager of his new mask. Then he just threw it. When all the others came running, they were surprised. If they want to go home, cars soon to help at the entrance. Let them show them their injuries and quietly scoot home. At this point, the girl also sprang into action. She started throwing a series of punches at one of the guys, then began to use her legs for battle. Let them not try to stall when they've already lost. As it turned out, it was two girls, and one of them asked, or they figured it out. Then the whole pack started running. When they came running, they couldn't realize who they were. Get them out of the way. Then in a moment something was splashed on them. Of course, they immediately felt the pain in their eyes. Of course, it was sadness. Then the manager and Fury took action as well. Who were they? Anyway, they were Reeds. They're here for crowd control. He's here to get rid of them. At this point in the container, of course, their battle continued. The full hero was hitting the guy harder and harder. Yuinho clearly didn't expect this turn of events. Although Sunbin's mask was slightly broken, but he continued to bat, Yuinho started to run at Sunbin directly. Thus at this moment, Sunbin simply walked around him from behind at this moment, and then he took an elbow strike. He then abruptly stopped the guy at that point. Sunbin pushed him at this moment. Then it knocked me off my feet. Yuinho, of course, was losing in this situation. Sunbin then hit him on the head with all his might. The guy felt a wearable pain at this point, then accepted that he was grabbed by his clothes, then threw it against the wall of the container. They both started to get up. The guy told Sunbin that he was a little bastard. He knew this mask was really expensive or not. So what of it? Does she want him to pay for it or something? No, he just wanted him to know that. Aren't they cute? Let them go home. Play games with the losers. They're side ones. This garbage can't even be recycled. Is it a dumpster or something? I can't take out all the trash they had. The only guys left are the guys they left the others. How come they're up against these aggressive guys? They're left with all these assholes like Manhwa. But it's not quite like that. They've been beaten up by the Neomask, and now they want to get even with them because they look weak. There's only 3 of them, so that's how it is. At that moment, one of them was ready to attack. The guy wasn't afraid of them at all. He was confident in his abilities, and then he started throwing a series of punches at anyone who got in his way. No one could even get close, let alone approach, even hit it. And the guy was throwing punches with ease at this point. One of them could not stand on his feet at all at this point and began to fall. Then Yaro started attacking as well. Nuruk was also fighting them at this point. One of them came. Yaro was ready to attack him. Here's the moment the guy spotted him, and with that, he easily broke his arm. Warming up from such pain, the guy immediately fell over. If they think they look weak, let them try to beat them. Sadness looked at them at this point. Judging by the way they fight, I'm really surprised Neon was worried. At this point, he started sputtering that acid again. Then he also started using bombs. They couldn't figure out what it was at all. Of course, everyone's eyes began to burn at this point. It was a cheap trick. Here he is, a bastard. Why should he care? They were the only ones who wanted marriage at the time who said go home. Cha Swinbin and his boyfriend were walking up at this moment. Holy shit, who does he think he is? At this moment, Cha Swinbin is so is. After that punch, Cha Swinbin wondered if he would ever shut up at all, which stops him from getting into a fight, or if he was really sad to have his ass kicked by the likes of him. Yuinho became furious at such words and said that he was a little brat, but Cha Swinbin at this moment easily stopped him and pinned him against the wall. Cha Swinbin asked, or so it made his heart race. After that, the guy was once again in anticipation of something unknown from Cha Swinbin. Cha Swinbin takes a punch right to his ribcage. After that, the guy also started attacking him. The main one came back. After that, Yuinho grabbed his head, then literally started cracking his head open like a watermelon. Cha Swinbin asked, or he never watched his video. After that, he began to attack again. He literally attacked him with his finger. The guy had already started begging and telling him to wait and stop. He told him to stop. Cha Swinbin said he didn't have much time. Let the guy go to him. Who does he think he is? Police or what? Even the sucker he kicked, his ass is silent. So why does he keep getting involved? Who is he, anyway? Some kind of hero or something? Does he throw out the trash because the trash bag is empty? What is he even talking about? He's just a garbage bag that was thrown in the dump with the trash. Cha Swinbin asked, or he does realize it, doesn't he? If one of them dies, no one will betray it. That asshole has completely lost his mind. He knows Dujin Pa is behind him. If he touches him, does he seriously think Duji Pan would go to the trouble for such a piece of shit, cleaning up after him? Even if he stays alive, there's still no one waiting for him at home. The guy went into a rage after saying that. Then very loud noises in the container began to pass. Then they started hitting all the walls that were there. Steam started coming out of it. At this point they must have finished, for there was silence, and the doors from the container opened. And from there, Cha Swinbin came out. Immediately, right after he came out, he fell to the ground. Then the main shot, someone approached the main shot. As it turned out, it was P. Mensu. He then opened the second door of the container. Holy crap, that screaming Yabra was killed despite its size, and he needs to deal with these bastards right now. Then swing to hit Cha Sunbin. That's exactly when the hero woke up, and after that, immediately kicked him in the leg. The guy expected this turn of events. He's been hanging around for a while now. He's got no shame at all. The guy got really scared at this point. Then he decided to throw it straight with his foot. And right after that, as soon as Cha Swinbin fell out, the guy started running away. Cha Swinbin started laughing after that. He dialed Duman and said now was the time. He asked if it was true, how the situation was around here. Yuinho was destroyed, but Neomask was completely exhausted. If he sent help, they could probably deal with him now. Everything is going according to his plan. This is the gang base moment. P. Mensu came in. At that moment, he asked where is Dumin and saw Nil's location here. This was the moment he saw it in the bag on the table. As soon as he reached for them, the guy immediately noticed. He grabbed his arm to prevent him from grabbing the money. He asked what he was even doing. Was it for his mother's hospital bills? So what does the little sod think he's going to do? Is he gonna take them away? And what could he even do? After that, he shoved him with his foot. Even the Neomask is scared to death of him. He thinks Dumin will be around, and he further wished him luck in sucking it up. Once the Neomask arrives, Dumin will be finished? Yes, that's right. The Neomask can't reflect anymore, so let him take care of it. He heard him say that he would be finished when his new mask arrived. At this point, it's unclear where. No, Paku doesn't need a troublemaker like him. Let him go, and let him get fucked up like Yuinho. At this point, the guy was very much afraid. Cha Swinbin asked him if he hadn't learned a lesson from watching the stream with Tezub. Dumin isn't coming to help him. Instead, he's going somewhere fun. The guy realized the setting was shit. He should have called the police. And just at that moment, his cell phone went off. He realized what now awaited him. He didn't know what to do in these situations, what he should do. He started banging on the building where there was a sign that said because of this. To minors they would be closed for 2 months, but then reopen. Temporarily closed, thanks to the sweet marriage of some teenagers. They are forcibly on vacation. They're closed thanks to a group of minors who came in after 2 and drank about 380,001 before getting rowdy. They liked to get drunk for free while the owner was away and forged documents to be allowed to be here. Then, while drunk, they said they had no money. It's not normal. This kind of action is ruining their lives. Kitchen utensils and part of the house were destroyed. So they are all together asking that this be the last time they do this. The guy realized the situation was shit. That's when he noticed that there was a girl working in one of the stores. The girl greeted the guy as he walked in. The guy, of course, was on edge at this point. The girl immediately realized he was one of the guys from the marketing firm. He said let her call the police, but the girl didn't know what he was talking about. Then he grabbed her and angrily told her to call the fucking police. The girl was terrified at this point. She then slapped him and asked how dare he snap at her. Just at that moment, someone was laughing very loudly. It was Cha Sunbin who came in and said he had never seen someone with one face and a bouquet of flowers before. After that, the guy became furious and started hitting him. But Cha Sunbin was certainly no slouch. He immediately launched a counterattack. The girl was very much surprised. Cha Sunbin had never thought of colors as a weapon, but now he wanted to try it too. He apologized to the girl. The girl immediately remembered this card. Cha Sunbin said he would make up for all the damage caused. What he was trying to accomplish was to make a mess and create chaos. He thought that if Himmel and Opaku came, things would change. The day will become his, or he will be amused. Let him answer him to help him understand what is going on. He knew how much money he had spent on this fight. He broke through 40 people and was able to defeat the bosses. After all, he could at least say that. After that, the guy threw it at him in the Ancien. He then tried to escape, but Cha Sunbin prevented him from doing so. Cha Sunbin punched him right on the back of the head. Then he threw it at him again. Great. He expected the man to say something, so let them skip the short conversation. The guy started dodging these attacks that were flying in his direction. Cha Sunbin began to say that he had done his best to try to talk to him. Is that so much to ask? Just let him leave people alone. Let him leave them alone at last. Does it seem unfair for him to live quietly like the rest of the people? He chose the location. He chose the number of people who would go with him. And they even had to deal with those who showed up outside. How much longer do he think they'll put up with this? He better close his eyes or he'll regret it. Roses are red. Violets are blue. Life is shit. Just like. The guy started telling him to stop and stop all this. Cha Sunbin wouldn't listen to him and told him to shut his filthy mouth. At this point, the girl intervened. She's not trying to protect those who are destroying her business. Cha Sunbin said that it would pay for all the flowers while it was still here. Why doesn't she do some repairs around here? She must have suffered a lot from those bastards. Cha Sunbin was surprised that she didn't have to pay for the flowers. Does it really look like she's protecting this sucker in his eyes? Cha Sunbin was a little confused as to what she was referring to. The guy went into a rage again. Then he shoved the girl. The girl, of course, began to fall, but Cha Sunbin grabbed her hair just in time. He managed to prevent her from falling, but she still felt the pain and thanked Cha Sunbin. And then Cha Sunbin began to walk away. The girl was still trying to recover from what was happening here. Cha Sunbin couldn't figure out where he was going. For someone with such short legs, he was moving quite fast. Just at that moment, he noticed something. The guy was already on a bike and with a gun in his hands. He said, Cha Sunbin must die. After that, Cha Sunbin began to feel nervous. Kusajin started yelling and asking where Sunbin was. The girl asked what all the fuss was about, whether it was true that he was going to fight the Immol Academy alone or not. What does it matter if it's true or not? What does it say? There's no way he can take on 40 men by himself. He doesn't understand anything. Why doesn't he ever tell him what's going on? Is that such a big deal? Just have him take a paycheck and pretend he didn't see how he can just ignore it. The girl looked at him at that moment. He was furious and wanted to really find out the whole truth. Ladder had to the address she just posted. The guy apparently recognized the place immediately. He said he can't leave it like that. Let him go and look at this girl's face. Then he will find out why Cha Sunbin is doing this and what he can do. He is burdened by looking at his sister's picture for more than an hour. It's not normal for him to keep looking at it for more than an hour either. Now that he's come here, he thinks he understands why he was like this. He's trying to get there. As much as he's not sure it's not about his sister, using revenge as a means of motivation doesn't really appeal to him. He continues to feel as if Yadin might be somewhere in good health. That's why he's not out for revenge. He's the kind of person who wants to protect other people. It doesn't matter how old they are or who they are. He knows she's his sister. She wasn't the last victim, so it wouldn't happen again. He's going to have to overpower him. He said he understood what he wanted to do. That's right. He knows. So you better be ready. He's not allowed to lose to anyone until he overcomes it himself. Did he understand everything? A week later, the issue came out with highlights of the 40-1 battle. The defeated P. Mensu was also present there. And, of course, Manhwa was there. Someone was watching this moment. It was Sujin's sister, and she was asking if this was happening now. They finally got what they deserved. He joins the logistics team on Monday and Tuesday, then monitors the websites on Wednesday and Thursday, then oversees the CEO and conducts market research on Friday and Saturday. He has so much more to learn. He should have been watching startup video tutorials instead of fooling around all the time. Doomin abruptly appeared and asked how Kim T-sub was doing. He was very much surprised that he was at this point. The guy asked him when he was discharged. He was going to sell it to the hospital. He said he was literally just watching a streamer the other day, and if he had known it would be so hard for him, he would have come to help him. It's so weird. He definitely sent out their location to everyone in Opaka. He called Heck and a few other members of Troll Fam to organize a game meeting, because P. Mensa had been kicked to the curb, but some new members needed to be brought in. To celebrate his recovery, Soen's couple put together a bike for him, but the boy confesses to him that he is leaving the gang and is going to lead a quiet life. Doomin was quite surprised at this turn of events. He asked if the guy was scared of the neon mask, and the guy honestly said he was. Let him see who's scarier, him or the neon mask. He's scary so it doesn't know what he's going to do next. But the neon mask is scarier because it knows how far it can go. People like them don't stand a chance against her. Neon Mask is that motherfucker. Real bullshit news. Then he wanted to tell him something. He listened to him intently at this point. Then let him just die. In this moment of accepting everything as it is, maybe he'll at least go for a checkup or something. Did he know how him Mr. Puck had been wallowing when he lay down with a fever? He was only getting a few bruises. Honestly, he was fine. At that moment, he received a text message on his phone. The guy asked if something was wrong. Then the two of them went somewhere together. They were both already out of tune. Then they saw Kim T-sub in front of them, and he was still alive. He didn't stand a chance. Was it Doomin or who? It looks like he'd had a good shot at his head a few times, so let him be patient for a bit longer. It was very embarrassing. Is that all they had to say or what? Isn't he a famous thug in this area? Who is he? Anyway, just let him answer him how he's feeling right now. He said he was filled with regret for being a friend. He had homework assigned to him by the CEO. She said that if he worked hard and graduated, she would let him work for her company. He thought he could finally get out and get rid of this shit. He was Sumin's friend, after all. Let him remember his name again. The guy then told Kusajin that he was very sorry. Have him tell his friend that he is very sorry. He was an idiot. The man asks what a bunch of rotten bastards did that Walt just wants to leave their gang and live an honest life. Cha Swinbin asked the guy if he was free today. He was free today. At this point, the man was approached. Cha Swinbin said that he would like him to call a general meeting. He wants him to set up all the moderators and editors. Chief Bruce said, not really. He literally wants everyone. This is the moment at the gang base. Doomin, as always, Saturday and gathered people. Why do they have to be here when Opaku picks new leaders? This is going to be fun. Doesn't he want to find out who the new leader will be? He's sure he just wants to fight them, as if anyone can stand in front of him in this little paradise. What's going to get picked? Let the leaders pick up the phone if they think they're the right feat. He saw Tessub and Pai Mensu being destroyed. They're getting fucked. If they call for volunteers, didn't they think it would be cool? Doomin will give them a bike. Are they mocking him or something? Doesn't anyone have the balls to put their hand up? He'll do it again. If they think they're good in a fight, let them step up. At this point, some sort of car could be seen approaching. They couldn't figure out what the hell it was. Then some man showed up and asked if he was looking for someone who was good at fighting. Let him get his ass over here. Doomin, Susan, let him forget the streamers and all that shit. He'll die today. Cha Swinbin said that Doomin was a piece of shit. Cha Swinbin told him to forget the streamers and all that shit. He's going to die today. The guy was surprised that he saw the Neon Mask here and now. At this point, there was some chaos. Then other people from the Neon Mask crew got involved. Doomin was able to observe all the chaos around him. The guy's eyes lit up at this point. After all, he wanted to join but was stopped. Let him keep it simple. Everyone was scared to death of the situation. They decided to run away, thinking it was time for them to get the hell out of here. But at that moment, someone appeared in front of them. They couldn't figure out what the fuck it was, and they were asked if they were from Nopaku, a gang of motherfuckers, and who everyone says is in for a disappointment. The recycling team. Their task is blocked. One of the guys said with a smile on his face that he understood. Cha Swinbin was standing still at this moment. The guy said he'd chop him into pieces. Let him stand still. And right at that moment, Cha Swinbin pulled his weapon from him, and then literally drove that weapon into his forehead. Cha Swinbin then began to approach Doomin. At that moment, someone approached him. Let him go and fight him. He was a fan. His name is Kim Hyuk. If he knows him. Cha Swinbin gave the command for the others to deal with him. And then 3 people started attacking him at once. Rage managers have noticed something. The guy said it was cool to finally meet them. He's a fan too. Cha Swinbin grabbed the table at this moment, and then used it by hitting the guy. Then some more added strength with his legs. The guy didn't expect this turn of events. It didn't seem to him that it wouldn't take 2 minutes to the complete destruction of his gang. He thought he'd left him alone because he'd attacked something like that, but he was just a nobody. At this moment, Cha Swinbin could watch as the guy flipped the girl off. The guy was really laughing like crazy at this point. He then took his punch, but the man easily dodged it. The manager was bewildered, but had not expected his quick movement. He realized he was too strong, like some kind of machine. At this point, there was nothing he could do against him at all. Then Kim Hyuk noticed something. He said it was a big disappointment. Cha Swinbin said that he was so stubborn. Something wasn't right. Is it hard to watch his buddy get the shit beaten out of him or what? The guy asked if he was talking about Doomin and added that he wasn't his friend. He just tolerated it because it was fun to watch the worst one try to get out. This dude isn't just strong, so fast that no one could react. He's also tough enough to withstand his blows. He might even be stronger than a Neomask. The guy thought to himself that Cha Swinbin didn't do that. He was on a whole other level. At this point, everyone gathered outside. There was a fierce battle going on between them. He's almost done with what they have here. It's Kim Hyuk. He thinks he wants to fight Neon. Why are they both standing here? Have them go over there and stop him. Didn't she see how he had just defeated them? The only one who can stop him is a Neomask, and he's probably too strong even for him. At this moment, the guy started attacking Cha Sunbin. But at that moment, he noticed something. He grabbed his arm sharply and told him to wait. They were surprised that he managed to grab his arm. Kim Hyuk said it won't work that way. They'll fight when he heals his hands. And he immediately remembered the moment he'd pulled the weapon from the guy. 2 months should be enough. What about summer vacation? He should be pumped up by then. After watching his fight with Manhwa and judging from his movements right now, he won't be able to defeat him. He's confident now. He knows it himself. Cha Swinbin suddenly at this moment simply remained silent. Let him not worry. He really wants to fight him one-on-one, but he can't pick the place and time. He will personally take care of anyone who tries to interface. Alright then, he'll pick a day and give it his best shot. Let her not rave so much. She has conditions if he wins. Of course, the guy wondered what the condition was. If he wins, he'll reveal his identity to him. The guy asked, was that a promise? The girl walked up to him and asked him what he was even thinking. Why he was letting him go. Couldn't destroy Heck today, since it always does. But Cha Swinbin told Joy's manager that this was not the case at all. He's going to fight the Neomask. He's sure he's jealous of him. He doesn't care anymore. He'd better tell Daniel himself. Cha Swinbin said he was the one letting them go. It looked like they'd already taken care of everything themselves, which was why she'd said to stop hanging around. Were they to do so, they could still go and deal with them, though it would be inconvenient come out. Now is the time to go back. At that moment, the girl noticed the manager of the rage. She may have realized something, but she didn't. They simply had no choice. At this point, the guy was telling his mom that he would start working again as soon as he got better. At this point, everyone was looking for P. Mensu and saying that he was dead if they found him. This case is the son of Neomask. What's going to happen to their gang now? Didn't he see how Doomin got beaten up? No one could have foreseen that the Neomask would gather everyone and take over their base. At this point, the guy got out from under the door. He sighed heavily at this point. He remembered the words of an apparently now ex-friend about just putting up with him because it was fun to watch the worst fucker try to work his way up. At this point in time, elsewhere, 3 people gathered in the street. The guy asked him, had the Neomask agreed to go up against him one-on-one? Wasn't that great? What were his terms? He couldn't agree to fight without some conditions of his own. The guy started telling them his terms. Is he serious now? He's completely nuts. That's just like him. Troll will get shut down if they do what he says. But that's not going to happen. The group wouldn't go to one so easily. He would want to know the identity of the Neomask after their friend defeats him. More importantly, the reason they call Heck the strongest is because it is. By the way, what he was reading was an invitation or something. Had to be from afar. At this point, I was sitting in my room thinking about something. His gaze was full of anxiety. He wasn't the only one who invited. Hong Kong. Things were going really well for the Neomask channel. He already has 12 million subscribers. They can't lose to him. They need to work harder. Look out, tunnel. Continental night. He was coming down the stairs. Everyone was surprised. Forehand they closed the door. He said it was closed. At that moment, the stranger was looking at the photograph. The picture showed just the right person. He said he thought he was looking for them alone. In the man's hands was a string. He still hasn't said anything. Though, South Korea International Airport. One of the planes landed. Katrina was informed that they were in place. Please have them send luggage. Rent a hotel and a car. The girl was clearly energized. It's been a long time. Maybe they should pay that jerk a visit. That was Catherine Sharma and Amir Sharma. Choswon-bin's company was heading somewhere. The girl greeted everyone. She said it's been a long time since they've seen each other happily and called her a Korean nerd. Yes, really, it's been a long time. American nerd. She heard she's been taking Korean lessons, but it doesn't seem to be paying off. Takao was asked if he had saved a lot of money yet. Thanks to him, he had time for himself. And of course, Choswon-bin told the boss, as it turned out, that they hadn't seen each other in a while, called them to a meeting, so they came. But why are they here? Last year, his channel had 1.2 million subscribers, and his videos averaged 3 million views each. This year he already has 12 million subscribers, but video views are still around 3 million. They came all this way to tell them off. Let her pay for the gas, they'll go back. Right now, she thinks it's about 5,000 won. What 5,000? What is she talking about? She knows she's Sunbin's boss. She's also 10 years older than her. She's just doing things the American way, adapting to him. Maybe they'll move closer to the case before he destroys the Neomask channel. It wouldn't cost him anything to hack in and destroy it remotely. Choswon-bin said not to threaten him. The guy at this point started pulling out some kind of briefcase. This is the new battle suit for Neomask. It is made of military-grade fabric and graphene, making it bullet impenetrable. Does he like it? It would hurt like hell if it took even a millimeter bullet, but he wouldn't die, judging by the fact that it's not only durable but bulletproof. They came all this way to give it away. Is this all about this invitation or what? The woman answered nothing, only waved her head at him. So long ago, all Continental Knights were eliminated. The girl asked, was it serious? Weren't they all students of a martial arts school? Choswon-bin asked the girl if she could step out for a few minutes. He asked her nicely. Choswon-bin asked if they were okay. The police arrived in time, so no one died, but everyone was beaten almost to death. Definitely whoever did this wanted them to suffer. Choswon-bin asked if the MMM faction was behind it. She did not know who eliminated them. However, whether it was the handiwork of this mafia group or try it directly was not certain, but clearly professionals. But they're sure MMM is behind this attack. It's an international criminal gang using teenagers as role models for Trollfam and the First Organization to plan a street attack on his channel. At first they tried to recruit Continental Knight, tried to contact them through her, but Continental Knight refused. They attacked Continental Knight to make an example of it. They're showing their willingness to take on whoever gets in their way when they go out into the country. This should be seen as a warning of what will happen if he confronts them. The fact that they aren't reaching out to him means they've probably already been in contact with the Trollfam. That's how they usually operate. They can also annex an existing group to use it as a springboard. If you are refused, they create separate groups and eliminate existing ones. Doesn't he think that his channel with 12 million subscribers, vast network, and the group with the most influence over teenagers in this country might be more attractive ways for this organization to infiltrate the country? He'd like to focus on Trollfam right now, assuming both give permission of course, but that's out of the question. Even if they try to stop the flow of information to NMM, they have their own ways of monitoring his channel. His sister had learned her lesson after what happened with the Continental Knight. She pretended to be an employee. That's why she personally came to warn him. That was the only way it was possible after what he had gotten. She is pretty sure she's told him this before, but those bastards are responsible for what happened to Amir's legs. He didn't even think her channel support was free or anything like that. From now on, they wouldn't just be hunting a bunch of bad guys. They'd be putting their lives on the line. If some members of his team shouldn't be a part of this bloodshed, he'd better send them away. It's time to pay your debt. The character just looked in the moment. At this point, in the gang's base of operations, someone was having a snack at this point. Did he think he left them alone out of fear of him or what? He just tolerated it because it was funny. Well, fucking funny? Then as the useless asshole tries to claw his way to the top, someone came to a rage at this point. It was Doomin asking if he thought that was how it would end. No, Paku was still in the game. At that moment, someone approached him. He said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Let them just see where they stand. They can't even look. Suddenly, the store owners have now merged. They're just a couple of suckers sitting in the fucking park. It was all the fault of the Neomasks. Min at this point thought for a moment. Anyway, what did he do? He didn't have much to do, so he went to school. It's actually quite tiring to cover his asses, but he's not worried. He's going to get no pocket back soon. Well, how about that? They'll need bikes to draw people in, but that bastard took them with him. They can't just get more. How's he gonna do that? It doesn't look like he's saving money, so shut up. They have a secret weapon that Neomask doesn't know. He thought of one of the guys at that moment. The guy instantly realized what he was talking about. Fortunately, there are no signs of infection, so proper level of treatment. He said thank you for that. From now on, let her try not to do stupid things like trying to grab or barehand him. To her surprise, she called him a Neomask. It was the director of a family medical clinic named Haruhiro. To Kyle's wife, Sunbin thanked. The man thanked her beloved. He was telling him not to expose himself. The woman then asked if they could talk. What the hell was he doing when he was seriously injured? Sunbin asked the girl if it might be better to leave now. She then asked if he was going to take over MMM. Amir showed her the data. From the looks of it, it's syndication. He is not ready to confront them yet. That's what he thought. He wasn't going to underestimate them, so don't let him worry. When did he start listening to her? He thinks he's had plenty of time to think it over. At this time in the audience, Kusajin was practicing at this moment. He stood and breathed deeply. He recalled all the moments from the battle with Kim Hyuk. He was also getting that moment. He was next to Kim Hyuk. Sujin tried his best to resist him at this point, but he had absolutely nothing going for him. Yes, he's better than him. Then he piled his whole body on top of him. After that, the guy fell to the floor. He then started getting punched. The guy at this point seemed like he was learning. Then he realized that no enemy was near him. Then he went into a rage. He took first place in his weight class. He was the strongest. No matter what he does, he can't visualize beating him. There is too much difference in their fitness levels and some other aspects. Can Sunbin really defeat him? He will forget about him for now. Can he even defeat the main opponent? He thinks it depends on what fighting style he chooses. The boy was surprised. He said it out loud. No, but it was obvious. He was thinking about it. The guy asked what Saha was thinking, and what was there to think about anyway? They are resisting a local professional fighter who is at least 6 feet tall and who has studied various martial arts since childhood. Unless Sunbin found another way to fight, then he wouldn't stand a chance. But he's already thought of every style of battle he knows, and still can't imagine how he can defeat him. It doesn't matter if he's attacking or trying to keep his distance. He's so much stronger than him. His physical conditioning so much better. That it's all pointless. Sunbin is the only one who can match him when it comes to brute strength. But the verses as they collided. Yes, that will be enough. That's more than enough. The guy couldn't understand what he was talking about. They have someone who can pull it off. Look, that's all they need. Criminal heroes have their techniques, scientific approaches. But when they fought with Imo High School, they had a lot of people, but they were much weaker than Sunbin. Don't think that suddenly it will be like this, or try to turn the fight into an endurance battle, which works against Heck. Let Kusajin say honestly what it is. He thinks Sunbin is the strongest on the Neomask channel, and the second strongest is him. Right. Did he know that of the entire Coma team, he was the weakest? In fact, he's the weakest. Isn't that right? That place where they filmed the Neomask streamers is exactly that. Sunbin recently rented it out. Coach said they can't make a mess in the gym, so he brought him here. He'll show him why he's the weakest in the Coma. It didn't hurt him to be labeled the weakest member of the Coma, but in the end he wondered why he felt that way. The guy was burning with desire for them to experience each other. At this point he was surprised that the guy drew his weapon. And right after that, of course, he fell off his feet. His eyes immediately began to burn. He couldn't figure out what the hell it was in the first place. He changed his regular shells to shells with a peppery flavor just for him. After that, the guy immediately tried to run away because he couldn't figure out what the thing was. Does he think this is going too far? He thought he was just sparring. If it's not sparring, how does he explain it? He didn't know that the style on their team was to make sure they won everywhere. After that, there was another explosion from that grenade. Kusajin then grabbed the board, and he used it to defend himself. At that moment, he hid behind the wall. Damn it, he can't even open his eyes. He really went too far this time. Does he think he was too naive? What's he gonna do if his opponent takes up arms? What if they defeat him in numbers? What if Were they much stronger? But Heck said the fight would be down to 1 without interference if they came out with weapons. And that would be in addition to the item. Then they might lose it altogether. What about a real one-on-one fight? Is it so fair to fight him who has been trained better his whole life? You can see that you don't want to resort to tactics that don't look fair. He needed to settle this. The key was in what he thought of to face skirmishes and the techniques they could capitalize on. Too limited. At that moment, the guy noticed drone, who was watching directly above him. Now he's using the drone. How is it a one-on-one skirmish? Is he really that much stronger than him? Had he ever seen anyone who cared in the slightest about his methods? He heard something from the girl, but said he wanted to stop Neon. They're just dreams. The only thing that's true is that he won't lay a finger on him now. That's when the guy noticed some rebar right in front of him. At this point he turned to the guy. I'm sorry, but he's going to break it, drone. Now they're gonna talk. At this point, he began to approach the drone. Surprisingly, the drone didn't start to fly away, but stayed close by. And then the guy destroyed it. That drone, of course, went down at this point. Then the guy was waiting for him with gun in hand. When he came out of the hangar and saw the guy in front of him, then he looked somewhere. He still couldn't see the guy in front of him. And this weapon is not shown. Let's hide it. The boy began to look for his comrade. At that moment, he noticed something. Then one could observe some shadow that was approaching him at that moment. And then he was attacked. He told Kusajin that it was a great effort. Just at that moment, his back was hanging by a thread from above, and then he started attacking him from the air. He asked, or was that exactly what he wanted? After that, he was ready to launch an attack. Then he hit him after all. He knew he would block it. After that, he went on the attack. The guy started quickly pulling the magazine out of the weapon. He wanted to do something about it. He sent those shells right at him. After that, the guy started having problems. Then the guy attacked him again. Kusajin asked Se how he was doing. He just remained silent, not answering anything at this point. He said it wasn't personal at all. After that, he decided to use his grenade. The guy noticed it, of course. Saha told the guy not to take offense. The guy didn't manage to react to this moment at all. After that, there was an explosion. The two of them were lying around at this point. Kusajin wanted to address his friend. He asked something like this. He suggested we go get something to eat. In this moment, in another place, Kusajin came and told his friend that here, let him take it, he's being paid for the lesson. He didn't expect him to use the drone to fire his super hot bullets and still keep practicing. That way he'd at least have a chance against Neomask. He said it wasn't like that at all. Now at least he'll know why he lost if he was knocked out. He decided to ask Seth how they met Cha Swindin. He met him a month after the channel was established. Cha Swindin was looking for him. He was doing some dangerous things back then. Cha Swindin is the only one who made him stop. Cha Swindin noticed something at this moment. One of the guys was fixing a bike, asked him if he was aware that it was legal. Duman told him that he would give him 10,000 won for it, and asked him what he was going to do with the money. He's going to eat instant noodles with his mom. Cha Swinbin asked if he would give him money or leave the motorcycle alone. But if he doesn't, Duman won't play him anymore. Duman buys him sweet and sour pork and rice balls. He needs money to buy his mom medicine and a wheelchair. If he can't give my mom her medication, she will suffer. At that moment on the street, some man was just sitting there. He noticed something at that moment. Beginning of the man spotted Suchan. Turns out it was his mom. Why did he come back so late? Did he eat or not? His dad is not home, so rather let him come over and don't forget for him. The guy said his friend bought it for him and he offered to eat it with him. She asked if Dumin bought it for him again, but the guy said no, it was his other friend. Mother was glad to hear that. Then he wouldn't be spending any more time with Duminos, would he? Dumin was a good man in his opinion. The next day, someone approached the guy. He was asked, or is he going to school? He said his mom said to stop missing school so often, so he's going. Understandable. He knows he doesn't want to upset mom, but there is one thing. Why didn't he bring him a single bike yesterday? His friend told him it was against the law. He wondered what kind of friend, contribute points, had bought him fried chicken as recently as yesterday. What the hell is this nonsense? Who would buy fried chicken for a loser like that? Anyway, it's not a crime to buy medicine for his mom. Besides, if he doesn't get the bike, he'll be very sad. Is he really going to leave it like that? That's right. If he keeps going to school, his mom will pass away. Just like that, it will be his fault. He said he would try to get some today. Let him not cry. Does it really tell you that? Does this idiot really have friends? He's sure there was always some old geezer interfering and telling him something. He wants him to keep a close eye on the lake just in case. At that moment, Cha Sunbin walked out of the store. It was all right outside. Saha. Cha Sunbin said to take it home and share it with his mom. He's going home today. Did he realize that? But Dumin said he needs to do it this time. He buys him a lot of food too. He was his friend too. Cha Sunbin asked if he really thought Dumin was his friend. The guy at this point hesitated. He always buys him goodies and beats up people who harass him at school. Dumin was a good man like him. Let him believe him. Dumin and him are not good people. Please let them not be confused with good people, if only for their own sake. He apologized for his words, saying that Dumin was just using him to steal the tanks, but he knows that himself. Mom said that people can change, and Dumin could become a good person again. The boy fell silent at this point. He asked if his arm hurt badly, and also asked how he damaged it. By doing something bad? Someone said he was really tired. When is this asshole going to come around? How will he know that? He can't just shut up and wait. At that moment, one of the guys noticed something. They realized that there they were. Yeah, he's a total douchebag. I guess that Dodic made him cocky. The mother at this moment was sitting waiting for her son. As always, she was saying hello to her son at this point, told her to eat, and his friend bought it for him, and she asked which friend. At this moment, Cha Sunbin greeted her. Let him wait a minute. Cha Sunbin then made his way to their house. Right at this moment, Cha Sunbin was watching the guy. The mother said he should be her son's friend, apologized that she didn't have much food, but offered to feel free to eat as much as he wanted. She thanked him for looking after her boy. In general, Suchen started coming home late since middle school. At first, she thought he was just having fun with his friends, but one day the police stopped by. She was told he threw up bikes with other kids, presented it as if her son was the instigator of everything. Have been in contact with the owners who have been forgiving. Things have been resolved, but as of recently she feels like he has started getting into bad company again. Could he help him stay away from these bad friends? The floor of the game said that of course he would help her. That's when he came out. Then he looked back and looked away. Then went to his own. Yeah, he tells him he'll understand when he sees him. It's obvious he's an ugly loser. Isn't it? The mother asked the boy how he met his new friend Sunbin. He was thinking at this point. The guy said he didn't know his name. He ran into him in an alley. Dumin asked the guy if he'd heard anything. At that moment, he stepped out of the alley and then started looking around to see if there was anything nearby. Then he turned his attention to the trash can in front of him. Was it him or what? But there was no one there. He was going to beat it out of him today that he was being imported by their gentle prey. Well, as long as it doesn't kill. He has a friend, but doesn't know his name. How come? He didn't want to give his name. He buys him food and tells him what he shouldn't do. Actually, he hurt his hand. She must be in a lot of pain. He's always crying. At this moment, Cha Sunbin got together with Sejin, apparently to run. Indeed, once Taisho, it was safe to run. They ran right away. At this moment, Shijin was much faster than Cha Sunbin. Cha Sunbin realized that he had to act, at which point he overtook the guy with ease. Then they both began to rest. He was still thinking about that kid, Suchan, or whatever his name was. Cha Sunbin didn't even know what to answer him. Dumin had forced him to steal many times in the past, and Suchan followed his orders. He practically blindly did everything he said. At first, he thought that if he played the card right, he'd steal him away from Dumin, despite the fact that the guy wasn't good at it. Well, what he didn't expect from him was his heavy reliance on Dumin, and the reason he trusts him so much. For beating the people who beat him up, the guy said he understood everything. He was just like Cha Sunbin. Seeing him makes him feel guilty or something. Instead of feeling guilty, he's more worried about whether he can stop him when the time comes. First Saha and now him. He better not underestimate him too much. The guy said to Cha Sunbin to relax. He'll catch up in no time. But the moment looked at him with a smile. So how is he going to deal with the Dominos? He doubts the bastard will surrender without a fight. After all, because of heck they couldn't finish him off then. They humiliated him a lot in front of his own team, though not as much as Kim Tai-soba. The longer he maintains a reputation for brutality, the more he builds up his power, and the more he thinks the founding of the game is entirely his due. Even if he breaks an arm or a leg, he won't give up that easily. When he came to Domin, they must have lost him because they were paying attention. It's not like that. There really wasn't anyone there. Should he shut up, or was he thinking of arguing with him now? Yeah, screw it. Screw it. He couldn't take it anymore and kicked him off his foot. The guy, of course, fell off his feet at that point. He only joined them because they said he could make a lot of money. But even after getting this far, he still hasn't gotten a penny. They even have suckers like Pai Mensu and Kim T-Sob getting their asses kicked. What? Is he out of his mind or something? What's he gonna do? Don't let him act like he's tough when he's no better than shit without his knife. I bet he's a disgrace. He couldn't even get the Neomask to strike before he got his ass banged. They want out. They're pieces of garbage on legs. Let him try to stop them. The guy at this point grabbed some object on the table. Then he hit the first one. He then noticed the second one attacking him from behind. After that, he was punched right in the face. He then grabbed one of them by his clothes. After that, he was ready to strike. Then he pushed him down. The guy felt unbearable pain at this moment. Two men began to attack him at this point, and then he started throwing a series of punches. His friend wasn't even doing anything at this point. Then someone noticed something. One of them was clearly scared. Now the guy himself was scared too. Two men stood up at this point and stopped punching the guy. He looked at the remaining man with a hardened gaze. He was really scared at this point. At least let him try to say something. They're idiots. If it's motherfucker Sushan, he'll start talking again instead of just walking away. His part-time job isn't very difficult, so it's okay if he's a little slow, as long as he does a good job. So is he saying Sushan is a workaholic or what? If it was like this, he might think a bit before working for a gang, but he's doing it for his mom's well-being, so he's sure he'll be fine. More importantly, a serious chronic illness in the mother. Luckily, it's not that bad. According to his wife, if she doesn't consult the doctor regularly and take her medication, her condition may worsen, but as long as she takes care of herself, there shouldn't be any problems. Cha Swinbin asked what about treatment, medical fees? It's not a problem either. It's not a rare disease, so the medicine, treatment and other things are there. He also has insurance. The problem is what she decides to do with that money. She's very worried about her son, so she's more likely to save the money to put aside for the future than to spend it on herself. It's who the parents are. Cha Swinbin laughed at his parents' words. The mother told her son that he looked very smart. Now that he's dressed up just like this, she can see how much he's matured. Isn't she taking her meds, or is she out of them? She's still got some. It was just a cough. It's nothing. So that and his friend with the glasses offered him the job. If he passes the interview, he can work weekends. She really was grateful, but she preferred him to focus on his studies. He can't study if she's not well. Let her take care of herself. At that moment, she was being taken care of by him. They met him and asked if he was going on a blind date or what. His friend got him a job, so he's off to an interview. Does he really think anyone would choose to hire such a liar? But at that moment, he was stopped. What do you mean he got a job? If he needs money, he can make some by running Noppaku with him, but is going to learn how to make a lot of money. Right now he's interviewing for a job. He should go with it too, which is good. Then it's hourly pay and only being able to work weekends. Adults don't like it, and some people need their bikes to live normally, so let them stop stealing. Doomin came at this point in a rage and hit the guy. He was a lousy little cunt. That's what he gets for looking after him. How dare he even try to get it? At that moment his mother came out to them. She slapped Doomin and asked how dare they hit her son. Are they proud of tricking her son into stealing a motorcycle? The guy wasn't holding himself back at this point. He then kicked the woman. Of course, she fell at that point. Her son immediately ran up to her, and Doomin said, it annoyed the hell out of him. That's when he wanted to say something to him. He will never steal motorcycles for him again. That idiot has completely lost his mind. After that, he grabbed him by his clothes. He's gonna show who's in charge once and for all. At this point, he started calling out to his mom for help. Cha Swinbin was eating at this moment with a girl. He'll be able to take the bandages off in 2 weeks, and then he's going to start his special training. Did she say the right thing? What about Hack? Have they already chosen a place to fight? Cha Swinbin said they haven't chosen it yet. Fortunately, it's not up to him. The girl hesitated at this point. She asked what he was going to do about the broadcast before the fight. He figured the studio had taken control of it now. He's a streamer with a large audience, so it's not like he can just walk away. He can't only go for time with songs and highlights. Does he remember how they have fewer leads after what happened to Yun Hall? He wants Katrina to happen again like it used to. Either way, he's going to aim for a battle with Heck. They need to get some content in before it starts. Cha Swinbin apologized to the girl. At this moment, someone dialed him. The man said he thought something bad had happened. Suchin didn't show up for the interview, but when he went to check on him, he found his mother lying on the ground. So he sent her to the nearest hospital. Pretty sure she had a concussion. The girl started asking what was wrong or if something was wrong. Cha Swinbin didn't answer anything, starting to pack. At this point he was terrified. The girl started to ask where he was going in the first place. Kusajin was practicing at home at this moment. He had an intense workout. Then someone dialed him on the phone. He greeted cheerfully. He could understand what it meant that Cha Sunbin had just left. She'll drop him a list of possible no-paku dives, so have him make sure to check each one. Saha and Taino are already gone. The guy was quite surprised at this situation. He said he understood, and he's moving out right now. Just at that moment, the guy fell. Little piece of shit. I felt sorry for him. No one comes here since they broke up. He can yell if he wants to. So what was it he said before? Let him continue. When he didn't answer him, he kicked him. Did he forget what he was like before he helped him? Or what? Forced to drink expired milk, which gave him diarrhea in class, and wouldn't give all his money. School was really awful, wasn't it? He was the only one who treated him with respect. And this is what he gets in return. Picks up some loser, respects him, and lets him hang out. He doesn't know his place. Have him say again what he called it. The guy said he hit his mom first, and Doomin said his mom hit him first. Let her watch him cringe when he talks about his mom. He will never be friends with him again. Why would he want to be friends with him? Is he gonna listen to him or what? Wants him to kick his ass where no one can find him. Let him answer him. He started hitting him and telling him to hit him back. The moment could be observed with some sort of vibration. Doomin could understand what it was. The guy then immediately got up and started running away. He intercepted the cigarette. Doomin said he was a dish. The guy at this point went on. This freak is just wasting his time. The guy offered to lead him inside and put him down, so he could still get out for a few more days. After that, he threw that locker on the floor. The guy inside, of course, felt discomfort at this point. The guy told his friend he should try it too. It was pretty fun. Why is he wasting his energy like this? Then he just propped the locker up with a chair. He suggested we just leave it like that. The guy was definitely frightened at this point. Doomin said it smells like something is burning. At that moment, indeed, the cigarette caught fire and the paper began to burn. And they're in the shit now. What are they gonna do? Have him get Suchen out of there now? He thought they weren't going to leave him there to die. Let him shut his mouth and get it out of there. If he's so scared, let him do it. After that, he started running away. Then some person spotted the guy running away. Doomin said if the guy doesn't want to burn alive, let him get out of there. He kept telling him to get out now. At that point, the fire had already spread. The guy was really starting to get nervous at this point. He decided that he didn't do anything wrong. The idiot decided to go to the fucking place. So, Doomin stopped abruptly at this moment. Doomin saw some person. It was Cha Sunbin, who asked him where he had been. Cha Sunbin asked where Sushan was. Let him tell him if he doesn't want to die. At this point, the fire was spreading more and more, but the entire building continued to burn. Everything kept burning. The guy at this point said not to be touched and was having some sort of panic attack. At this point, some person was in an abandoned neighborhood. It was the manager of sadness telling the manager of joy that he wasn't here. Another manager is also here. He said he's not here either. The girl was in the neighborhood at that moment. She said he wasn't here either. Saijin was running somewhere very fast at this moment. Of all the secluded places, which would be closest to Suchan's house, he thinks Doomin dragged him there. At that moment, the guy realized something. He turned back at that moment. He doesn't know why, but something tells him he needs to go there. Then, after a little thought, he realized that was where he would be moving out, and then he started running. Cha Sunbin slapped Doomin in the face at this moment. The impact was so hard that he flew backwards. The guy didn't expect this turn of events. Cha Sunbin then began to attack again. Doomin is a piece of shit. At this point grabbed him by his clothes. He immediately remembered the moment when Neomask had snatched the weapon from one of his boys and hurt his hand. At this point, realization began to dawn on the guy. Realizing that Neomask would be in front of him, Cha Sunbin hit him with his head at this moment. The blow was really hard. Glove said that if anything happened to Suchan, he swears he will come for his soul. At this moment, Cha Sunbin started running into the building. That bastard! Doomin realized that it was indeed Neomask. Cha Sunbin walked into the building. At this moment, he started asking where the guy was. He heard sounds coming from the locker. After that, he immediately kicked him with his foot. Then he started clearing out all the debris. He really put his all into this moment. Then he did make it to the locker where the guy was. After that, he opened the locker. Of course, he saw the guy there. After that, Cha Sunbin put him on top of him and told him that they needed to get out of here. Then he went to the door, but as it turned out, it was locked from the outside. At this point, Doomin said he was a workaholic. Right, I bet it was fun running around hiding. Why don't he and his loser friend just die there? Why not leave his elk friend to die out there in the winter too? Cha Sunbin fell silent at this moment. He started running in the opposite direction. But all he saw in front of him was fire, nothing else. The boy at this point started calling for his mom. Cha Swinbin decided to put it under the wall. Then he noticed something. Cha Swinbin started to apparently run somewhere. He looked purposefully at his target. At that moment, he began to run with all his might toward the door. Of course, he tried to knock it out, but it didn't work out for Cha Swinbin. Then he decided to give it another try. But once again, he failed. Cha Swinbin could now feel the pain in his shoulder. At that moment, he realized he had to think of something fast. Doomin at this point was telling him that he was so pathetic. This way he wouldn't beat her. Anyway, he's leaving and they'll see later. Cha Swinbin at this moment looked at the door with a frustrated look. He immediately remembered the moment he threw his phone into the fire, and remembered myself in that moment. Then he realized he had to do something about it. He doesn't want to hear what else he has to say to him before he leaves. He was a sad little bastard. Doomin was really interested in this. The main character asked if he knew why he wasn't announcing a bounty for him. All because it wasn't good enough. Doomin got caught up in that and asked him what wasn't he good enough at. The four above are members of Troll Fam. Yu Daniel, Kim Hyeok, Jae Hejun, and SCO Manhwa. They have everything you could ever wish for. Though why would they bother organizing something like Troll Fam and taking a lake in there? Kinda doesn't. He sure heck has already told him what the organization thinks of him. They think he's a manifestation of humanity, who thinks he's accomplished something in life. Full of con artists, who think they're following in the footsteps of the powerful. He's just a joke to them. He thinks he's a real man when he's just a parasite. He sure his dumb head remembers how their face-to-face encounter ended up floating for him. And whether he's part of the organization or not, he's always going to be a blank slate. Tell him to cut the crap. He's got nowhere to run this time. Does he think he's getting through to someone like him or something? Cha Swinbin laughed and said to open the door then. Let him open the door and not test his luck. Po was invalidly ready to open the door, but at this point, he gave me a laugh. He said it was a nice try. Why would he open that door? Just at that moment, he was attacked by Kusajin. Ras failed to react and fell to the ground. He heard that Neomask beat the crap out of him, so he was looking for it. Now he's kidnapping people, burning down houses or what? Cha Swinbin immediately heard and recognized that voice. The guy started asking, "There's someone in there, isn't there? He'll get them out of there soon, so let them be patient." Doomin didn't realize who the other bastard was. At that moment, he realized something too. He realized at once who it was. At this point, the guy noticed that the door was padlocked. The guy told Doomin to give him the key now. He then asked if he was on Neomask's side or what. Tell him to shut his mouth and hand over the key. Dumbass. The guy was holding a key at this point and asked if he meant it. And why should he give it to him? The guy went ballistic at this point. Hadn't he told him before that he, stronger than him? At this moment, Cha Swinbin could barely cope with the situation inside. The guy at this point was coughing from the fact that there was a lot of smoke. Cha Swinbin, Chain was no exception, also coughing up that smoke. He tried to resist in every way possible. Then he was able to get to his feet after all, and then tried to kick the doors down again. Started running toward her. Kusajin at this moment continued to fight with Doomin. He realized something at that moment. Kusajin stood outside. Why don't he and his loser friend just die there? He's on Neomask's side. I rule. He can say with certainty that Cha Swinbin and Suchun were locked in the room. Whether he recognized the identity of Neomask, he can't even find out as long as that bastard is here. We need to do this as soon as possible. Well, surprisingly, at that moment, Doomin was able to land a blow on him. First one, now another. He really thinks he can come at him when he doesn't know what's going on. Should he join those assholes? Does he always talk this much? Doomin started running straight toward his partner at this point. In his hands at that moment was a glass bottle. The guy, of course, noticed it immediately. After that, he went on the attack. He just dropped his eyes down at this point and started breathing heavily. The guy started to remember some moments. He went into some kind of a state of mind. Then Kusajin noticed something. He saw a picture of Yinbin. That's Cha Swinbin's younger sister. People could have died. Convince him that people could have died as a result of his actions. The guy said he knows it all. He called him an idiot. Now the strange behavior of Neomask, the almost excessive level of obsession and propensity for violence, finally makes a little bit of sense. That's the reason he's still alive. He had to toughen up so much to have any chance against them. The guy at this point went on the attack. Doomin had already prepared a weapon from the bottle and was ready to take this attack. The guy saw a bottle near his face, and then he hit him right on the head, and then used his hands for this attack. The blows were so hard that Doomin flew backwards. Kusajin then began to attack him. Doomin, of course, also wanted to defeat him and started attacking back. They then began throwing a series of punches at each other. Their strength was clearly on par at this moment. But either way, each of them needed to do something to win this battle. Dumin stopped at this point. Kusajin realized that he was preparing to launch an attack. After that, the guy folded up and kicked him. He really was very professionally done, and the impact was powerful. Dumin flinched backwards momentarily. Then the guy started looking for the key. After a while, he found it after all, and then he was able to open the door. Here's something I noticed. One could then watch as their battle continued. Kusajin couldn't keep on his feet at this moment. Then he grabbed the guy by the throat, and that's when he noticed the guy headed inward. Of course, the guy immediately thought of Cha Sunbin, and then, in fact, you could actually watch their battle. Kusajin was only watching their battle at this moment. He then saw Cha Sunbin standing in front of him. He noticed how Cha Sunbin was furious at this moment. Kusajin tensed up at this moment. Then he did get to his feet, and came a little closer inward. Then noticed Cha Sunbin choking his opponent. He was very much surprised by this. The guy said that was enough. Stepping inside, he saw Suchan to his right. He was surprised the man was here. The guy said to pack up and wait here for literally a minute. At this point, Dumin tried to resist him, but he wasn't very good at it anymore, and he'd be dead by now. Cha Sunbin continued to strangle him at this moment. From the expression on Cha Sunbin's face, one could tell that he wanted to stop. He said that was enough. He'd already lost patience. If they stay here, Cha Sunbin added, so he wouldn't be so naive. When he recovers, he'll try to kill them all again. He saw how insignificant they were to him, and that his life meant nothing to them. He doesn't worry about standards of morality or laws. He realized that he would just be let go and then talk. The bastard who killed his sister. All these bastards think the same, act the same, they're all the same. At that moment, the guy noticed something, and as it turned out, Cha Sunbin began to lose consciousness. At this moment in the hospital, Cha Sunbin strangely enough ended up in the hospital. The man stood up and sighed at that moment. He had almost completed the cleanup operation and was thanked for everything. How is Cha Sunbin? Is he still awake? As for the fire, although it was quite difficult, he could deal with it. Right now, his wife is looking after Suchan, and his mom has sent Dumin to another hospital nearby, so they don't have to worry. In any case, let the girl not be so strict with Cha Sunbin. I'm sure he knows what he did was wrong, even if he realizes it. The man also said that Kusajin did a great job today too. Thanks to him, Cha Sunbin and Suchan are safe now. The guy didn't say much back to him. The girl said she couldn't take any more. If she stays here, she is bound to break something. She won't be out for long. The man asked her to wait. He still had something to do. At this point, one had to observe that it was already 9:35 p.m. Then he was about to leave too, and the guy next to him too. Kusajin said they were careful, but he should rest too. The guy said it's okay. At this point, he was all alone. Afterward, he leaned on the wall behind him. That's when someone asked him if he was still here. He wondered, for it was a girl. Hadn't she left? The girl simply remained silent at the moment. She then said she didn't get a chance to thank him. He replied that he shouldn't and that she should do it. She'd always thought she wasn't prepared for a situation like this, but now it didn't seem like it was all for nothing. What might have happened if he hadn't found them? At this point, someone was watching a Neomask stream where he said it was their very frequent stress reliever. At this point, some man was watching the stream. At this point, the situation where Cha Sunbin's sister died could be observed. You can also observe the guy who did it all. There was also a call from someone named Yunchol. Cha Sunbin in his true colors. The man at this point was just standing there staring off into the distance. Then he laughed, and in the background at this point, Neomask was saying that fire should be fought with fire. Let them wait for his next stream. He was in the hospital at the time. Two guys were sitting side and side heavily at this moment. The guy told him he would wait here. Maybe he should go get something to eat. He was thinking at this point. He then recalled the expression on Chu Sunbin's face. He smiled and said he was fine. Saha and Chihir would be here soon, so they would eat with them when they got back. He was sure he wasn't hungry. He just feels bad about following a friend. The boy asked Ta Young, doesn't it weigh on him? Well, he was put on this team to look after Chu Sunbin. The guy was surprised, and very much so at that moment. Chu Sunbin then walked out to them. He asked them with a smile on his face what they were doing here. Kai Sujin was surprised that he could walk now. Afterward, they looked at each other. Since they're always here, despite being hungry, it feels like they're watching him. The guy asked about Chu Sunbin's clothes, asking if he was going somewhere. He just looked at him at this point. How many times do I have to tell him? There's no point in attaching a GPS tracker to his mask. What would it do if he took off his mask and put his phone next to it like he did this time? Maybe implant it under his skin somehow. It's not like he's a dog. At this moment, she turned to Katrina. If Sunbin still disappeared, then let the satellite be used to track him down. Sumali, she said in terms of using the satellite. They have to pay rent to use it. She knows that. Fine, can use hired satellites to find him. She'd seen a movie where a satellite could be used to track a person. In her opinion, this fucking HLC takes stalking to a new level. She suspected something like this might happen, which was why she wanted to deal with Kofan last. They move on. They need to share information when SB makes a move. They need to figure it out as fast as they can and then bring him in. SB is Sunbin. By the way, she's not the boss on the Neomask channel. It was Sunbin who was the boss. As long as his request doesn't cross the line, following his instructions is their job. Easy for her to say. She's not here. At that moment, they noticed something. As it turned out, it was Sunbin with Shijin, and he said hello to them. He noticed that Katrina was here as well. Why did he leave the hospital so early? Sunbin asked as he thought, and then said that there was no time. Rest, no Paku's special trait. It's not over yet. They were surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about. At that moment, Kim Doomin was walking down the street. He recalled Sunbin's face at this moment. Now he knows what that Neomask bastard looks like, but he doesn't know where he lives. At that moment, someone was following him. These people looked at each other at that moment, and then they started coming out. Kim Doomin was saying at this point that if he could just find him, he would surround him and finish everyone off. Kim Doomin wondered where he was. Between the red-haired bastard and Sushan, there was definitely a connection between them. He was sure Sushan knew where he lived. At that moment, he noticed something. Just at that moment, he was surrounded. He couldn't figure out who the fuck all these motherfuckers were. He was in the hospital at the time. The guy asked his mom if she was feeling better. She said she was fine, because he had already gone, and the generous man had paid the hospital bills. Some man drove up to them and said hello to the guy. Then they went somewhere. May they please feel free to contact him if she encounters difficulties again. May they try not to waste time worrying about her son. May they forget about themselves as well. As a parent, oh, he realizes it won't be that easy. She thanked him, but they don't even have money to pay. Let him not worry over that. Anyway, his boss paid for their help. The woman wondered who his boss was and why he was. She would like to meet him one day to thank him. He said his boss had already helped Sushan several times. He said he wanted to help the kid since he looked like a good kid. At this moment, Sunbin walked into the building. Then he got a call from Jekyll Puck. He dialed him and told him it was him. Sunbin said that he had another request. They didn't end the conversation after that. Sunbin was standing in front of the window at this moment. His gaze was very focused. It was directed into the distance. The girl was walking down the street. She was looking at her phone at that moment. Then she approached the building. After that, she went home. Then she went somewhere. She was walking past some picture at that moment. Afterward, she sat her down on the couch and sighed heavily. She was just staring emotionlessly at the ceiling at that moment. Then came a text message on my phone. She then looked at the calendar that was on her desk. It was date-stamped and signed for her to spend time with her father. At that point the slicing would pass. She remembered. Then she yawned. She then received a call from Chusajin. She picked up the phone and asked what was wrong. At this point, the guy said something about live streaming, but they don't have anything scheduled for today. But he knows Sunbin's schedule. The guy said something to her. She visibly tensed up and asked him again. At this moment, Sunbin was standing on the roof of the building. He asked how the suckers were doing. He had some fresh content for them for today. This night, for the first time in a long time, they won't be streaming until after the blackout. Did they have a broadcast tonight? He invites everyone to join the stream. It's okay if they lose, but they get 10,000 won for every clean hit on the target. They don't care if they stun the target or throw things at it. They can also attack it at home. And their goal today, Kim Doomin? What the hell is going on? This is just a direct assault. Neomask realizes this is illegal. A full-scale attack is radically different from what he normally does. The guy at this point just sat there without any emotion. Kim Doomin at this moment could see people approaching him. He asked who they even were. They started laughing and claiming he wanted to know who they were. He didn't understand how the Neomask was able to find out the details, but he knew that a deal had been made with them. It turned out to be Con Enho, the runner-up, with a reward of 5 million won. This person has recently become very popular. For every punch thrown at him, the participants knock 10,000 won off his bounty and take the money for themselves. The guy began to calculate how many punches he would need to throw. The calculations showed that he would need about 150 blows. He also wondered about the others. He needed to hit another person 190 times. That seemed more doable. Was Songgon, ranked 62nd, with an award of 950,001, and Che-Changel, ranked 55th with an award of 1.9 million won, were mentioned. He urged everyone to wait and wondered what would happen if there were more punches than needed for the reward. This was his day, he decided. Kim Dooman was furious about the Neomask. Choo Sunbin realized that standard methods would not help to bend a person with such determination. He wondered what could be done about this situation. He was sure he was superior in his despicable behavior. His anger towards Choo Sunbin continued to grow. Aware of his surroundings, he realized that staying put was not an option. He decided to start moving to get out of this situation. He began to ponder if they really wanted to hit him. Slowly it dawned on him why the Neomask had chosen him. He realized he wasn't afraid. He was pleased, for he was going to deal with some of them anyway. At one point he waved his hand as if beckoning someone over. People couldn't understand who he was addressing. Suddenly he started running away. One of the pursuers noticed this at once and shouted, "What are you doing? He's running away." The boy was indignant. At this time, he was already far away from them. "Damn bastard!" shouted the pursuers. Determined not to lose money, they rushed after him. Some noticed that his reaction looked frightened, which even made observers uncomfortable. Choo Sunbin laughed at this moment, saying that everything that was happening was only getting more interesting. The girl at this time was quickly running somewhere. Ahead of her were two men. She finally got to the right place. Ji heard someone call out to her. It was Sejin. He started asking what was going on and confirmed that he had heard that Choo Sunbin had suddenly started streaming. He noted that this was the first time that no one had alerted them to the broadcast. He expressed fear that the situation had become critical and suggested getting rid of the entire team. The girl assured him that she was aware of what was going on. She turned to Saha and clarified if his team was controlling the drones at the moment. Saha assumed that the drones were being controlled independently, but he didn't know the exact location of the streamer. The girl asked if Kai Suchi knew where the broadcast might be coming from. Suddenly she noticed that there was no longer the guy next to them. She tried to figure out where he'd gone. At that time, someone was running fast. It turned out to be Kim Dooman, who claimed that the area belonged to him and that a group of idiots wouldn't be able to catch him. He continued to run without slowing his pace. He grabbed a trash can, then he threw it to the ground. This dumpster became a stumbling block for the pursuers. Turning abruptly, he ran in the other direction. Despite this, it began to catch up with him. He noticed that these pursuers looked imposing. Kim Dooman continued to ponder when Neomask would upload a new video. At that moment, someone approached them, and they said hello to him right away. Have him reinstate those assholes for him. At this point, she was surprised that he kept running, and then they saw how many people were running after them. They couldn't figure out what the hell it was. He said something to them, either that they were his acquaintances or who knows. Just let them deal with them. At this point, they began to attack them. They asked why they were following Kim Dooman. He said at that moment that these guys were also from their gang, but they are nothing more than idiots, since they only get paid for beating up Kim Dooman. The guy realized he'd screwed up big time at this point. Choo Sunbin said that it was good, even too good. At that moment, someone approached him. It was interesting to see who it was. It was Kai Suchin, who said he should stop right now. Choo Sunbin simply remained silent and looked at him at this moment. He knew he was coming. He still wondered why he had left him then and now. He probably knows the neighborhood pretty well, since he grew up here. That's right. Well, let him watch that asshole Kim Dooman get fucked up. He knew it hadn't been that long since he'd worked from home. But what had brought him here? Did he really hate his way of doing business that much? The guy came in furious and asked if he was saying anything else, asking him, "Look, has he ever heard the saying that you drive a wedge with a wedge? That's what their coach tells them. Or did he have rose-colored glasses on all the time and thought they had good food or something? There are certain boundaries. This has gone too far." One group with Neomasks came together against an opponent they could not defeat alone. He would contradict himself by trying to resolve the matter by legal means, while he himself was constantly breaking the law. Didn't he say he'd be the only one who could handle him? He doesn't care about other ways to solve the problem. That's for normal people. Didn't he say he'd be the only one who could lay siege to it? He knows how it will end for him. If, however, the reason is this. Choo Sunbin extended his hand after saying those words. Let him just push him. And, Kai Suchin said to tie them up from there and took off his mask. Choo Sunbin replied that his answer was no. The guy said he wasn't in the mood for jokes right now. Choo Sunbin asked if he looked like a clown now. That was his reason for living. The guy got nervous at this point. Kim Dooman continued to run away at this point. Then he turned the corner sharply. He continued to run as fast as he could. At that moment, right at that moment, he ran in front of the car. The driver watched from his window the entire crowd that ran after them. Next shipping address. Kim Dooman immediately pushed someone at that moment. Of course, the man was very strong for such insolence. That's the bastard who stole the bike. They realized that chasing him when he was on the bike was not an option. This path wasn't on the map the Neomask had given him. Kim Dooman started driving through the yards at this point. Just at that moment, a guy appeared in front of him. He clearly didn't expect such an abrupt turn of events. But, surprisingly, he just drove on. At that moment, he noticed something. Apparently his brakes weren't working. Then he crashed right into a wall because someone threw a bottle. Everyone said it was a great shot, right in the bullseye. Kim Dooman struggled to get back to his feet at this point. The bastard was still moving. Looks like he's a tough nut to crack. The guy kept going off somewhere at this point. Then he realized he was at a dead end. Let everyone look, he was here. At that moment, he realized he had to do something about it. The bastard's still hanging on. At that moment, Kim Dooman noticed the drone directly overhead. Of course, the drone was filming it at that moment. He wouldn't give up that easily. At that moment, someone grabbed him by his clothes. Of course, it was Kai Sujin who dropped it. Then he threw it straight to the ground. He knows he won't stop it, so let them figure it out here and now. They'll tell each other everything, and then they can go their separate ways. He's so cold to him, Kai Sujin, his old buddy. At that moment, the drone was filming everything that was happening with Kim Dooman. Kim Dooman was beaten as he wanted. Indeed, the whole crowd began to beat him up. He called them bastards and asked if they even knew who he was. They already wanted to finish him off. And Chu Swinbin was counting the number of blows to this jerk. Chu Swinbin and his boyfriend were on the rooftop at this moment. They'll tell each other everything they think, and then their paths will part. His old friend, how sad to hear him say that. Let him better tell me if he keeps his promise today and stop him or not. He guessed, so he better clench his teeth harder. If he's not mistaken, this is their third fight. In the last two, of course, Kai Sujin lost. He said that Chu Swinbin was right, it would win this time. They wouldn't fight for him. Poor Sujin. How wrong he is. Since this isn't their first fight, he had never really fought him, and he was right all along to oppose Swinbin. He really becomes a different person when he puts on the mask. He's changed. It's a little scary to see him like that. That's what it's like to face someone who's willing to put his life on the line. He seemed like a nice guy the first time he met him. He never met someone so confident before, but then he turned into someone else. Wearing a mask, he had always wanted to make a celebrity friend, and when he became a moderator he felt like he had finally accomplished something. When someone as incredible as him began to consider him as a friend, he thought he was becoming incredible, but there was a time when it scared him. He constantly wondered what part of him was real. How had it all happened like this? Why had he changed so much? But then he realized everything. He found the cause of his suffering and thought. He saw his future actions the life he could live. He decided to become one of those who could stop him to help him. And that's why he has to fight him. The longer he remains a secondary target, the longer the Neomask waits for him to come after him. He must have already guessed his next moves. His imagination has already pictured their fierce sparring from the past. He knows that Chu Swinbin is right-handed. He needs to break his mask, like Yuin Ho did to gain an advantage. And Saha taught him a technique that will help him break through his defense with everything he has. Chu Swinbin told the guy to stop thinking so much. First, he needs to find his own style of fighting. How the hell is he so strong? Kai Sujin couldn't even hit it during the battle. Chu Swinbin started to run away from him at this moment. The guy asked where he was going. Chu Swinbin was holding onto the edge of the roof at this moment. Then he literally jumped off her. But at the last moment, he turned around and kicked the guy with his legs, pushing him off the edge of the roof. Chu Swinbin then began to approach the guy. Of course, the guy noticed it. After that, they kicked each other in the same manner. Chu Swinbin was smiling at this moment, and the guy was nervous. Of course, Chu Swinbin said that he must have practiced a lot. Of course, he never thought he'd be an easy opponent. But there was one but. Did he always have that expression under his mask? How long had he been looking at the world with that gloomy look? He didn't know if he could really overcome something inside of him. Ever since he learned it about Yinbin, he sometimes has one dream in the winter. In it, the guy is just standing in the street. He sees the whole thing with the girl's death. The girl looks at him at this point, and the guy rushes over to help her. At this moment, the lively girl and her brother are standing together with Sujin. Chu Sunbin exhaled heavily at this moment. Kai Sujin was also smiling at this moment. They then Saturday together at home. Sister Kai Sujina came to them at that moment. Late in the afternoon, they said goodbye to each other. Kai Sujin had a smile on his face as he looked at them at this moment. Then he called out to both of them, and then he shouted something. Kai Sujin said he wouldn't see him later. Chu Sunbin said that Kai Sujin was like a guy. Let him take care of himself. There came a moment in the night city. The men took Sujin to the ambulance. The Neomask ended the broadcast. It was too much. He got what he deserved. Poor guy. Maybe they'll file a report or something. Just after that, the number of Neomask subscribers began to plummet. The guy was walking down the street at this point. At that moment, someone turned to Sushan. It was Chu Sunbin, who asked if he knew who he was. The boy hesitantly asked if he was Neomask. He won't have any more problems with Kim Dooman. This time he will make an exception. He can go. But there was one but. If he's ever seen hanging out with trash like Kim Dooman again, there will be definite consequences. Let him choose his friends more carefully, just like his mom said. The guy was just silent at this point. He asked him how his arm was. Chu Sunbin was surprised at this moment. Have him stop by more often. His mom makes great scrambled eggs. He looked at him at that moment. Then the guy said goodbye to him. At that moment, the protagonist was being called and searched for by someone. It was his whole team, and they were asking where he was. Let him come out right now. No one could find him. Jier said he's not in the gym. All his stuff is still here. So where the hell did he go? Maybe they'll wait for him for a while and he'll show up. Is he sure he doesn't know where he is? He swears he doesn't know anything. But if he's lying, she'll tell his wife everything. He said he doesn't know anything. He swears. He didn't say anything to him. Honestly, it's a shame he didn't say anything. He thought he would at least ask him for help with whatever he decided to do. Everyone was watching the man at this point. He didn't tell them anything because he was worried about them. People like them can know what might happen. He decided to keep it from them so as not to put them in danger. Let him wait to see what he's got on says gear. If he took it, they can't track him. But he hasn't touched it. If it's something they couldn't have guessed, doesn't he think he's thought of it too? Even so, he's the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to buy another apartment. At that moment, a guy came out to them. He told Jiha that it was for her. She picked up the phone and stepped away at that point. How many times do I have to tell her it's all part of the Neomask plan? He told her not to make him laugh. So she's saying she's gonna break their pact. It's part of his plan. He'll bring Ta-Young back himself. Grandfather's foolishness to trust him. If the Neomask shows up in his neighborhood again, the cleanup crew will finish what they started and take out the trash. The girl tried every possible way to appeal to Muon. She started to get really mad and wanted to throw the phone away, but the guy reminded her that it was his phone. She was furious and wondered where that jerk Kai Sujin had gone. At that moment, someone walked in on them, bossing them around. She was furious and wondered what the hell he'd been doing all this time. They noticed his face. What the hell happened to him? He asked Oleg if the hero had returned home, and they said not yet. He left his phone and all his stuff and just vanished. I have no idea what he's thinking. I wish he'd just give up and walk away. The guy was frustrated at this point. He looked at the empty nightstand. At that moment, the girl asked what was in the box, and the guy continued that there were things related to Yanbing, Chu Sunbin's sister, lying there. The girl just went silent at this point. Where did Chu Sunbin go? At this point, in one of the editions of Kim Hek said that's roughly how Kim Dooman was tortured. It was the first performer of the troll fam company named SEO Manhwa. She said that she actually didn't want to come here at all because of him. All he did was stare at her, apparently counting on her to melt because of his money. The organization's first executive director, named Hejun Jae, says he's sure the Neomask can break him just like that. He says he's not afraid of death, but in fact he's just a child who needs attention. The organization's second exec, named Yojin Lee, said that if they didn't know what he was doing in his bar, he would have almost died while she was entertaining him. They've closed the subject. They have a vacancy for their first executive director. Who should they choose? The guy immediately started telling them to pick him. Does he even know how hard it is to deal with these weirdos? After all, he's only the second. How does Daniel feel about this? If he approves of this conversation, he won't continue. At that moment, he was watching the segment where Kim Dooman was beaten. The girl asked if everything was okay and what he was worried about. Daniel said he wondered how the Neomask acted this time. They are so similar and so different at the same time. He keeps thinking about his motives, what drives him. He turned to Kim Hyuk at that moment. If there is an opportunity to chat with Neomask, let him ask him about it in person. It will be a nice conversation for him, and he'll be sure to tell him everything. Then let them act as usual, beat him up and give her his words. Kim Hak lit into it and said he would do anything. At that moment, some person appeared and everyone's attention was drawn to him. How dare he show up after being kicked? He would have burned out a long time ago. Kim Dooman opened the door with his foot at this moment. Of course, he was furious and breathing very heavily. He's so good. He healed so quickly. Daniel didn't say anything back at this point. Kim Dooman started reaching out to Daniel and Kim Hyuk, saying that he urgently needs strong fighters. He knows the face of the Neomask. He's gonna get him this time. Kim Hyuk started laughing very loudly at this point. Kim Dooman couldn't understand why there was such a reaction. Everyone else started laughing too. He called him a goddamn bastard. At this point, he came to address Daniel. He just needs a few guys. He'll go around to every school, one by one, to snag the Neomask. But why on earth did he think they should clean up his own shit for him? Kim Dooman didn't realize what he was talking about. I don't think he understands something. They're not a cartel. Let's just say their organization is a group that is respected. Influence is in the hands of teenagers. They're not going to avenge him. They're not his tool. Yeah, they're not going to chase a Neomask there anymore. He was in agreement with Daniel besides Kim Hyuk, who likes to be competitive. They don't get any benefit if they catch the Neomask. Only he acted like he was renting for nothing. She wouldn't say Neomask wants to fight them. Besides, T-Sub, his first victim, had made a lot of money working for Mimio. Why does he want to fight him so badly anyway? Neomask is such a loser. He has more money, is smarter and fights better than some. Tell him to shut up. He's just a second-level manager. He decided to turn to Mensch and asked if he hadn't worked hard for her. The girl asked if he was talking about the time he disgraced himself by pretending to be rich. The faded gaudy trinket he bought her was with stolen money. At this point, he became enraged and picked up a bottle to throw at her. Daniel turned to him at this point. He asked, "Answer me. Did he want to throw the bottle at Manhwa?" But he was the first executive director of the organization. You Daniel. Kim Dooman was clearly frightened at this moment. He wanted to say something at this point. Then he said he wasn't afraid of trash like him. The girl at this point only got to watch the bottle fly at her. Kim Hyuk caught the ball at that moment. The guy at this point lowered his head and asked, "Where is it getting worse?" Daniel's turned to the boy at this point. People of the same nature as him are hated the most. Could they all close the doors behind them when they leave, and have them be kind enough to delete today's camera footage? Chu Swinbin was taking a shower at this moment. Then he stepped out of the shower. Chu Swinbin started to get dressed somewhere. Katrina asked him if he liked the new place. He firmly replied that he liked everything. Lowly, the poor guy must have left his friends behind and was alone. Chu Swinbin said he was fine. Just like Amir said, we will sit in one place and will find them first. If this happens, we can forget about negotiations. Ideology in general will be too late. Seems like it would be harder to defend modders and editors in a state of conflict with him. Continental Knight stood still for a long time. Eventually the whole team guttered. Plus it's like a double cow for Trollfam and If they decide to merge, they'll start issuing guns to people like Dominic as well. He said to prevent the Trollfam from growing, she'd have to deal with them before the end of the year. Or else, he could have used the forces of to finally destroy the organization. He'd like to apologize to her and Amir. He kept thinking, what would be the best way to do it? The girl just looked at him at this point, as oh, is he gonna set up a meeting with him or not? At this point in another building, Daniel asked the man if it was Kevin and the man introduced himself. It was his good friend Kim Hak. Didn't congratulate each other. He was a little late. Maybe looks are deceiving, but their work is serious business. Time is important to them too. Daniel apologized. All his clothes are dirty. He should change. At this point, it was just the three of them. The girl asked the guy if he was sure he wasn't going to check him out. No way. Does he look like he wants to end his career? From the summer, Daniel will come as soon as he's done with business. Yeah, and he still remembers Jinmon. He doesn't like Daniel like that. Etching on his role. Just let him score. It wasn't. They need a weak leader like him in that position. That'll get the others to join the first director, won't it? Plus, he remembers what happened to Jin Man. Daniels is at this point began to attack Kim Dooman. Kim Dooman stepped back at this moment. Daniel said he never really told him that about himself. He has 3 older brothers. Has he heard anything about hierarchy? He named for the first time in some drama. He was never interested in his genealogy, but his brothers were greedy, honoring the laws and ideas of family ties. He was sent to a country whose language he did not even know. He endured all the abuse, insult and humiliation alone, completely alone. His only defender was himself, and how old was he back in Korea? Who could stand up for himself? But there was one but. The girl was crying at this point and looking at Daniel. He couldn't understand what had already happened and asked. Daniel said he hates people like Kim Dooman. He endures those like him. Let him look at himself, acting as if he were better than them all, just because he grew up in luxury and excess. Seems like a good time to teach him the discipline of a first principle. On his own, Daniels has said the Neomask lost. He left Tesaba, and he was also betrayed by Kim Hyuk. Let the trash know its place. Anyway, lay because of the dirt on my clothes. He thinks it's time to start their meeting, doesn't he? Kevin Jones, MMM's overseas recruiter. Their meeting began at that moment. So, he doesn't yet understand what they're offering them. Daniel asked if they wanted to sell drugs in Korea through them. Of course not. It was better to have professionals do the job. Doesn't Trofam already do something unique? Daniels is asked with what? Nurturing talent. They can't send promising people from Trofam overseas through them. For example, the Yakutsk Mafia, triads, organized gangs, petty criminals, even terrorists. The demand for such people is high. A surprisingly large number of markets are able to pay for people willing to do anything for luxury cars and a decent amount of money. It's an improved form of criminal recruiting. Not a new one. It can be compared to Halo or Idols. Hell yeah, that was pretty hilarious. What a shitty comparison. They're talking about exporting gangsters. What's he fumbling around in there? Or does he have a gun? Let him get his hands on her if he dares to do so. The guy at this point went into a rage. Kai Sujin stood at this moment and simply admired the nature. He was looking somewhere in the distance at this point. Then some guy was walking down the street. He immediately recognized Sujin and turned to him. Kai Sujin asked Sumin what he was doing here. But we also have important things to study for. He thought he should start studying for the exams too. What about him? What's he doing here? Does he care about anything or what? He starts to say that his friend has lost his way. He doesn't understand why. He's just thinking about what he needs to do. What's the problem? Knowing him, he wouldn't have kept quiet. I'm letting him go. Well, straight up my boyfriend won't listen even if he tries to talk sense into him, because he's stronger than he is. It's like he's all about knocking bits of common sense out of people. I remember when they were in elementary school. He had just moved and started school. He was scared to make friends, so he had to sit alone. He was the first person to talk to him, and continued to do so even when he ignored him. Eventually, they became friends. Everyone thought he always had a lot of people supporting him. Even the teacher and the class president and vice president asked for his help when something was going on. The guy asked if it was true. It was one of his best qualities that he didn't even know he had. It's not easy to have faith in someone who has lost their way. As Sumin said, he has to steer them in the right direction. That's when someone else said they were surprised that it was Thisub. Kai Sujin wondered if he was eavesdropping on them. It wasn't his fault that his hair was visible. What the hell is going on here? When did they become friends? Thisub came by the restaurant a few times, apologized. So we got close. He's kind of a regular now, so let him finish, because he's embarrassed. He heard they've expanded their menu. If he comes in, he can try a new dish. Of course he should come in and try it. His parents were just asking him to bring some friends over for a taste test. Kai Sujin watched the whole friendly scene with a smile on his face. By the way, in his experience, when someone goes astray and is left alone, you have to choose the right words or it will only get worse. Instead of complaints and arguments, let him try a normal conversation. If he cares about him, he can't be a bad person a priori. Kane, you could have found out where he was first before you thought about talking. He should track him down. He's his friend. He knows him better. Kai Sujin didn't understand whether it was like this or not. The meeting will take place on neutral territory. Will not contact him beforehand. Amir will keep an eye on this situation. She thinks she's already been talked about with Trofam. This is going to be fun. Her tone makes him worry if they should deal with the boring stuff first. But the meeting will be Christy and their recruiter, her bodyguard, known as Wong. He is an experienced operative who has eliminated all 3 members of Continental Night. And fortunate, if a fight breaks out, he'll be killed for sure. Chu Swinbin asked, was he that strong? He had never lost a fight at school or in competition. He was sure that even if the encounter with the Neomask was personal, he wouldn't lose to him. It was the Continental Night leader named Yan Yan Yan. If the Neomask didn't use dirty techniques, he would definitely defeat him, but he definitely knows. They listened intently to him at this point. If Neomask dares to fight him, there will be a corpse. All 3 of them attacked him. He easily dodged their attacks. How much longer is he going to duck? They'll definitely get fired for it. It can't be helped. I'll have to find a new job. He kept dodging and smiling at this point. Then one of them grabbed his leg and knocked him to the ground. He said a stranger got caught, but that's when he got a kick in the leg. After that, the stranger got to his feet. He had some kind of metal balls in his hands. Then he threw it right at them. They all fell to the floor at that moment. They couldn't figure out what the hell it was, but it doesn't know. Let them try to block and dodge. The guy noticed it at this point, too. He couldn't figure out what those marbles were, or why he was scattering them everywhere. At this point, he got into a stand. He doesn't know who is, but he messed with the wrong people. At that moment, something began to happen. The guy paid attention to something. He noticed something. He could understand what it was. At that moment, he felt some fishing line in his arms. What does he think he's doing? The boy turned to Lei Shi, and then to Qianlong. The stranger was ready to attack. The guy said he was a bastard. As he pouted, his street-enabled fighting style was unique. If the Neomask starts attacking him, have him tell him to run no matter what. The Neomask will never beat him. Sunbin was silent at that moment. The guy apologized to the girl and said he wished he could help, but the girl told him not to worry. Everything was fine. Muan has already arranged everything. He will definitely help him. She said she was fine. Let him go to Sunbin and concentrate on his volunteer work. The janitorial team was set up for volunteering, and she didn't like making it the team's goal to protect them. Chu people were wrong, but he thinks that by saving Sunbin, one is not doing the right thing. He could use a little help sometimes. It's evening at this point. The girl came to her father's house to check on him and gave him a drink. Her father thanked her for it. The doctor said coffee's fine for him, better than alcohol. He asked the girl how her friend was doing. Is he doing well, or is he with his wife? The girl looked at him at that moment. She sighed heavily and said he was fine, because he was a smart boy and earns a lot. Coming to terms with the circumstances of what had happened had a good effect on him. Dad asked, or was it true? She said confidently that it was true. He told her not to lie, that he had done something terrible to that boy. She became furious and started telling her father to stop, because she said it wasn't his fault. He shouted that it was a lie, and the girl fell silent. He started crying and said he had a responsibility. He is responsible for the death of Sunbin's sister. She had an ordinary family. Her mother was a housewife, her father a bus driver, and she was an only child. They had nothing special, except for a family portrait in the living room. In their free time, they went to cheap restaurants. Or if she studied well, her mother cooked something delicious. But they were an ordinary family, but a happy family. But when my mom died, things became less normal. Her father continued to support her, stayed at the same job, as she had recently entered high school, and took over the household chores in place of her mom. The only source of happiness for her father was her health and academic success, and that was probably enough to keep him wanting to live. But since that day, Dad was drinking in the room at this point. The girl came in and clearly asked if he was going to be like this for long. What happened was not his fault. He yelled for her to shut up. He should have taken a different road that day. Let him stop torturing himself. He couldn't have taken the wrong route. He started saying that he should have died, not her mom. Let him really stop already. The girl just stopped talking at this point. Initially, they lived in a semi-basement apartment, but thanks to their father's hard work and their mother's determination, they were able to move into a private home. My father never ignored requests for help. He would pick up trash for recycling with the elderly on the way home, made her and her mom worry by pointing to the police station when trying to break up a fight. Mom said she loved that side of her father, though she sometimes laughed bitterly and said she had picked the wrong man. Sunbin doesn't blame his father for what happened. He ended up forgiving him for what happened that day. But the father, who knew how to remain good-natured, wished to make his daughter happy, relived the tragedy in nightmares time after time, finally unable to bear the passive weight of guilt. It broke him. The girl sat her down on the couch at this point and sighed heavily. She helped Sunbin because she has to take responsibility for what happened to Yanbin. She wants to prove bravery in front of her dad and get revenge on Trollfam for breaking him. But there was one but. She's willing to forget about retribution. Just let it come back fat. The car at this point was driving among the chickens in total darkness. Then she went somewhere else. Someone got out of the car. It was Suchina's own sister and some other guy. He looked off into the distance at that moment. Then the two of them went indoors. The girl began to look around at this point. Then she noticed something. They saw a man at the very back of the building. The girl asked, or was it a Neomask? He was just silent at this point. They've come a long way. Having such loyal fans, even age puts them in some embarrassment. The girl held out her hand and said it was nice to meet you. but at that point he stopped her and told her to speak from there. He came here when he first heard that the strange guy next to her had beaten up the members of the Continental Knight. That's why he chose this place for their meeting. He shouted a sound check, 1, 2, 3, and on the count of 3, the lights came on. The guy asked if they should really hire this idiot. Well, apparently he had already heard from his Katrina what would happen if he backed out of the deal. Needless to say, there was no choice. After hearing how scary they were, he freaked out and suggested that Joy make a fake wedding video. Let them wait. He remembered something. Give them a second. He understands her feelings. That punch was clearly unnecessary. Was she trying to kill him or something? Anyway, he's streaming for money, but he doubts it's about a sense of fairness. If they team up, his connections and their resources, people can get their hands on anything their company wants. It would really help fulfill his vision. But what he really wants, they can't give him. So let her go while he was being kind. Unless, of course, she wants a fight. Daniel tells them to forgive, but he has to refuse. He was very much wondering why on earth he was refusing. At this time in the building, Sunbin said as he declined. The girl asked, wondering why. Does she see him as having grand plans? The girl is beautiful. About the event. Yeah, he said he really wanted to see him. Why doesn't he consider the offer? He understands. His age is reflected in the emotionality of his speeches. But let him remember and realize who he is talking to. Sato had nothing to fear in his hometown, but the realization of belonging came to him too soon. He realized this as soon as he realized he was more of a fish in a small pond. Plus, despite the large streaming revenues, is that the limit of his abilities, capabilities, and desires? Earnings are the last thing he's interested in. If there's anything for it, he can do what only he should do. The event he was talking about is unique. It will be attended not only by subscribers, but also by everyone who wants to participate. They will set off fireworks, decorate the trees, and everyone will be left with fond memories. That's why he'll have to back out. Even though he's interested, he wants to be friends with Trofeo. At this point, the tension increased. The girl and the guy felt the tension too. Well, unlike what Continental Knight had, this tunnel is abandoned and extremely far away. It's not like he has 9 lives. Do they realize that? Once again, they are expressing their displeasure to him. I guess they still don't appreciate him, since their parents had not taught them to behave properly on trains, especially foreign ones. Let her go on if she's so sure of winning. The girl at this point just took her eyes off him. At this moment, one began to approach. It was noticed on his stream that he often resorts to street fighting. Looks like Hipite plays with no mood around after the Continental Knight incident. He advises you to think again before it's too late. His methods and style of street fighting are high school level. Sunbin asked, wondering if he thought he had come here without a backup plan. That's when the guy noticed something. Sunbin is ready to pull something off. He began to back away. These balls are like little stones on fishing lines with which he tracks his opponent. They wrap around objects, furniture nearby. If thrown correctly, there is a good chance that the enemy will be hit. But shouldn't he be able to see his opponent? Does he want to utilize the darkness and acoustics of the tunnel? Smart on air, dumb in life. He taught the light of the car headlights, her eyes' adaptation to the dark, and his experience. The guy told the girl to turn off the lights. If he moves one step, he's a dead man. The lights won't come on. He's not leaving. A little more, and he'd see him in the dark. Sunbin laughed and said that the guy was surprising. By the way, hadn't his eyes already gotten used to the darkness? The girl turned on the headlight on the car. Then came the light. One said with a smile on his face, "Here he is at last." Then the floodlights started burning right in the building. The light was very bright from them. The guy, of course, started to cover his eyes with his hand. Even the girl began to cover her eyes. Anatomy lessons tell us that the eyes are more sensitive to light after being in the dark. He streams because he has to do something before he dies. He's not doing it for dubious offers from international scum like them. If he wants to burn like a moth right here, let him keep threatening him. If he wants to burn like a moth right here, let him keep threatening him. Yes, human eyes quickly get used to darkness, but not to bright light afterwards. He's immune to light. Polarizing masks. He has a strange relationship with his coworkers on the set making similar content. He is nervous and wants revenge for what happened to Continental Knight. The guy realized that the Neomask was a bastard. That's when the lights went out. The guy was surprised that it was off. Then he couldn't even see where the Neomask had gone. He wondered where the bastard had gone. The girl said he had them wrapped around his finger and the young boss would make a fuss. At this point, 2 people were leaving the meeting. The girl said she would have chopped off that asshole Kim Hyuk's hand if there weren't other people. Don't let her worry. The opportunity will come when she's not expecting it. What does he want to do right now? Repeat what happened in Japan, or what? It says something like that. There's always discord in such diverse groups. Kim Doomin was kicked out and told not to come back. Let him look around. My friend Daniel had his eye on him. He didn't say anything at this point. He turned around and said he was dead, a third-rate asshole. He didn't give up that easily. Let him wait. They'll see. He's gonna come back and fuck every single one of those robbers. Do they see that it won't take long? A youth mixed martial arts organization. Rank 6, Choi Tae-in, Kim Hyuk's team. Rank 5, Park Sun-il, Kim Hyuk's team. Rank 11, Nangung Chunmin, Kim Hyuk's team. Somebody's hands were shaking at this point in the practice. It was actually Kim Hyuk himself. Everyone was very much surprised. Rank 1, Kim Hak, a most dangerous teenager. And he was invincible, especially considering that it's extremely difficult and time-consuming to train a body like that at his age. I wonder if Hak will move from the first position before he moves up to the adult league. He's pretty sure that's definitely not going to happen. Some other guy was practicing at this point. He practiced hard. Rank 2, Hwan Jamin. The guy noticed that he was also here. This guy is almost on Kim Hyuk's level. It must be hard on him. It was probably the same last season. It was at this point that the guy looked at the two of them. The guy asked to be told again, which he didn't say. Is there Kim Hak? The Splendor itself. Really that great of a fighter? But he wouldn't say why it hurt him. So much it's a fuel demand to fly and pick everyone up after training. Plus, no one can deny the guy's ability 30 to knockouts out of 30 to fights, one of which was with him. What did he say? Motherfucker, you want to come out and talk? He tells him not to dwell on his inferiority complexes. Better spend time practicing. At that moment, someone grabbed his arm. The lad was very much surprised, for he could not realize who it was. As it turned out, it was Kim Hak who said that fun was in store and he would join in. They're kind of like family there. No need to wave your fists around outside the ring. The guy came to his senses at this point. By the way, he heard that he was hanging around with his friends and getting people in trouble. Eventually, that trouble got transferred to their team. My father funded the organization because he loves martial arts, not for show. So, if he and his buddies do one more thing on his set, it's all gonna come to an end. He'll blame it on them. Do they realize that? If they want to test something, let them stop experimenting on ordinary people and try it on him. He looks at him brokenly in battle with him. He feels sad and sorry for him. The guy said he was scum. 2 years ago, Kim Hyuk's gym. His name is Hwang Yaemin. He's new here. First time here. His father died. Everyone meet him. Somebody heard he's a school bully. The boy wondered if he was the one who had taken a servant. A boy chased him around the gym, used him as a punching bag, and still just walked free. What's the world coming to? The other question is why on earth would Kim Hak allow such a person to come here? A fighting fish for the local waters. Was it all true? A guy walked up to Kim Hyuk and asked if it was him, or if it was him, offering to fight. He heard that he was strong. The guy just looked at him at this point. He knew right away that he was the new kid. Does he know that sparring with him on the first day is overkill? Why is he afraid? The guy said he doesn't fight with petty bullies. The guy came in furious and asked what he had just said. They marveled that the guy holds the bar, doesn't ignore it, but doesn't give up either. I guess he heard about this case. If he's so scared, he swears it's a rumor only idiots spread. Like he drank the shit out of the kid and the kid in the ring. Even the helmet didn't help him much. He heard about that, too. He dragged that boy into the gym, and he was dumb as a sack of potatoes. That's the way to live. The guy proudly said it was just the way it was. It taught him a lesson. After that, he did get into sparring with him, and as expected, the guy lost. Well, shame on you. They don't dodge parries. People will think they have an old score to settle with him. No chance. From the very first second, Colossus vs. But child, did you hear? He got called to a mixed martial arts organization, so he'll be on the rankings list. Crummy gym, crummy fighters. He's out of there. So why are they already being paid? It's not the way to live. He said he was bored because there were no worthy opponents. What about Kim Hyuk? Doesn't he come here? He's one of the best. At that moment, he remembered the look. He said he's not that good. Fought him once in a fight. He's pretty mediocre. Just at that moment, Kim Hyuk appeared and hugged him. Of course, the guy was immediately frightened of him. They all recognized him at once. He hasn't been seen in the hall today, yesterday, or the day before. Something wrong. He needs to train, or he's not going to make the rankings. It's not like their sparring wasn't the reason he stopped going. The guy, of course, became furious, for he was undermining his credibility with all those words. Then the guy was ready to grab him again, and he grabbed him by the neck at that moment. Everyone is excited about a rising star like him, which means he'll do whatever it takes to get to the competition. Do they have a deal to get him just to get into the competition or what? He doesn't know what's going on in his head, but he messed with the wrong person. For 2 years, he trained as if he was going to die tomorrow and reached the second rank. He became the second and strongest junior in Korea and loved being Kim Hyuk's punching bag. Kim Hyuk or anyone else willing to step into the ring without having warmed up. The muscles were still cold. He said no, so no, it was still fun. Jimin, he and he will meet in sparring soon. Talents don't seem to make it seem like he's making progress. Talents don't seem to sink. Just mocking him. Jimin has been working his ass off for 2 years now. Yes, he's just a personal fish. Kim Hyuk's clown. Fish. And Kim Hyuk has his own aquarium or something. But he was in his personal aquarium now. Bai knows how the fish that live in the canal are common predators. Here is Kim Hyuk, a huge shark that has been introduced to the peaceful sea creatures in the aquarium. Of course, the shark always eats the cutest fish, but Kim Hyuk doesn't touch those who learn martial arts here, even spending his father's money to help talents become top athletes. But brazen predators, scavengers like Jimin, become the shark's main meal. He lures them here under the pretext of training and slowly devours them. And there was more than half of the total number of fighters here. Is all this true? You can't even tell how he got to this point. He doesn't know. He's never told, but he knows for sure. He definitely takes abrasive pleasure in it. Whether he's educating people or maiming them, it doesn't matter. The guy asked, or has he had enough? I mean beating up Jimin. He said it was a lot of fun today. Let him not get too hard at this rate. The guy will become addicted to the beatings. Why not give the guys a training session to prepare for the Neomask fight? He doesn't think it's necessary. What's he talking about? He hasn't forgotten what the conditions were. What he would be forced to do if he lost. No, of course not. He just doesn't want to cripple him too much. That's when they just looked at each other. Neomask is the most desirable fish in his tank. Just ever give him some money to live on. He's feeling better. Let him help him get by for a little while. He'd warned him several times that if he got into another scuffle at school, it wouldn't help him. Is he going to spend the rest of his life hurting other people or what? Kim Dooman said he was sick of his whining. Let him call me. He's bigger. He'll pretend he's his son. The guy got mad and dropped the call at that point. He got up and wanted to throw the phone out the window at this point. He spent all the money from Nopiju over the summer. Vacations will be problematic to shake money out of the Meska. Should I even call him? At that moment he heard something. He went outside at that moment, and there was some guy standing in front of him asking if it was Kim Dooman. Kim worked for Troll Fam? Who else is like to come here and kick some cheeky ass or something? He was just a translator for these people. There's an offer for him. The guy was very much surprised. What's the other offer? The man looked at him at this point very uncertainly. At this time, in a different place, Chu Swinbean said hello to the people. At this moment, they were telling him to come this way, and they have fresh watermelon here. Let him treat them. Chu Swinbean thanked him for the treat. If he wanted more, let him come over. He was the guy that wants to smoke out the local school that closed, renovate and whatnot. Worried that the kids might get hurt when they go back to classes, so taking anything that's a hazard possible and throwing everything out of there. What a nice young man. But will the children want to go back to the village or what? Who knows? But I think he has a plan for that too. She went to that school. Little. It was nice and county then. I'll have to go look at it after the renovation. Chu Swinbean went to bring in the shovel at this moment. Then he crouched down and rested heavily. He remembered Sujin at that moment. He must have been a little rough. Still feels lousy. You want to take a nap before practice tomorrow. That's when someone called him. It was Katrina. Asked how his training was going. He was going to rest tonight. He would be practicing. Will it help? It's the only thing that will help defeat Kim Hyuk in his current state. And some luck wouldn't hurt either. She's just wondering if she's not taking it too seriously. If she loses to Kim Hyuk, her identity will be revealed and she'll lose all her value. The guys will find him. If that happens, they can't guarantee his safety or the safety of his loved ones. Chu Swinbean said that he understood all of this. By the way, Kim Hyuk was once a troublemaker himself. Are you covering for him with the family or the troll family? I've heard he likes to look for tails, but doesn't appreciate his strength and knocks them down in the ring for fun. He gets along very well with the regular students, just like Sujin. Well, being an alpha, I don't know what gets you in trouble, but in the way of Daniel's eruption, the guy will trim it. Kim Hyuk acts as a shield or something, and someone is up to the spear. The spear is actually Daniel himself. At this moment, someone asked him, or was he at home? Chu Swinbean said that the landlady was here. He would call back later. He was very much surprised at how much food there was and said he couldn't handle that much. Let him eat, dear. Let him eat and gain strength. He's so modest, just like a grandson who's studying in Seoul. He needs to eat a lot, replenish his energy to study hard. Chu Swinbean thanked her for the food. You're always welcome. Let her enjoy it. Chu Swinbean said it was very delicious. Grandma, and please, is it true? And she had heard that the place was being repaired. So what was the progress? But he's not actually the one doing the repairing. The experts in the matter are coming soon, while he's sorting it out and exploring the area. What a good boy. He was sure a lot had changed there since her childhood. Chu Swinbean asked if she went to that school. She went to elementary school there. The principal adored flowers and constantly planted them in front of the playground. Pupils did not admire during breaks and themselves maintained the cleanliness. Beauty of the flower. The school was built in a low-lying area, so part of it flooded. The flower beds were carried by water. They didn't replant them. It was their ritual. The floors were wooden. They scrubbed them themselves. And in winter they had fights at snow dinners, warmed in iron stoves. And the principal sometimes handed out sweet potatoes and eggs, which they cooked with them. There were neither poor nor rich. Eating together, sharing dishes together. She has only one regret. When she was 14, she went to work in a factory in Seoul because she had a family to feed. So she left school before middle school. Grandmother asked if the elders had more interesting things to say. Chu Swinbean remained silent, but then he said, high school is a lot of fun. Is that how? Would she like to be there? After living to her years, she realizes that being able to write only her name is not a good thing. So make sure to let him go to university. Knees, but not the other day. Something will collapse out of my hands or roll itself. Grandmother then left, and Chu Swinbean thanked her for the food. Then he escorted her with his gaze. At this point he turned to her. When the school is repaired, he will definitely plant flowers. Let them come and see. She said okay. Well, let him not overwork himself. Chu Swinbean smilingly looked at her at this moment. Kim had got something on his phone at that moment. He was very much surprised, and then he smiled through his teeth. He said finally, Typhoon Mach-5 is moving into northern Japan, south of Okinawa. The typhoon will reach Ganwon-do province in 2 days. Closer to nightfall, heavy rains will accompany the typhoon, with 20 to 30 millimeters of rain expected. Don't let him give anyone any trouble. I'll see him when he gets back during the vacations. But Chu Swinbean never returned. Even though the vacation had just begun, Chu Swinbean informed the school that he had gone abroad for treatment of his ailments. But his whereabouts were still unknown. Kai Sejin came to the apartment at that moment, and then lay down on the bed. He pulled out his phone and sighed heavily. This one, he must have been watching the Neomask video about the best moments. In the comments wrote that likes if you don't like his channel. From the very beginning some old stuff. Neomask is dead or something. At that moment, Ji dialed him. She asked. He wasn't dead yet. Chu Swinbean was normal in this. Kai Sejin asked if there was any news about the main character. The girl said it's empty for now. She thinks Mr. Park is looking for him, but if a retired detective hasn't found him, that says a lot. Come on, was Mr. Park a detective or something? He was one for quite a while. Quit after that incident with Yinbin. She thought he might have told him his plans, but it turns out he was in the dark. He thinks he realized during the incident with Suchan that these guys would never go off the rails. Chu Swinbean asked. She thought they would become more aggressive. That's probably why he started hiding too. He knows how they started acting after Kim Dooman's stream. Kai Sejin fell silent at this moment. As long as there is a way to roll up the LLC, she can count on it, even if her victory before him will be worth 1,000 defeats. Does he really think the Neomask has the strength to challenge him 1,000 times? She can't say she's impressed with how he was able to figure out where the Neomask was. He said it was just intuition, and the girl asked if that was true. Maybe it was because he had lived here for a long time, or because he hung out with Chu Swinbean. But now he felt that he could understand Chu Swinbean's thoughts. The guy walked in and asked if Ji-er and Saha knew something. An organizer of street attacks. They weren't as calculating as he was. More like they were just lashing out, following animal instinct. At first, their methods of fighting and the location of skirmishes were based on the situation they were already in and on fleeting premonitions. Now, however, they have become more organized and have resorted to new techniques of attack. If it's a man of genius who started late to develop his talent, then he's not an easy man who put in the effort from the beginning. So, if taken as a master of street fighting techniques, which one would win? Chu Swinbean said it would be. The girl dialed and asked if everything was okay. She said she was just, among all these people, he would be able to accomplish something the fastest. The guy asked if Katrina is staying in touch. She doesn't share anything that is known about what is going on. She doesn't mind her ignoring, but Reed could have at least responded. But at least Sunbin feels some of her support. She doesn't think it's something to be happy about. Katrina is a business person. He really thinks she was able to start an organization as a student while being smart. She plans to squeeze the mess and everything she can and should out of him. Doesn't he think it's worth going through the opposite of objective work? They may need what he knows on the platform. There are over 201 million channels now, even if to serve all of them pertaining to anti-bullying. He then thinks that's what she needs, other than revenge for Amir. Can't even guess? The guy asked what about her little brother. Yes, his wife. After publishing criticism of the attackers fled the country. They were given light sentences on the grounds that their actions were not fictitious. Despite the difficulties, Amir himself doesn't want it. He thinks the world would be a better place if people like the non-peers, these bullies, found ways to solve problems peacefully because it helped them with the canal. Katrina's target is not the younger brother, not him. Well then what? The girl fell silent at this point. She then told the guy not to take it to heart. At this time, Amir, sitting at the computer as usual, a car was approaching. The guy immediately drew his weapon at this point. He was starting to get nervous at this point. Then he saw a couple cars in front of him. Katrina said she would be scared to come if he picked up a gun every time. Did he download the stupid vids to his computer or not? The brother immediately realized what it was, and his sister, the Neomask, should have pissed off. Nothing for unnecessary worry. So is it normal to travel alone or what? Well, who said she was here alone? She'll go to war if she has to. She's not going to start a war. Each mercenary was unique. The guy was silent at this point and looked at her. Yes, and himself, Neomask, said he was doing it for the sake of making sure he was ready for the challenge. I'm sure he can buy a lot of time, even though it's gonna look mean to the fans. Speaking of which, called Jihar recently, still worried about the Neomask. Has he kept quiet about it? So far, yes, he hasn't said anything. Even if the Neomask is just a toy to him, he's still a friend and family to some people. He would appreciate her not turning him into such a dangerous invalid. The girl just stopped talking at this point. Well, it was quite late. She can't sit here and have a beer with him. And there are those who can't even do such simple things. The guy was telling the other guy to just give him something. As it turned out, he was extorting money at this point. At that moment someone approached him. He said that he was still stealing pocket money from children. It was, in fact, Kim Do-min. He was very much surprised and asked, "Is it Kawabaki by any chance?" He heard that you can't even use test keys to steal. He now has a rich sponsor. At this time in the building, simply put, he wants him to grab Daniel and Neomask and drag him to him. In exchange, he'll revive Nopaka and give him as much money as he wants. The man said it was right. And what are they trying to accomplish with that? They want to gain control over the teenagers. But why would he want that? They plan to create a big gang of teenagers in Korea, a young mafia gang with their own lawyer, so that it's not just the rich kids who can be brushed off. He may be on top as the head of a Korean gang, but at the same time working for their young boss. So who is he? There's something similar to him. He launched the Future Teenagers business, became a young boss right after he got involved with and absorbed them. Then he named a small business to subjugate money, to force cooperation, until they had small businesses, government employees, and then high-ranking officials in his pocket. He's a couple years older than him. Isn't that impressive? Kim Do-min asked. How on earth did he do it? Everyone has children. He threatened people that something might happen to their precious snippets. To put it simply, you could say it's commonplace intimidation. Of course, the idea was not common. This method does not seem familiar to him. He can become so impressive too, even if he steals whatever he wants, making a ruckus in the middle of busy streets. No one can stop him. There are plenty of people like that in this country already, aren't there? Okay, that's enough boring talk for now. Shouldn't he be discussing something more interesting? I mean, he loves motorcycles. The boy was surprised at this question. Kim Do-min told me what happened. Who the hell are these guys? Not the fucking mafia or something. He thinks something like that. Anyway, he can finally make a big play. Let him come back. He's willing to forget everything that happened and offer him a job. Sounds good. What do you need him to do first? Since the previous guys were useless, we need to find new people. Does he have anyone in mind? I mean, he heard about the impending battle between Neomask and Kim Hyuk. He wants to smash them both. Neomask took on Kim Hyuk. He had said something similar during the last raid on them. He knows someone at X Gym. At this point, the guy was coming back from practice. Someone came up to him and asked, "Is it Wonjaman?" The guy asked her who he was. Did he want to die or something? Kim Do-min said that he is someone who wants to crush Kim Hyuk as much as he does. He heard that half the gym is just laundry bags. What did he just say? Judging by his reaction, he's one of them. That bastard doesn't seem to be in his right mind. There he is. At that moment he noticed that someone had appeared. There was a guy approaching. He was very angry with Kim Doomin, asking in general how the shift was calling him after he ran away. He knows how much he suffered because of him. The guy asked what kind of fatty he was. If he takes care of him, he would tell him how to defeat Kim Hyuk. The boy was very much surprised at such a suggestion. He knew that Neomask and Kim Hyuk were going to fight one-on-one in unknown territory. Once they were exhausted after this fight, they could finish them off. The Neomask was his. Kim Hyuk was his. Doesn't he think it couldn't get any better? When he finds out what he's capable of, he'll make sure he can finish off Kim Hyuk. Just stared at him in silence. Let him go to him. At that moment he was grabbed by the shoulder, and then hit it right in the face. The impact was so strong that it flew several meters away from him. The guy then asked Kim Doomin, or was he eligible? If he's flying to him, then he'll take the shit out of it. At this moment, in the night city, someone said they hadn't seen each other in a while. He argues, and he's terribly bored of rewatching old videos, but he's got a surprise in store that will make them suckers say, that's the Neomask they know and love. And now for the main event, the strongest gifted martial artist in the WCC League, Kim Hyuk versus good old him. After the day after tomorrow, they will launch the stream. He beats off the sunset. They wonder why this time he targeted Kim Hyuk, a model for healthy teenagers. An athlete, Kim Doomin was watching the car at this moment, and he'll only tell him why after he's turned him into a bloody mess. This isn't the first time streamers have taken on prestigious athletes, is it? So let him remember to like, subscribe, turn on the bell, and become one of their subscribers. At that moment, Kim Hyuk was standing somewhere in this place. Even the weather seems dreary. Then he noticed a rock of some sort. The stone was covered in chains. He was very much surprised. At that moment, in an old and abandoned building, slowly and unhurriedly he went inside. Then the guy noticed something at this point. A neon mask appeared in front of him, and Kim Hyuk said it was scary. He said it was sudden, and why the fuck did he call him to a place so weird? There's a typhoon coming today. He almost wet his pants. So why is the strongest junior shaking over little things? It's not at all what he envisioned himself to be. Besides, what's a stone monument wrapped in chains standing in the street? It's a pathetic school. This place scares him too. This is the result of some local adults trying to teach children in the villages. So there's nothing to fear. Is that really true? Shouldn't they be good people? But why is there no one living around here? The village is a little higher up. This area floods a lot, so there's only a couple of farms. The guy asked him if the stream had already started and where the camera was. Everywhere, a grand in every classroom and on every staircase. No, not a single place that wasn't monitored. He also needs to wear this. Kim had put the camera on at this point. He asked, or if the audience could hear their conversation. Neomask said that was not the case, unless he is specifically using a microphone. No sounds will be transmitted. Sometimes he discusses his plans during the streams. Sometimes he just puts on background music. I guess that's okay. Then, he's been introducing us for so long. He's been waiting for this day. He couldn't sleep after watching his stream for the first time. Who knew there was such a fighting style outside the ring? Why hadn't he heard of it before? He wants to fight him. His punches will be hard. How badly do they hurt if they make faces like that? What kind of facial expression is the experience of this mask? Kim Doomin and Opaku were just the beginning for him. When he hits an opponent, he senses her, already waiting to hit his opponent. Whoever he is, he too had many enemies. But as he took a closer look at him, he realized that his hatred lay deeper. Why was he chasing after Kim Doomin, even though there wasn't even a bounty on his head? Why did the gang get special attention? Why did they get a special role on the stream? Did it have something to do with what had happened in the past? Didn't he think it had something to do with him? Sunbin listened to him attentively at this moment. All right, enough talk. Everything needs time, prepared or not. Sunbin said he was almost. Kim Hyuk wanted to fight soon and thank you. Agreed. He can't wait any longer. Make him hurry up. Sunbin was very much surprised by the guy's behavior at this moment. Let him listen. Maybe he has some kind of childhood trauma. Then he's a known psychopath. That's creepy. He should get help. He'd had enough of pretending to be crazy. Up until now, he's been taking it easy. So how does he want to fight and get you to tell him your story? He only came to fight him because he wants to fight him. Right. So does he just want to try to fight or what? It made every day a living hell. There wasn't a day that went by when he didn't remember their names. Every day, every goddamn day. He only wanted one thing. he will destroy him and all his friends with his own hands, starting with Kim Dooman. What does that even mean? That piece of shit doesn't even count. That's where it all started. He doesn't realize what's going on, but he was angry. The continuation of this story puts it last. Now let them continue. Let them try to pluck out his eyes and pick out his tongue. Chu Swinbin, full of rage, began to attack. Yeah, just like that. Let him go to him. Then they were close to each other. He just saw Kim Hyuk's car pull up. Then, as it drove away, it couldn't get any closer without being seen. Those assholes had come up with quite a long way to keep their location a secret, but judging by the trail that had just started, he was sure he'd managed to get on their tail. So why don't they cut it too? Even if they're mothballing each other, they're still dealing with Neomask and Kim Hyuk. He better take care of himself. Then he called him short. Of course, the boy didn't like it. They've been waiting for this day when they can finally take down the bastard Kim Hyuk. From the moment they came to his gym, at this point, a thunderstorm had already started. Chu Swinbin and the guy collided literally with their foreheads at this moment. Kim Hyuk was looking like the reckless ones at the protagonist at this moment. Chu Swinbin was also watching his opponent. Then they simultaneously grabbed each other, and they actually started fighting. They both pulled away from each other. Shouldn't today be a fight between Neomask and Kim Hyuk? The girl asks, or they haven't started yet. He doesn't have his cell phones or something. Let him stay out of her way. Just watch his own. They just started fighting. Does he have any new masks? Any chance at all against the guy? Doesn't he just get his ass kicked? Maybe the Neomask is hoping for his street fighting style, but would that even work against Heck or not? He wonders if he plans to use the area as usual, but regardless of today's outcome, one must keep in mind that they will have to fight an infiltrator at some point. Kim Heck has been hit by something at this point. Chu Swinbin began to attack him at this moment. Then he grabbed him by his clothes and threw him in the other room. The guy said it was painful. Chu Swinbin told him to stop pretending and get up. He argues that his only weakness is that he's used to the rules inside the ring, and that no one can beat him outside of it. If someone challenges him outside the ring, they always deal with him in one punch. He's never had to fight like this before. The guy was just silent at this point. He said he had to fight like that right away. He fought like this with Daniel. It was really boring. His fight was one way kicked his ass. It's not worth bragging about. He knows it's too soon to tell, but if that's all they can do, the guy prepared to attack, then he's definitely uneven to Daniel. Chu Swinbin began to dodge the attacks. Kim Heck managed to land one punch on him after all. Chu Swinbin dodged the next strike. At that moment he was surprised at something, and then the guy grabbed him and started carrying him behind him. Then they started beating right on the floor. Chu Swinbin manages to come back from the attack that ensued. He then bounced off his opponent. After that, he started laughing. Let him take his time, and he has nowhere to rush. He waited until he got up last time, so he'll let him get to his feet. Doesn't want to beat him up and end this fight in just a few minutes. He's waited too long for this, so you should get behind him. He really gets off on this, doesn't he? He has no right to say he's lost his mind. But the question is, did he get it? The guy said he understood and started approaching again. After that, he entered into something incomprehensible. The guy felt it immediately, of course, but he couldn't understand what it was. It seemed to Chu Swinbin that he wanted to enjoy this fight for longer. Then let him look closely. After that, Chu Swinbin started throwing a series of punches at the guy. But the guy at this moment was not nervous at all. On the contrary, he was even smiling. After that, he grabbed Chu Swinbin by his clothes and knocked him backwards. His movements were very quick and supple. Kim Hyuk laughed the whole time, but then, to his surprise, he didn't observe the Neomask in front of him. He couldn't figure out where it had gone. Then he saw a silhouette literally not far away. This is it. Neomask finally gets to the main part. He's testing everything I've prepared for him, so let him fight to the best of his ability. Kai Sejin was lying on the bed at this moment. He was looking at something on his phone at that moment. Then he went outside. He doesn't remember giving him his number. It was at this moment that Thesub was in front of him. He asked Sunbin for it. Are the guys close enough to swap numbers or something? Why'd he call him down here? Does he want to attack him or something? And just at that moment, the guy actually attacked him. He started to ask if the man had lost his mind. Is he picking a fight or something? At this point, he stopped resisting at all. The guys were very much surprised by this. And in the moment, he stopped his hand and didn't even hit him. Kai Sejin asked, wondering what he was doing. I knew it. Thesub asked if the guy was the manager of Fury. Did he guess? The guy started, saying he didn't know what the guy was talking about. He doesn't know how to lie. He really thought he wouldn't notice when they had already fought each other 3 times. And what he saw on the streamer, the masks must be him, and he is the friend he said lost his way. He apologized and said he was confused with someone else. Kim Dooman teams up with some other guys. They plan to attack Neomask and Kim Hayat during the fight. The guys go to Hack's rocking chair. He uses them as laundry bags. They want to take the chance to finish the 2 of them off when they're exhausted. There are a lot of guys. They are dedicated athletes. Even if Neomask and Hack are in good condition, who knows what will happen if they are surrounded. Why is it telling him all this? During the incident with Yuin Hall, Neomask helped him get his current part-time job in exchange for information. After graduation, his boss helped him open a new store in the mall. He'll be honest, he enjoys life. After all, he has a desire to work, and he makes money. After all, his new mask wasn't born a go-getter. He lost contact with him after the incident with Yuin Hall, so he wants him to find him and send a message. He told him he couldn't either, and if it were that easy, he'd have found him by now. But he needs to find him, no matter what it takes. He doesn't know much, but not guys can be all they have left. Someone asked. Well, Kai Sujin asked, or they would sit idly by. What can they even do without him? They can't, and he'd find if they did, they wouldn't get through. They would show their disconnect on the streamer. So what if Kim Dooman really does find him? Didn't he think his new mask could provide for that? Before going on a quest, first have him find a way to convince him. If he does, he'll have help. The guy was sighing heavily on the bed at this point, but still he continued to lie on the bed. Kim Hek was looking for an opponent at that moment. Then he noticed something. He noticed that the door to the street was open. Of course, intuitively, that's where he went. Just at that moment, it could be seen that his new mask was behind him. Then he grabbed him right by the neck and threw it in some basement or something. The guy didn't realize what it was at all. Chu Swindin then began to attack him, but the guy wasn't a bad guy either and got on the defensive. It was like he was cornered at this point. He then decided to emphasize his legs. He was very much surprised by something. Chu Swinbin, of course, continued to launch attacks at him. People are most vulnerable when they are tracked from behind. He did his best to take him into a confined space to compensate for the length of his attacks. Chu Swinbin was ready to launch an attack. He then launched a very strong attack that the guy literally kicked the doors in with him. Then he grabbed him by the throat. Chu Swinbin also emphasized on his feet. After that, he continued to hold him down and strangle him. The guy then realized that he had to do something and grabbed Chu Swinbin's hands. After that, he gave him a straight kick with his foot. Chu Swinbin flew very far away. The rotting pavement gives him a slight advantage because of the weight difference, and he's playing mind games because unlike him, he knows where the floor is fragile, and he uses even more pressure, neutralizing the difference in the swing, keeping him confined. Still he holds him, not letting him get out of control. The target is the lungs. If it doesn't get more serious, he could really lose. Chu Swinbin asked if he was a cyborg. After that, the guy started chasing him. He told Chu Swinbin to stop running away, and his tactics are working quite well. Let him stop talking nonsense. Did he drink gasoline in the morning instead of protein shakes or what? He needs to hurry up and find John Connor first. Let him become finally. Chu Swinbin did not listen to him at all and continued to run away from him. The guy at this point rested his head on the desk in front of him. He said that Chu Swinbin would get it. Chu Swinbin began to climb up onto the table at this moment. After that, he attacked him by jumping slightly into the air. Chu Swinbin was greatly surprised. He began to dodge the enemy's attack. Then he flew out the window to the outside. Chu Swinbin fell to the ground at this moment. He can't still go on like this, can't he? He finished warming up. He should fight to the end. Did he realize that? The stone with the chains was still in the street, but it had already been flooded with water. Of course, their battle continued. They began to struggle under a thunderstorm at this point. Chu Swinbin was ready to launch a leg attack, but after that, he hit him with his hand. Kim Hek stepped back at that moment. Chu Swinbin began to breathe heavily at this moment. Is he sure he can keep going? If not, he thinks it's time to call it quits. Doesn't really like being out in the rain. Stop beating around the bush. Afraid he might lose, or what? If he wants to come back soon, he can help him set it up. He'll call him an ambulance. Kim Hek started laughing really loudly at this point and said that it wasn't bad. That's the way it should be. The rain continues to drip into his eyes. Chu Swinbin was ready to launch an attack at this moment. Actually, he attacked through a fraction of the room. The impact was really quite strong. Though when direction changed, the guy asked him if he had any strength left. Well, just at that moment, he missed Chu Swinbin. Slippery. If his helmet wasn't so wet, he would have thrown a perfect punch right now. The guy noticed that Chu Swinbin started running somewhere away from him. Then he stopped and stood right in front of the guy. He kept changing position, adjusting to the wind. Sunbin continued to throw punches. That bastard had his doubts, but it looks like he's using even a typhoon to his advantage. What a crazy dude. That's why he likes him. That's when Daniel's people were sitting around the table. The girl asked at what point the match became even, if they should prepare in case Kim Hyuk was defeated. If we don't have to agree to the Neomask terms, then everything they cook up could come crashing down in one piece. Maybe they wouldn't have to worry after all. The girl wondered why that was. If Neomask manages to defeat Ek, which is unlikely, Daniel will have to agree to his terms. There's no way Neomask can use that against them. It's not something that a Neomask can physically take away from them. Sunbin continued to land a series of punches on the guy. There's no point in panicking. Instead, he's just using the direction of the wind, just like his punchers do in the ring, when they take control in the middle of the field and crush him. If Neomask is going to use this situation to his advantage, then he should do the same. Sunbin noticed that the guy started to rise at this moment. Sunbin realized that he had to do something. After that, the guy kicked him right in the leg. So this is what street fighting looks like. The guy would be ready to do something at this point. He jumped in the air and said he was starting to get through already. After that, he pushed Sunbin. Sunbin then fell down, but after a while, he got up. Sunbin was determined, but he wanted to finish with the guy quickly. He started coming right up to the guy at this point. The guy smiled verbally and approached Sunbin at this moment. They practically ran into each other. Sunbin was ready to jump up at this moment. Then he rose into the air and grabbed the guy's head. After that, he threw him to the ground. Sunbin started to stand up. He could then watch the guy attack him. Sunbin did not have time to dodge this attack. He tried psychological attacks, ambushed him, tried to use the typhoon against him. Looks like he's out of trumps. He thinks his stamina is stretched to the limit. It seemed time for him to admit defeat. It would hurt, he thought, craning his neck. The guy crouched closer to Sunbin at this moment. Looks like he won. Sunbin moved at this moment and just lay there. Kim Doomin said they need to move out. The broadcast is almost over. They all begin to move towards the battle site of the Neomask and Hek. The day has come when they will end the Neomask and Hek once and for all. They rushed as fast as they could. Sunbin moved to his feet at this moment. The guy said that he was having fun, but it was time to call it a day. In this case, none of them would be seriously injured. He's not interested in beating up someone who can't fight anymore. Sunbin said that he was small. Let him not look down on him for treating him lightly. Wanted to catch him off guard, so he acted like he was losing. He knows what he's talking about. That's how he wants to lose, by fighting hard. It would be rude if he didn't reciprocate. At this point, the guy started getting closer to him again. Then he grabbed his leg. After that, Sunbin was lying on the ground again. Kim Hek started attacking him right in the face. He began to launch a series of attacks at him at this point. Just then someone was watching the stream. He watched it all carefully, but he certainly wasn't in a good mood. The guy felt some kind of pain in his cheek. Someone approached him and asked if he was Anjai. That was just Neomask. He said he was the one who deserved the award the most on his team. She has a secret weapon or something. If he continues like this, his body won't be able to take it. Why doesn't he relax in his role as editor and just accept a fixed salary instead? He was grateful for the offer, but thinks it's better to keep getting the award, even if it doesn't cover his household expenses. Medical care for his boys is not the cheapest. Who does he think he is? Does he think he came all this way to be a cheapskate, or what? Just have him say how much he makes, so he can keep an eye on them, even when they're in their late teens. He was watching the broadcast at that moment. If he's going to go out on his own and get beaten up, then why would he steamroll over hiring all of them? The boys were thanking their grandmothers for the food. Were they leaving already, or what? They would need to eat some more. He'd had enough, and it was time for him to go back. If they needed to move anything else, he was always on call. Mrs. Kim should have given them more food. They were all skin and bones. She knew they should have eaten a little more before they left. They're not like their generation. Is he still watching this, or what? This time around, Sunbin is as good as not winning. The boy watched it closely. Neomask met the boy's eyes at this point. He asked if the man understood what he had told him. Do these things need me to get their brains straightened out? If he's trying to talk after what they've already done, he's too late. A leader can't just talk. He just doesn't want to get his hands dirty. Muscles are just for show. Are they cowardly hypocrites or what? If he is destined to die, he doesn't want to take anyone with him, but someone wants to stoop to their level, so all these good people can listen to their opinions and relax. He doesn't care if they lose or win. He's no longer the guy he once knew. It was a little frustrating for the guy. Their driver, Mr. Choi, is late. It must be tough in a typhoon like this. The girls were sitting next to each other at this point. Have her stop watching the broadcast. They don't need Neomasks anymore. Had she forgotten that they had never needed the help of Neomasks? The girls noticed him and asked if he needed help. If he has a vacant editor or moderator position, she'd be perfect for the role. What's she talking about all of a sudden? They've done enough already. That's right. Let him listen to his sister. He can't handle himself from now on. Then why does he look so tired? He heard her. Why does he look so exhausted? Isn't he having a hard time or something? What's she saying? And he just got here, so he's ready to face anyone. She's not talking about his stamina. He may be in good physical shape, but it's pretty obvious he's completely exhausted. Maybe he's trying to hide it, but she can already see it. The sister was carefully watching his speech at this moment. Then she just sighed heavily. If she's going to sign up for it, she is too. He's going to have to find two places. He's in charge. Then why are they deciding for him? Then they just looked at each other. She had never seen Neomask so tired before. If it's so hard for him, then why is he trying to fight with only his own strength? At that moment, someone's hand was lying down and didn't move. As it turned out, it was Chu Swinbin's hand. After all, Kim Hayak was standing over him at that moment. He asked her, "The guy sees. Is that why I told him to stop? They're taking him to the hospital first. Where did his cell phone go? If he doesn't stop, he'll end up barely alive." Chu Swinbin asked, "Do you think it's something I care about when we've come this far?" Let him listen. He realizes she has a reason not to hate them, but even for someone like him, it's exhausting. Or what? Fuck up your life like this. He doesn't care what happens to his life, but there had to be a good reason why his family had to die. Kim Hek says he's driven. Was Neomask a victim? He asked. And the guys were the reason. Why he has no idea who he needs to retaliate against. Why don't they know how to stop? He asked him how long he was gonna live like this. Let him ask me. Apparently, he's interested in finding out for himself. Chu Swinbin began to walk toward him. He was the victim. He suspected it was possible, but never thought it would really happen. And yet, in the end, it happened. Did it create such a monster, or what? Chu Swinbin continued to approach the guy. Then he brought him down on his feet, and they went straight into the water. There was already so much water that they went headfirst into it. Then, the two of them both stood up. Chu Swinbin continued to attack. Chu Swinbin used water as a tool to get the guy distracted. After that, she caned him. Chu Swinbin used water. Immediately afterward, he attacked. Chu Swinbin then grabbed him by his clothes. After that, they submerged underwater. Chu Swinbin then threw it far away from himself. Kim Hayak rose to his feet at that moment. Even if he falls unluckily, he won't hurt himself since they're now standing in the water. But the water got into his nose. He can concentrate, and the ground under the water was very slippery. He didn't realize it, or had the bastard thought it through, just how many tricks had he prepared to defeat him. But there was one but. He seems to have reached his limit. His blows are no longer powerful. He can't even dodge slow punches. Chu Swinbin didn't want to give up and continued to attack. At this point, he missed the guy altogether. And then he fell. Chu Swinbin started laughing very loudly. Kim Hek suggested really stopping. Things are getting very boring. Let him accept that he's lost. The world will not end after one defeat. He used the environment to his advantage, resorted to psychological attacks, even tried to use the typhoon against him. But let him face it, he lost. It's time he realized that and stopped. Kai Sejin was very much surprised. It was hopeless. All of Neomask's skills wouldn't work against an opponent like Kim Hayak. Chu Swinbin began to laugh. He said the guy was such an asshole. After that, Chu Swinbin simply fell down. Kim Hayak sighed heavily at this moment. Neomask used everything he could and still lost. So why does it feel so tense? Until then, Neomask had always won thanks to hands that no one else could reach. In the new fight, he did his best, but Kim Hek is strong. He always analyzed his opponents by taking them by surprise and continued like that until the very end. It doesn't seem to work against a caller who relies on physical strength. Well, at this point, he wondered about his power. That will be more than enough. They have someone who can match his power. They don't need more than that. Swinbin also has his own street fighting techniques. Street fighting is more than using difficult situations and physical strength to gain an advantage. It is a technique to be resorted to when all other resources have been exhausted. That's why Neomask gained an advantage with the help of the surroundings and weather. He covered his disadvantages and reduced Kim Hayak's strength. So it didn't take long, but they were equal. But did Neomask really fight to the fullest? Or did he, after using everything? He couldn't have predicted that he would lose like this. Kai Sujin really thought very hard about it. Neomask had done everything he could and still lost. But at this moment, a realization came to him about something. Sunbin abruptly stood behind the guy. Kim Hek was greatly surprised that Neomask had conclusively lost. Neomask did the best he could, but after that he started choking him with chains. Then the guy submerged underwater. Neomask did his best, but he hasn't lost yet. That bastard still hasn't given up. The guy was fighting for his life at this point. Of course, those chains were coming from the monument. Kim Hek realized that he had to do something or he would simply die. What was that now? It was too strong even for him. Neomask, but he has to find a way to drag him down. Where did he get that kind of power? He didn't understand how that was even possible. And Sunbin was smiling at him at this moment. Is he trying to kill the two of them or something? They needed to get out. He had no intention of stopping before one of them was dead. He grabbed Neomask's head at this moment. At this moment, he could observe the truth and the face of the Neomask. Then he grabbed the guy's arm, and after that also grabbed his face, and started sinking it more and more at this point. Kim Hek was in a panic at this point. Kai Sujin continued to carefully watch the broadcast at this moment. Neomask has done his best, but he hasn't lost yet. You could see the guy swim out of the water at this point. Then they went underwater again. After that, they reappeared again, and went underwater again, and the possibility of inappropriate material. This broadcast has been temporarily blocked. Kim Dooman and his company were approaching the guys at this moment. How much longer till we get to the damn place? Shouldn't I be there by now? He didn't know it was so remote either. At that moment, something began to happen. Those goddamn assholes. Let him watch. They can't go any further. What the hell is this? Warning, the area is under state military protection, and any registration of movement within it is prohibited. Damage to military property will result in prosecution under applicable law. Chief Officer Lee, looks like they walked right into a trap. What did he just say? Doesn't he understand? And they knew he would try to chase Kim Hyuk's car, so they sent it the other way to throw them off their tail. What the fuck is he talking about? That means the car pulled out at that point. Kim Hyuk hummed and told them to wake him up when they reached. Kim Dooman's motorcycle was right next to the car at the moment. They'll wait here. When he shows up, they can't tell him without him even noticing. They know which car he's driving. Neomask is dirty. He's a bastard. The guy can only blame himself for getting involved with a jerk like him. He wants to or something. At that moment, Kim Dooman received a message on his phone. What the hell do these freaks want? Now they keep telling him where to go. Team Neomask came together at this moment. He really doubted that Sunbin would surrender before Kim Hyuk surrendered. Things were bad. If they kept trying to take each other by the throat, both of them would suffocate. Then they'll just die. He got cocky and acted recklessly, but at least he'll take one of them with him. At this point, the girl was approached by a guy. At this point in the library. So, in the end, it became an endurance battle, which means in endurance battle, Kim Hyuk's instinct for self-preservation vs. Neomask's lust. He doesn't know which is stronger, but he is certain that as long as Neomask is alive, he will continue to fight his own war as only he can. And now the outcome of the fight between the Neomask channel and Trollfan will be decided when one of them surrenders. Does he even have the right to intervene? Is there anything he can do in his current state? Now they'll continue on the Neomask watch. The broadcast actually started at this point. Kim Hyuk appeared on the screen and asked if everything was working. What is the first time I start a broadcast in? At this moment, they could observe Neomask's legs. Impossible. Did Sunbin lose or something? At that moment, someone pounded on the table in anger. Chihiro was furious and said it was bloody and idiotic. The girl was also watching it at this moment. The guy, of course, was no exception either. The remaining team member was also watching. Daniel was standing in front of the panoramic window at this moment. He said that this was the end. He didn't want to tell anyone about this place. Be it as well. Kim Hek asked if he could be heard. He introduced himself by name. At this point, someone told him to move over, because it was his broadcast. The smartest of them probably already realized. Surprisingly, Neomask and Kim Hyuk were sitting peacefully beside each other. The winner was Neomask. Kai Sujin, of course, was happy about this outcome. The reason the platform temporarily blocked the stream during the denouement of their fight when they were underwater was because they needed to follow the rules. They thought they were dead. But he's very tired, so that's the end of the broadcast. He'll upload that part of the broadcast later, so don't worry about him, and they'll see each other again. Kim Hyuk simply remained silent at that moment. Neomask slapped him and told him to say goodbye to them. He said goodbye after that. The broadcast of the Neomask has been completed. Kai Sujin still couldn't believe that Neomask had actually won. He did that, but really managed to beat Kim Hyuk. What a relief! He was so happy for him. He continued to laugh joyfully right at this moment. He was indeed very much overjoyed at this news. It's time to fulfill his promise. Let him remember what was there. He wants him to drown him for real this time. But he's just kidding. Besides, she has Daniel's permission. But before he gives him what he wants, Daniel has a favor to ask. And what would that be? It's time in the Troll Fam building. Sunbin and his boyfriend went somewhere. Daniel greeted Neomask. He was worried that he wouldn't come and think it was a trap. Daniel said it was nice to meet him. He was a big fan. Sunbin began to approach. A moment when a group of people were in some kind of tunnel. Kim Dooman and his company approached the place. Heck, have them stop calling him when he's in a bad mood? He thought he was going to get rid of him but Masks during his fight with Kim Hyuk, but he never reported back on the results. Things have gotten more complicated. It's only a matter of time before he gets there, so let them wait. He thought it would clarify that the young master wasn't too soft on failure. That's all. Kim Dooman said he understood and asked if he could leave already. Let him look at it, trying to fix him, just because he gave him some money. But aren't they supposed to be part of the mafia or something? He's sure he can act like that with him. What are they gonna do? Shoot them or something? That's right. Next time let them ask them for more than a few guns. Didn't this remind him of the old days? He'd never been that bad, though Won and Sato might well have. All people in this country get on his nerves. Let them worry as soon as he meets the young master in person. He will learn manners. If those assholes screw up again, he can strip the three of them. Right. Sato, Neomask was his. He had a beef with him. The girl said it was a cute one and has no idea what kind of role they've entered. At this time in the Troll Fam building, outside, so let them take their time and chat. Sunbin silently began to approach Daniel. Daniel said, "Why doesn't he sit down first?" Sunbin says he's not having a fan meeting here, but he wants to talk to him. Now that he thinks about it, he never chased it, but it's here come to his soul. He'd give anything if there was a definite reason for it. The protagonist continued to remain silent at this point. Some bastard who bought his stupid commercial killed a member of his family. What about collateral damage? So his thirst led him to him. Let him not rejoice. He has provisions in case he wins. If he wins, then he'll have to tell me where Daniel's server room is. But if he wins, he will reveal his identity to him. But how did he know they had a server room, and that it wasn't Troll Fam's server room, but his? There's something odd about the way he operates. Every organization has a prize, but they guys acted as if they didn't have one. There are people in the organization who bring him money despite the big numbers, and yet he spends lavish amounts on luxury brands and parties, even promoting it with his social media posts. As a result, the number of followers of the organization slowly increased, and the members became even more aggressive. Instead of preventing such things from happening, keeping them on a leash, he seemed to encourage this, and then it suddenly hit him the real purpose of the organization wasn't to promote bully violence. It's about writing it all down. Maybe the fact that rehabilitation has been shown to be an effective solution compared to extreme punishment for juvenile gangbangers, but it will give people a chance to extinguish their grievances. Only they will start following the law. What is he going to do, collect them? Or what? With his approach, he will lose more than he will gain, although to some extent, he is only doing it for his own sense of pleasure. So the best method you can think of is not using the force of law or physical force at all, but instead let society take care of them for them. If they get into university, he'll tell the university about them. If they get a job, he'll snitch on them. Their company won't do business, he'll tell their customers. If they get married, he will tell their guests about them. He has information about others' academic pasts, social lives, even their personal relationships. Every time people gather to forget what they have done, he will turn them into social pariahs so that they can do anything. Does he know how sometimes rumors about some celebrity being a school bully break the internet? That kind of thing probably doesn't even count. The sheer amount of testimonials and personal information, what he's gathered on each member of the organization, likely exceeds any expectations. They may try to avoid it, change their name or go abroad, even try to get plastic surgery so no one will recognize them. But it's all useless in the face of his vast fortune. As long as he can legally hire private investigators, wherever his participants try to hide, his agents will still be able to find them. Even if they express judgment that he stop going after them, they'll have trouble proving his involvement. And, since he has the most expensive law firms in the world behind him, they can't hurt him. Plus, he's the head of a big corporation, the leader of Troll Fam, and his best friend is the strongest junior Kim Hek. Who's going to try to take him down when even Kim Hek is afraid of him? But of course, besides him, He created an organization to smoke the worthless freaks out of their society, to make them stand out and show everyone their real face so they would suffer forever. To accomplish this, there are people close to the criminals who take quality photos, videos, and audio recordings. He collects databases of messages from calls and other materials where they talk about their deeds. Then he collects statements from victims, witnesses, and includes court footage, even victims' medical records. He collects anything that can be used as evidence. But he needed somewhere to store the countless large files that members of the organization had sent him over the years. They would definitely need a small industrial northroom and a data center to manage all that information. That's how I figured it out. He's willing to spend hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars to turn these guys into social pariahs for the rest of their lives. First Kim Hek and now him, both of them have finally lost their minds. But there was one thing. This is the most effective method. A bit rational, but would use this approach too. Chu Sunbin held the wine in his hands at this moment. If he hadn't gotten his family involved, Daniels has continued to remain silent at this point. He said he had suspicions. He knew such cases were possible at the time he founded the organization. Things like this were destined to happen. He needed people to be collateral damage. He won't try to make excuses for why he's going so far. It probably won't mean anything to him anyway. The server room is on the floor above. Only he has access to it. In other words, if he can't fix everyone who shares his views in the organization, she won't have access to that room. He's not going to give up on his revenge. He thinks exactly the same. The only option left is for one of them to disappear forever. His apology for his family's deaths will only make him more angry. He knows he was involved. Can't assume what he wants from that server room, but he has plans to, so he won't just give up. Instead of showing the seriousness of his intentions when he comes after her, he won't try to run away or move the servers somewhere else. He'll fight him as hard as he can. That's the best he can offer him. Christmas Eve he's coming for the servers that day. Naturally, he won't have a good one either. Daniel said he was looking forward to it, but he agreed to his first condition. He supposed on the second he also gave good on the second. Daniel said, of course he gave the okay. Kim Hyeok was surprised and asked if Chu Sunbin was finished. For the next 6 months, he has a bunch of different interesting events to keep his eye on. Kim Hyeok looked at him angrily at this moment. Chu Sunbin looked at him as well. Kim Hek said okay, they better be as much fun as they are in a fight. Ji-hyo wondered who it was that was knocking on her door, and couldn't figure out what it could be at this hour either. She walked over to see who it was. The girl said the man could come out. Just don't let him stand there like a puppy abandoned in the rain. USA, California, private beach free. She was resting at this point, and someone called her. Why does she want to paint the queen? There's someone here who wants to talk to her, but she's got a lot of admirers. It's their managers. Age. Kai Sejin wants to talk to her. She asked how she could help him and called him a red manager. He needs to ask her for a favor, that he needs an autograph from a famous streamer or something. The guy said he wanted to stop the Neomask. That's not going to happen. Let him go home. She didn't even let him finish, where she supported the Neomask's reckless behavior. Streamers she recorded around the world, including a Neomask, her chess pieces to achieve together. The guy asked if she meant together for a year. That's exactly what it was. Though he's her brother, he's talented in sports and academics, forever dreaming of being a halfback in the NFL. After moving to thus, they were on Ilana. They wanted to accelerate Amir's dream as much as possible, and her whole family worked hard towards the goal. But those creeps at broke the guy's legs. The current young boss is behind it. The guy's legs represented his dream and goal for their entire family. Why, she sympathizes with the Neomask more than everyone else. So why would she use streamers in her state to deal with She could have used international mercenaries. Their enemy is an international criminal gang that takes advantage of juvenile protection laws around the world. If they start using mercenaries for their dirty work, they will essentially become a cartel. However, if they utilize their strategy, it will be a level playing field. MMM's main operations are still run by teenagers who hold various positions in the organization in order to stay within the confines of juvenile protection laws. Adult participants help primarily with the headcount of the official organization. That's why, whatever they do, if they send mercenaries after them, they will be the ones at a public and legal disadvantage. But if things continue like this, if the bully hunter channels decide to target the organization, the difference in broadcasts will be serious, and it will look like a clash between teenagers and attention seekers. So that's her answer, their child soldiers. Now she's thinking like a Neomask. But if MMMS can do it, why can't they? So Catherine doesn't care what happens to Neomask during his fight with these cartels. The girl said that's exactly what it was. She's in a purely business relationship, and whatever she said, she's not on their side. From now on, she's going to thwart her goal. The girl asked how he was going to accomplish this without her help, and someone at that moment told her that he would help them. Surprisingly, it was Amir. He's already talked to Kai Sejin and Jihir. He's going to bring Sejin to the States during his summer vacation, train him in street fighting, and supply him with the information he needs to track down the Neomask. How could he do this? Who does he think she's doing all this for? What she's doing is wrong. Maybe Sunbin doesn't realize it himself. But besides Sunbin, he also has a family that worries about him. So what she and Neomask are doing now is no different than what Trofam and Kim Duman are doing. She took Neomask because of the fact that he might be the only one who can handle the young boss. Does he seriously think he can untrain this idiot to defeat Neomask? Of all people, as the former leader of he should know this best. Kai Sejin asked if Amir was originally the leader of From that moment on, when the first head of was appointed, before he became their leader, it was an organization that reported gangs, suppressed them with brute force when necessary, and protected the students of the state as far away from guns and drugs as possible. The current young boss, appropriately, is in favor of ruining it all as from behind his feet. Street fights deploy tactics that involve an infinite number of self-defense techniques depending on the performer. For example, he and Neomask use battlefield reconnaissance, information warfare, to prepare for a large-scale war by analyzing the situation and gathering information. People like Wang and Sato, who ambush the Continental Might, use a close combat style where they don't fight with their bare hands, but gain an advantage with their weapons in close quarters. Ryan, who was the first leader and founder of street fighting, used the hunter style. The style was based on animal instincts and flexibility. There are many different styles. There are styles that work well against others. There are 3 strongest styles among them, but they also reveal the weaknesses of other styles. It talks about the Neomask information, warfare style, and Ryan's hunting style. They both can't be mastered by pure training alone. And among all the people who use street fighting, only a few people have the incredible talent to master the strongest styles. As far as he knows, never yet has the information warfare style defeated the hunting style. Impossible, since the reason he lost, it was exactly as the lad thought it would be. He's a teacher not only of the mask, but he's also the owner of the combat scouting style, and he was the one who taught the young boss the hunting style. Someday the day of the battle between Neomask and the young boss will come. Even if Neomask bows, Trofam, and for his organization, it will only turn into another teenage cartel with Neomask at the helm. Before Sunbin fought with Kai Sejin and stopped him, he told him something about the guy. The guy doubted whether he should fight for his friend, even as he revealed his true identity to him and tested him, and he passed the test all the way. Kai Sejin was among the people who thought what was right, but not all the way. Even if it takes violence to resolve a situation, there are still boundaries, and he goes too far. Most importantly, unlike him and Amir, he has the talent to learn the basic style of street fighting. Kai Sejin has a talent for learning founder Ryan's street fighting style, the hunter style. Amir stood at that moment, so the only person who could stop the Neomask was Sejin proper. It was Sejin proper. He was telling her to wait for a better solution, and Sunbin was definitely telling him that there was a better way. But Sunbin knew from the beginning that his thirst for revenge would consume him, and the solution he mentioned didn't really apply to him. The best method that Sunbin spoke of was not to be someone who recklessly released his anger like him, but to be an adept who had always thought deeply and taught his surroundings. That person was Sejin. After Sejin's training, Amir and him are going to run a stream to get to the Neomask with the help of her organization. The girl got furious and started telling him not to make her laugh. After all, she is the head of the organization. She created it for her. If they make a channel, he will block it forever. That won't happen if he connects Sejin's channel to the same server that hosts the Neomask channel. And if he wants to get rid of Sejin's channel, then she'll have to remove the Neomask channel. She may be the founder of the organization, but is its IT director. Sejin, Sunbin had chosen him from the moment they first met. Their goal is to capture Neomask, who is now on the run, and make her Sunbin again. They will leave for another time, so it needs to bring Sunbin back to the moment he fought against all-consuming vengeance. Neomask was running down the street at this moment. after summer vacation. At that moment, he noticed something. Surprisingly, he was attacked by someone at this moment. For the first and last time in the history of the organization, Sunbin was rising to his feet at this moment. The man was approaching the Neomask at this point. He looked at him ominously at that moment. Sunbin was also watching him at this moment. He'll be the catcher who goes after the Neomask. The man was looking very fiercely at the Neomask at this moment. At this moment, Kai Sujin was walking down the night street. Someone approached the guy. He noticed the strength of the man on the roof of the house at that moment. Kai Sujin was very much surprised that it was Sunbin. Sunbin said, Amir told his plans as he expected. He is not giving up. Is he serious? He tries to tell him that things are going the way he envisioned. His attitude is starting to get on his nerves. Everything may have gone according to his plan up until now, but now everything would change. The next time they meet, they will already be enemies.